Karl nodded and opened a portal into the tiny world. Dana, if you could lead them through, we will start at the lake so that they can meet with some of the other residents. He offered. They didn't have to wait that long, as Button came flying out of the portal in dragon form to crash into Dana, then spin her in circles by flapping while holding her shirt. Here, we have Button. Our resident foodie forest dragon helps with egg collecting and likes long swims in the lake or naps on the black stone of the mountains. Karl joked. Button nodded happily. Yes, those were both good things, but it was breakfast time now. We need to go. It's shakshuka day. She insisted. All right, let's go. Here, have this until we get there. Dana replied. She wrapped an arm under the dragon and carried the meter-long, 30-kilo reptile like a baby as she fed Button a pancake. Matron Ulia, the new matron for the tiny world's dragons, chuckled at Dana's attempts to calm the forest dragon. It was doomed to fail in about 5 seconds, as you couldn't turn a forest dragon upside down without confusing their sense of direction. At least not the young ones. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Button was leaping out of Dana's arms to fly around her head. Then she noticed Hawk, who was in demon crow form, and realized that there were other flying creatures her size. Maybe she could keep up with this one. Everyone else was too big and fast, or didn't have wings. She was doomed to disappointment, as even in this reduced form, Hawk still had the speed that he always had, and that had only increased with his advancement to the mythic rank and his evolution into a dark flame phoenix. As with most forms of phoenix, he was incredibly adept in the air and could fly close to the speed of sound. There was no way that the young forest dragon could keep up. But on the other hand, Hawk despised putting that much effort into anything that didn't end with food, so he was much more comfortable flying at her speed than anyone else. So, not a total loss. Hawk followed her into the portal, as he had heard the magic words, "Food is ready." There had better be meat. The elves were bad about making enough meat. The rest of the dragons followed Dana and the two flying miscreants through the portal, then paused as they heard the cook cussing at Button. Did you deliberately bring me dozens more people to cook for? You know that you're supposed to warn me. She was grumbling. Miss, don't be too mad at the little one. We have already eaten. She was just excited to bring her Dana mage and the bird to see you. Patron Axel replied. And she brought men into the space? Now I'm going to have to get dressed in the morning. The elf added. The dragon laughed, the glow from his red eyes flickering with amusement. If it helps, I spend almost all my time in dragon form, so pants are definitely optional. The other men shrugged, and Rashid smiled. The bronze dragon isn't a prude. If the rules say no clothes needed, then there are no clothes needed. The druid on cooking duty gave him a long look over. I think that this might work out just fine. The bronze dragon gave her a cautious smile. I'm not sure that we're thinking of the same set of duties for this deployment. She just shrugged. You're a bit young, but I can add it to the regulations if it makes you feel better. That made Rashid smile. He was 300 years old, but given her middle-aged appearance, the elf should be closer to 700. Maturity-wise, they should be close, but she was definitely more aggressive about relationships, when he had always focused his energies on legal analysis. Button frowned. Sister Kara says that if you want to find out what someone tastes like, you should just lick them. That brought the flirting to a screeching halt. Pardon, the incredulous bronze dragon asked. Andy looks like she would like to eat you, but you're not allowed to eat people. I asked the badger big sister, and she said that it's all right to just test them if you don't use teeth. Button explained simply. The cook winked at him. You hear that? It's fine, just a taste. Rashid cleared his throat and made a mental note to look into the creative interpretations of legal precedent that the Chaos Badger might have been teaching the young dragon. Letting her babysit was a mistake, but he suspected that it was actually impossible to stop her. The badger and forest dragon were the same size, and they could escape through spaces too small for others to follow them without a transformation spell or teleportation. Birdie, one of the youngest of the red dragons present, giggled. I am getting visions of random people being licked by a forest dragon. The cook shook her head. That was 2 weeks ago. She knows what all the species taste like now. Axel, the new patron assigned to the tiny world, turned to Karl. We really do need to have a talk about the parenting methods of the Darklight host. Did you at least assign a responsible adult to her care? Well, there are all the ones in here. But, Karl began. But Ophelia the Werbear is the closest thing to a responsible adult caretaker that we have in the guild, if you don't count red dragon priestesses. Dana finished. Karl mentally checked the space and found that Tessa and Thor were not here today, nor were any of the other ladies, so it must be a dungeon run day. Thor liked to wait outside for them to exit the Overlord-ranked dungeon. Axel nodded. We were informed that there was an Overlord-ranked High Priestess here in the Darklight host. If it weren't for the unique circumstances, she would have likely been nominated for the role of matron. However, with so many dragon eggs, it was deemed to be appropriate to send actual dragons for the job, so she wouldn't get bullied. The thought made Dana laugh quietly. Bullying Tessa was not easy. I have made you a map of the space so that you know where the major landmarks are and where the eggs are incubating. However, these lovely ladies are the caretakers of the space and in charge of the alchemy ingredient fields. All the fields, actually, but most of what we grow is alchemy ingredients. Karl explained. Is there formal housing? Or should we construct something? Axel asked. We have a replica of the Drod Guild house here, and that will work for a base of operations. But there is also a small city built inside the mountain that is much larger and suitable for an orphanage facility, as it has dragon-sized entrances on the upper levels. I don't know how all the species react to being underground, though. Karl explained. What was your plan if the church didn't send people? The red dragon asked curiously. To have Tessa gather them for meals and lessons, then to let them just do dragon things for the rest of the day. It's worked out all right for Button, and she's becoming a responsible member of society. Karl's explanation fell flat when everyone turned to see that the little dragon had not transformed to use cutlery and was face deep in a bowl full of breakfast. Bad example, but you get my point. Lyric laughed, and Button shrugged. She intended to keep playing in the water and didn't want to put on her dress until she was dry again. Why don't we go look at the housing situation, and then we can decide if we need to make more or if it is sufficient? Axel asked. Karl took a bowl of breakfast and nodded in agreement. First, take a moment to get to know the locals, then we will head over. It's a bit of a walk, or we can fly. Is everyone in the group a dragon? Or do we have dragonkin? All dragons in this group. Your guild already had dragonkin, I believe. Or humans that were becoming dragonkin as they gained favor of their gods. Which is really the same thing from our point of view. Axel agreed. Wonderful, then we can fly instead of taking the portals. Karl announced. The dragons immediately got excited, and even Button hurried to finish her food and run into the lake to wash herself clean in anticipation of a morning flight. If Karl was here, then Kara was here, and she would fly at an appropriate speed. Hawk too. Hawk thought that he might really enjoy flying with her, and not just because she stopped every 15 minutes to beg for snacks. Karl finished the surprisingly tasty combination of eggs and tomatoes over potato and handed his plate back to the cleanup staff. All right, everyone ready to transform? Dana, you can hop on my back or fly along with us, he suggested. Dana laughed at his suggestion. While she could fly fast enough to keep up with casual dragon flight, it was exhausting to do for long. They might be headed to the housing areas, but they certainly wouldn't go straight there. That was never how it worked. Karl transformed, and the other dragons stared at him for a moment. What sort of spell effect is that? I swear he's turned into an actual dragon, Birdie remarked. It's called Avatar. It gives me this wonderful world dragon form. I thought that it was only proper to go as a dragon, since everyone else is. Karl joked. The young red dragon transformed, and then laughed when she realized that she was less than a third of Karl's size, despite being an overlord. Red dragons were among the larger of the chromatic dragons, but Karl's avatar form was naturally oversized, even for a mythic rank dragon, though he wasn't using any skills to increase it. Dana leapt up onto his back, and Karl locked her in place with eternal lightning, so that they could fly freely without any need to hold on. Then, the rest of the dragons transformed, and Kara came out to join her partner in pranks for an outing. Now that everyone was going to be distracted by the inspection of the tiny world, it was a perfect opportunity for them to explore as well. As they flew away, one of the dragons discreetly cast a tracking spell on them, so she could find them later. A sensible measure to keep track of the most likely troublemakers within the tiny world. Unfortunately for her, the moment that she turned away, Kara also discreetly dispelled the effect so that she could sneak off with Button to play in the mountains. The dragon sighed dramatically as she realized what had happened the moment the spell vanished, but didn't try to chase them down. This was a restricted space, and they would come back when they got hungry or bored. The first thing we should do is the grand tour. If you follow me, we will cross the lake and then view the grassland region, which is mostly open, with some alchemy crops in it. Karl began as he led a casual procession through the sky. Some alchemy crops was a massive understatement at this point, as almost the entire region was full of low-grade magical plants. But they formed the basis for the most common healing potions that the shop sold, so they needed a lot. Not the hundreds of acres that they had, but perhaps one day in the distant future they would have enough alchemists to make that many. Then we have the tropical forest, where you will find more alchemy ingredients, as well as a number of clusters of dragon eggs that were aligned to the nature element. Down there on your right, you will see some of our workers checking on them now. Karl continued, while he waved down at the druids. They waved back, pretending that they weren't confused by the group of 20 dragons that had suddenly appeared above their territory. Next is the swampland. This is one of our busiest regions, as there are so many rare ingredients that love the hot and humid atmosphere. There are also many dragon eggs along the shore here, next to that camp. Finally, we have the food crops, the training areas, and the guild house before we reach the mountains. Near the top of that flat peak is the entrance to the underground city, with more dragon eggs, and behind the ridge is a collection of hot springs for relaxation. I will let you tour a while on your own, and then we can explore the underground city. Karl finished. Is the delay so that you can find the forest dragon and undo whatever she got up to with the badger? One of the red dragons asked. No, we will find them soon enough. It's just so that everyone can pick the place where they feel most comfortable, free from my pressure. Karl explained. That was perfect. They could pick their own spots, and the blue dragons could argue about what would be the best place to put the school, given the options of terrain and existing structures. They might also opt to build a whole new school here, but that was up to them. And argue is what they did. The red dragons went straight to the replica guild house to see if it was suitable as their base of operations, the residence for the instructors and guardians. The blue dragons circled near the top of the airspace so they could see all of the options as they argued about the choices, and the silver dragon went straight for the training ground to inspect the spells that Karl had put in to make training targets and smashing poles. To him, that was much more interesting than small things like where he would sleep, or where they would be teaching dragons that hadn't even hatched yet. The magic was right here, and it was active. The rest could be sorted out when it was actually important, like tomorrow when he got tired. Karl circled with Dana for a few more minutes, then decided to land at the guild house replica, where it appeared that the majority of the red dragons had agreed to move. There was plenty of room, technically. The only issue that might occur was that the rooms were designed as soldiers' dorms, and then converted to worker spaces. So, there were only a few nice rooms up top, and then dozens of small ones on the second floor with communal showers and facilities. Ladies, good day. I know that this might not be the perfect housing, as it is already partially in use. Karl began. Oh, that's fine. From what we can tell, it's only the second floor that has units in use, and there are extras for the patron and matron. The rest of us are all single, and it's normal for orphanage matrons to live simple lives. Well, relatively simple. There is a lot of magic in this place already. Bertie explained. Oben, one of the two bronze dragons, chuckled. That is true. Everything is covered in ruins. But these rooms are far nicer than the dorms at any dragon temple. I believe that the Golden Dragon Nation keeps to the penitent cells model for church rooms, do they not? Karl frowned. With the single bed and dresser in a stone room with a slit window? The dragon nodded. That's the one. We all lived in them for most of our young lives. I think that the only ones who didn't were Raced and one of the blue dragons, who grew up in libraries instead of orphanages. Neither of them are clerics, just dragons representing their aspects. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. For some reason, I thought that with all the wealth of the Dragon Isles, that the standards in the churches would lean toward luxury. Karl realized. Oben shook his head. No, that would upset the gods. Any other dragon can gather their own hoard and live in luxury, but we're clerics. We promise to devote our lives to our gods and goddesses. Dana smiled at the bronze dragon. That makes perfect sense. Too much luxury just leads to distractions from your work. I'm sure that once the hatchlings come, you will have more than enough work to keep you busy without going looking for distractions. Oben winked at her. We're also here to keep notes on the shenanigans that the Friends of the Chaos Dragon get up to. Most of the world might not be aware, but the bronze dragons know all about the rich history of the Darklight host. Dana laughed. And not just because you have at least one brother in the guild. I will admit that Orthos has been a great source of information, especially since his branch of the guild came back online not long ago. Oh, I wasn't supposed to tell Karl about that. Dana smirked at the embarrassed dragon and patted him on the shoulder. Relax. I'm at least 70% sure that Karl won't show up at his temple looking to steal one of his guild members as a partner. Oben looked at Karl, then back at Dana. 70% might be optimistic, but I will accept that analysis. After all, they might be from the Divine Beast Nation, but they are still guild members. Karl sighed dramatically. O ye of little faith. There is no need for me to go steal his guild members when there is an entire nation full of possibly divine beasts there. If we needed another sibling for the group, I'm sure that I could find a suitable candidate without poaching from my old friend. You've known Orthos for some time, then? I wasn't aware you had met. Oben asked. Oh, get him to tell you the story sometime. I actually met him during the last resurgence, in the city of Bunga. He's taken over the position of city lord again now that the system came back online there, so he should be easy to find, Karl suggested. Oben nodded. Once the restrictions on the continent lift a little more, we will send more people. There are still issues with wild dragons and off-world attackers. It will need to be sorted out eventually, but with the limits from the slowly fading curse, the church has decided to wait before they send a large force in and risk causing a revolution. Then the bronze dragon paused. I suspect that I wasn't supposed to tell Karl that either. You have an entire list of taboo topics that you didn't have time to memorize, don't you? Dana asked. The dragon nodded. It only arrived yesterday. I hadn't gotten an opportunity to read it before you suddenly arrived. I suspect that it's mostly on the theme of don't encourage ideas that will make the Chaos Dragon start trouble out of boredom. Or something similar. Dana smiled. That is a good general idea, but hardly needs a letter to remind everyone. However, it's not just Karl you need to be careful of. He can hear all the beast's thoughts, and they have just as many troublesome ideas as he does. The only one that didn't was Opal. No, Dana corrected herself. The butterfly would be an exhibitionist porn producer if nobody stopped her. She had become obsessed with spicy romance novels and other people's relationships. The red dragons started to explore the rooms, ensuring that the second-floor suites were all the same. There were some small differences based on where they were, but only the four corner units were larger than the others. That let the red dragons choose quickly and write their names on their chosen doors. But they didn't get long to settle in before an emergency message from Kara interrupted them. One of the swamp dragon eggs is hatching. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first arrival ready to appear. In the swamp section, we have an imminent hatching, Karl announced. That got all of the dragons running for the door. If the swamp dragon was allowed to hatch in the wild, it would take extra time to tame them again, and even longer to convince them that someone would be taking care of their needs in the future. If they didn't want a rampaging baby dragon attacking people and livestock for food, they needed to move quickly. Everyone transformed to fly over, just in case there were other eggs about to hatch that nobody had noticed yet, and a few of the red dragons broke off to go check on the regions that were out of sight, like the underground nest in the mountains. Karl mentally checked the tiny world and saw that it was just the one, but he decided not to mess with their system, in case his interference caused future issues. The egg isn't alone, is it? One of the dragons asked as they raced toward the swamp. Of course not. There is a caretaker there, an Orcish druid, plus Kara and Button, who you met earlier. Karl explained, using the draconic language while he was transformed. That was a good start. At the very least, it was unlikely to go feral if it hatched with a caretaker around. How it would react to meeting a random orc the moment that it woke up was a different issue. Ooh, I see an eye. It's almost out. Kara narrated as Karl approached. Dana hopped off his back, and Karl transformed back in midair, letting himself fly down to the ground level as the dragons landed all around them. Most transformed, but a few remained in the scaled forms. To Karl, it looked like an intimidation tactic, a silent way to encourage a newborn dragon to behave and not bite anyone. The single yellow eye was examining its surroundings through the crack in the egg, and then two small claws pulled more of the shell apart, and the whole head poked out. The swamp dragon's head looked a lot like a crocolisk, Karl thought. It was wider and longer than most dragons, with a double ridge of short spikes down the top of the snout. Karl smiled, and patron Axel gave him a raised eyebrow curious look. I was just thinking of something that the church once told me. It turns out that they were wrong, but not in the way that they expected. Karl joked. Kara nodded eagerly. Nacht was wrong. We do have a baby dragon. The tiny creature, not much larger than Tian at less than 5 kilos, broke free of its containment and launched straight at Kara. It had its teeth bared, as if it had found prey, but the badger was not concerned. The tiny dragon crashed into her upraised paw, and then flailed helplessly as she blocked it by the nose. The scene was comical, with a tiny dragon helplessly trying to determine how to use its body, and one amused chaos badger letting it run in circles, trying to escape a paw that was simply blocking the front of its nose, not even holding it. After a few moments, Birdie took pity on the little dragon and stepped forward to pick it up. Calm down, little one. You can't eat her. She's too tough. Why don't you try this instead? She cooed, then began dropping small bits of meat into the swamp dragon's mouth. That calmed it down immediately, and the small creature quickly fell asleep once it was full. Hey, it sleeps like me. Button laughed as the dragon passed out in Birdie's arms with its head lolling to the side. Do we know when these eggs were all laid? Axel asked. Karl shook his head. No, the mothers were captured by dragon hunters, and they were raising them to attack locals. These eggs were the ones that were left behind when the camp was abandoned. The mothers either didn't want them, or were already dead by the time that we arrived. So, we need to keep a close eye on all of the locations until they do hatch. I will cast spells to determine their maturity later. However, we need to let the others know that our job has already started and get them to pick all their training locations. Dragons aren't like most species. Training starts right away because he will be able to speak by tomorrow. Axel explained. Karl chuckled. If he wasn't so frustrated by Kara blocking his nose, he would be able to talk already. I met a newly hatched white dragon once, and it could speak a little right at hatching. The dragons laughed. I never thought about just putting a hand over their nose to keep them from charging. It's diabolical, but so effective against young dragons who haven't learned to strategize. Kara smirked, and Birdie gave her a suspicious look. That badger is planning ways to steal and corrupt the baby dragons. She insisted. Kara made a dramatic wounded gesture, standing on her hind legs to cross her paws over her heart. Yep, she's definitely scheming. However, steal might be overstated. I don't think that she wants to take them out of the tiny world, just recruit more troublemakers. Axel noted. That's the same thing, isn't it? If I have to search every tiny hiding space for a baby dragon who has had his tracking spell nullified, it might as well be stolen. Birdie complained. Kara laughed. The young red dragon had no sense of imagination. It was much funnier to leave the tracking spell intact, than play hide and seek. Karl was about to speak when the panicked messages from the Drod branch guild members began. We're under attack. The gargoyles will hold the yard. Who is on the spells? I'll push Mana to the barrier. Who knows where Sapphire went? I've got Sapphire. She was at the wharf market, and it's under attack as well. We can't get back quickly. Call the Alliance. Aren't Karl and Dana in the tiny world? They should be able to come back. Oh, Ray is here. Focus on the barrier on the yard. Thor is here too. But no Tessa or the others. I think they're in a dungeon. There is an emergency in Drod. You all stay here, and I'm going to seal the tiny world when I leave. Karl explained hurriedly. Dana left with him, arriving in the Alliance house, and then taking the basement portal to Drada's guild house library. Karl left directly with a portal, then sealed the tiny world. The exit was in the Xylaz guild house, but it was safer to keep everything out until he knew what the threat was. Moments after he arrived, another portal opened in the yard of the guild house, and Deve led a large force of myths from the Alliance out. What is happening? Oh hell! He shouted, his voice turning to a stammer as he saw the situation. Hundreds of portals had opened all over the city, mostly in the air overhead. Supreme Lady Matilda was high overhead, engaged in combat with some sort of eldritch horror that looked like an octopus, and tens of thousands of mythic rank beasts had invaded the city. Thinking fast, Karl sent out a bounty to the Xylaz mission boards. Mythic rank beast invasion of Drod ongoing. Nara group offering cash for edible beast corpses. Buying at wholesale plus 10% bounty. No purchase limit on beasts from the Drod area invasion. He paid extra to have it ping all the registered guild and alliance leadership members in the entire Xylaz region. It might cost them a fortune to buy up all the corpses, but Karl could sense mythic presences everywhere, plus the supreme rank octopus thing. The financial cost would not be the worst part, though. Those portals didn't lead somewhere else in the world. They led to somewhere much more powerful, most likely a world in the immortal realm. That wasn't something that they could easily compete with, and the Supreme Lady looked like she already had her hands full. "Where is Azov?" Dana asked as she sent her golems out to fight the amphibious monsters in the streets. "He's busy. This isn't the only portal that made it through today," someone shouted back. Dana turned and saw Lord Drod with a group of totem-ranked guards fighting in their direction. She charged out into the street, hacking her way through the frog-like beasts that were spitting balls of magical water at the guards. They didn't look too scary, but at mythic rank, they were quickly destroying the buildings along the street. The locals didn't have anywhere to flee, as there were attackers on every street. A second massive octopus creature appeared from a portal overhead, and Kara began to drool. Gigantic calamari. Hawk laughed. He knew that food was the true unifying force of the world. But more importantly, every single one of these invaders was a water element beast. He couldn't seem to muster that same level of rage he used to feel against water, but he certainly wasn't going to allow the water element to take over one of his homes. His dark flame phoenix form streaked through the sky, headed for the giant octopus with Kara right behind him, and Karl turned his attention to sending his golems out to reinforce the area around the guild house. They had the city wall on one side, with Drod's city guards all along it. But they were at least one rank, and mostly two ranks, beneath the invaders. Their attacks were minimally effective to say the least. "Captain, tell your men to focus on defense, and I will send golems out the gate to secure the area." He shouted at the demons standing in the observation post over the gate itself. "Got it. We are trying to evacuate the area, but we can't do it fast enough. Jones is fighting out there as well, but I don't know how long his house can hold." The captain shouted back. Jones was a totem-ranked dragon, but just like the guards, he wasn't going to be able to hold for long. Karl focused his mana for a moment and grew a statue-sized mana crystal that he placed at the door to the workshop area. It wasn't linked to anything, but it was set to pull in mana as fast as possible so others could use it. Then, he added a mana pylon spell to keep the barriers and defenders full of energy. The range was enough to reach Lord Drod, who had joined forces with Dana's team, while Karl's had left the city walls. "This calamari is too tough," Kara complained. She hadn't expected it to be an immortal creature when she went to chop off some limbs to snack on. Just her and Hawk were not enough to defeat it. Then, more portals opened outside the guild house gate, where Karl's golems were fighting. Mythic-ranked warriors charged out in a wave of bodies, followed by a totem-ranked mage from Deve's guild. "Guildmaster, what is the target?" he shouted. "Everything mythic-ranked and amphibious. It should all be edible enough to qualify. Send as many as you can find." Deve called back. "I've got the portal open at the arena now. There was an announcement by the referees, and we've got more people coming once the spectators gather their teams." The mage explained. Deve smiled. That arena was working out for them in more ways than one. They'd already gotten 100 mythic warriors and a few other classes, and the alert had only been out for 2 minutes. All of the mythic members of the Alliance arrived in the next minute, securing the guild house and the 3-block area around it. That gave the arrivals from the arena room to gather and stage, in case they didn't have a healer in their group. They hadn't come with a raiding team. They had come from the arena, and many of them were transients, who joined other groups to fight, and simply wanted the bounty to keep their bills paid. That was fine by the Nara group. They would gladly take another 10 or 20 warriors per group and go out in large teams to clear entire blocks at a time with a single healer. Instead of fighting directly, as Dana was doing, Karl was using earth manipulation to make healing totem statues that Tion was passing out in exchange for an IOU token. The warriors were happy to accept the exchange, as they would just turn in corpses to cover the bill. Some certainly planned to run away without paying, but that would also mean that they didn't get paid for their work here, and there was a chance that the statues could be tracked. What most didn't realize was that their IOU token could also track them down. But the healing totem statues weren't personal, they were an area effect, and healed everything that was identified as an ally. As long as the warriors recognized that someone was not one of the invading monsters, the statues would heal them as well. So, when they spread through the city, it created a massive net of healing effects. The warriors, the wounded locals, even other teams. They were all pulsed with healing energy. Karl expected the amount of mana being used by the statues to cause some sort of imbalance in the city, but the open portals that the invaders had come through were emitting energy that was much more intense. Mana so thick that it was condensing on the windows of houses close to the portals was flooding Drod, and Karl could feel hundreds of people breaking through bottlenecks all over the Stone Chapel district and the Frostfire Gate region outside the walls. Not that it would help most of them during this fight, as they were breaking through the commander and royal rank bottlenecks. But if they survived the day, it would be a large change in their social status. Overhead, a massive distortion was forming around the battle between Matilda and the octopus. It looked like they were both trying to pull the other into another realm, but the effects were countering each other. It felt like the world was breaking around their battles, but nobody had time to worry about it. There were so many invaders that many had stopped trying to collect the bodies and had started simply throwing them in piles when they cleared a group. Nobody was fighting alone. It was too dangerous to risk being surrounded or tripped by the frog creatures. Karl, we need fewer statues and more stabbing. Kara complained as she failed yet again to tear through the immortal ranked octopus thing. They should have enough statues to create a healing net over the district now. So Karl flew up over the guild house, then upgraded the gargoyles, defending the property from Overlord to Mythic rank. It might be overkill for Drod on a normal day, but today it was necessary to keep the house safe. Then he used the Amulet of Destruction to increase Avatar to the Immortal rank. The first level of the Immortal rank, that was. Karl could sense that there was more than one stage to the rank, but they weren't split by separate blessings, just some sort of understanding or power. The giant calamari, as Kara called their opponent, felt like it was one sub-rank above Karl. Difficult, but not impossible, for him to fight with an immortal rank transformation and epic constitution. The lack of immortal rank skills would be a downside to fighting the octopus creature, but Karl noticed that Kara actually had an effective attack. Void Blast wasn't at the immortal rank, but the creature's resistance against the spell was so low that the damage reduction was hardly noticeable. Hawk broke off for a moment to roast a group of frogs that were attacking locals on the ground. Dark Fire caused the creatures to wither in a matter of seconds, and Hawk mocked them as he tossed the bodies in his space. Tomorrow I will have an entire mountain of frog legs in every flavor imaginable. The bird insisted. You're not wrong. There are so many of them out there already, and more are coming through the portals. Kara agreed. Beneath them, Karl felt their surroundings twist as an illusionary domain was formed, and then elevated to mythic rank as Opal's power soared. I was in the middle of something. How dare you interrupt? Opal's mental voice echoed through the area, just before a glowing elfin figure with the same gossamer wings as Opal's appeared in front of the guild house. It was an illusion, but enhanced with an incredibly potent barrier of some sort that made it look real, even to Karl. New shared skill gained, Reality Warp. Reality Warp, epic grade mythic rank illusion spell. Illusions within an illusionary domain become solid, dealing mental and physical damage to targets. For a moment, Dana prepared to celebrate their incoming reinforcements. Then the source of Opal's rage flickered through her mind for a moment before the butterfly stuffed it away. I've changed my mind. I'm not celebrating the group's resident busybody having a meltdown over her observation of Lotus and Ophelia's date night being interrupted. She muttered. Opal didn't care that Dana was not impressed. She would show these obnoxious frogs what upset really looked like. The Ophelia and Lotus show was her favorite daytime entertainment, and they had completely ruined today's episode with some nonsensical security lockdown. There wasn't even any kissing before she was pulled away. Karl laughed as Opal's frustrations reached him. Dana could sort out Opal's habit of sneakily observing everything. The butterfly wouldn't listen to him without ordering her, and Kara would help her find ways out of even the best worded orders. With the added illusionary armies inside Opal's illusionary domain effect, the frog population around the guild house was quickly being decimated. In fact, it was so effective that they were working to secure some of the portals so that nothing else could come through. Now that they had a grasp of the situation, they could send in mages to try to collapse the interdimensional portals, effectively ending the attack. Above the main battle, Karl was learning that it was not easy to fight an octopus. This one didn't appear to have any blind spots, and those tentacles could attack or defend at any angle. It didn't matter that there were 3 of them attacking, as the creature had 8 limbs, and it could fly fast enough that it wasn't helpless against Hawk's attacks. It certainly wasn't happy about being set on fire, but with the damage reduction of the immortal blessing, its natural healing was slowly regenerating flesh and putting out the flames. Unholy corrosion made the flames immune to holy element healing, but regeneration was not holy element. In fact, Karl didn't see a single healer anywhere in this invasion. Your weak faction cannot defend against my master. The octopus informed Karl, its voice broadcast telepathically. My faction might be weaker than yours, but we can still defend. Look below you, we are closing the portals. Soon, your assault will be over, and the city will be feasting on frog legs. Karl retorted, unsure if the creature spoke dragon. The octopus shifted colors to a mottled red that Karl took as annoyed, but there was nothing that it could do to stop the tide of the battle from turning against the invaders. Rampage had increased Karl's damage enough that the immortal octopus damage reduction was completely negated now, and Ray was living up to every letter of the word rampage. Her battle looked more like a blender as she tore through the redwood sprawl, rescuing the weaker district of the city from the invaders. The governor was with her, as the district was the furthest from where the adventurers had arrived, so very few had made it across the river yet, and the numbers of frog monsters were growing. Karl snapped his jaws and bit the end of an errant tentacle off, causing the octopus to release a psychic shriek that had people below covering their ears and Kara raging. As soon as she found this thing's eyes, she was going to claw them out. Then, a flame-covered rend attack completely severed one of the creature's tentacles, and the octopus bolted for the portal. Don't you dare! You are my calamari. Kara raged. The octopus flickered between a terrified beige and bright red, and Karl realized that it could understand her thoughts. At least Karl knew that it had a good reason to be irate with Kara and Hawk. They had been planning ways to cook it since before the first attack landed. Once it was clear of the imminent attacks, the octopus simply teleported and vanished through the portal it had taken here. The portal closed behind it, and Hawk shrieked as he doused the area in fire. He had plans for that thing. However, if he couldn't have calamari, he could at least try something new with all these frog legs. That was brilliant. He had a nice spice rub that would go well with frog. But first, he needed more. Karl transformed back to his usual form so that he could fight in the streets, but went all the way to the far side of the city to assist Ray. A few more groups had come this way, having realized that it was a treasure trove of mythic frogs. But there were still far too many, and 2/3 of the buildings had been destroyed, with civilians running for anything that seemed like it might be safe. The death toll within Drod was going to be horrific when the battle ended, and impossible to count, as the giant frogs could swallow most of the smaller demons whole. Now that he was back in his usual fighting form, Karl switched the target of the Amulet of Destruction to be the Disintegration spell cast on the Blade of Champions as a barrier. At immortal rank, it was unlikely to be dispelled or broken while attacking the frogs, and it would cut much more smoothly, saving him time while he worked to save who he could. Don't gather near the river. There are portals in the water. Karl warned as a group of demons ran past him, fleeing from a group of the mythic frogs. Mr. Karl, is there a safe zone? One of them shouted back. We're expanding out from the guild house, but I came ahead to try to salvage something in the sprawl. Karl explained. The man gave a sad shake of his head. There isn't much left to save. Just wipe them out, and we will do our best to survive. The most effective way to remove the frogs would be area spells, but he would level the entire city if he tried doing things that way. The damage was already excessive, and the buildings of the redwood sprawl weren't in great shape to begin with. An arc of disintegration cut a pair of frogs in half, giving the small group room to flee for safety as everything else turned its attention to Karl. The frogs weren't intelligent creatures, and in the immortal realm, they would hardly be considered a major threat. But here in such high numbers they had essentially depopulated a city in under an hour. To prevent others from claiming the bounty on the frogs, Karl tossed the kills into Hawk's space, so he could roast them later, and kept moving. He didn't miss the fact that he was slowly gathering a following of wounded locals, people who had survived the first round of attacks, which had leveled their homes. They had all decided that it was safer to be within sight of someone who could actually kill the frogs, even if it meant being out in the open. Then, they came around a corner and found themselves face to face with the governor, who also had a large following of people. Here, take this healing totem and guard the survivors. I will keep clearing the city. Karl instructed. Thank you, guild leader. Your friend Ray is somewhere near the wall with her army of undead. Governor Shin replied slowly, exhausted by his efforts. My forces are closer to the guild house, but we've called for over 100 mythic warriors from Xylaz to come and help. They're working their way here, so if you can just hold on for another half hour, they should reach you. With the followers now somewhat safe, Karl moved on, then called the epic guard and the haint to him so that he could have support at his sides, without greatly reducing the number of fighters on the other side of town. For a moment, the epic golems felt insulted that Karl hadn't called them. There were 2 of them as well, so they wouldn't deplete the force any more than the other 2. Then they realized that without being at Karl's side, they were free to just do as they pleased, within the scope of their orders. Kill the invaders, rescue the civilians. Simple, but with so much leeway. To a pair of dark elven kings, that was practically winning the lottery. They could terrorize the civilians as much as they wanted, as long as they rescued them after. And as an added bonus, they would be dismissed after the battle, so they wouldn't have to listen to anyone whine about their methods. Though, if they could make their way across town, they could go challenge Lady Ray to a killing contest. That would be even more fun than terrorizing strangers. While the 2 dark elves were considering whether it would be going too far to escort the civilians back to safety collared on a slave gang rope, for their own safety of course, Karl was pondering a profound insight about advancement. One of the first things that he had ever been told about gaining power was that people eventually got complacent or lost motivation, and that was the end of their career. They would end up stuck in a rut, never advancing, and burn away their potential. But today, seeing Opal advance because she was upset that the battle had interrupted the chances of Ophelia and Lotus going on a steamy date, he was beginning to wonder if that was only half the story. Yes, getting stuck in a rut or losing faith in yourself could stop you from advancing. But at some point, it might actually be necessary to want and need to advance. Kara routinely advanced because it would be boring not to. Hawk often advanced out of pure frustration. Opal had just advanced out of unfettered rage. So, as all of them were pushing the limits of their species, could that actually be the trigger, the last missing ingredient to the advancement formula? There was a mining song about a man named Big John who had once held up a broken mine timber, propping up a collapsing mine, so his fellows could escape. A feat of heroism that should have been physically impossible. But in the context of the system, what about it wasn't physically impossible for a normal man? That overwhelming surge of emotion and motivation could be the key to advancing. And if it was, then they might have actually done their children a disservice by making the academy too safe and too well organized. Only when things went wrong and they were pushed to their limits could the students really reach within to get past the bottleneck. Ray thought that Karl was absolutely right. Torturing and terrifying the students was truly the right way to go about it. Look at how well her baby rogue had grown under the threat of being captured the moment that she began to slack off. That reminded her, once this fight is over, open me a portal back to the academy. I need to go see Sybil. Karl and Dana both laughed as the epic golems mentally pleaded to be allowed to go with her. One ray was enough to terrify a baby rogue, but the 3 of them together was enough to terrify the entire academy. They might even be able to teach the children something new while they were at it. Karl could sense that the other teams were getting close to the river, so they would soon enter the redwood sprawl, or what was left of it. However, the Dark Elven Kings were faster, and they were at the north gates, fighting their way towards Ray at breakneck speed, aiming to create piles of bodies larger than what the spider and her golems managed. That seemed impossible, as Ray had the spectral knights with her, and they were slaughtering the frogs in a single strike. But the Dark Elves had ranged blade techniques that could take out multiple targets at once, and they were faster to release their skills. Karl was about to relax and order his golems forward when he sensed more disturbances overhead. The supreme-ranked creature that Matilda was fighting had stumbled, and a gout of black blood fell toward the ground, then vanished into Ray's space before it could be polluted by the rubble. The 2 supreme-ranked combatants vanished in a wave of chaotic energy, marking Matilda's temporary victory in their battle of wills. From inside the Chaos Realm, she would have the advantage. And she wasn't alone. Kara had shifted to go assist her. Karl frowned. The battle between two supreme-ranked creatures was not something that the Badger should be getting involved in. The problem was that Karl couldn't easily move to the Chaos Plane to go get her. He did have a skill for that, but it was 100 skill points. Incredibly expensive and possibly not worth the loss when he could use them on Blessing of Skill to create new skill books. That was 2 artifact grade skills or 4 epic grade skills. Not an easy choice. No need to save me. The calamari in chief is about to get chopped and diced. It can fight, but it can't properly move here. It doesn't understand the rules. Kara explained. If you let it injure you, you are in big trouble. Karl warned her. Got it, boss. I will wait patiently. If Karl wasn't suspicious of her intentions before, he was now. Kara never waited patiently for anything, even when she had seen it in a vision and knew what was coming. No, especially if she knew what was coming. Because then, the suspense was gone. With their leader gone, the portals began to destabilize. But they didn't simply disappear, they were fluctuating at the other side, and they had begun dumping random creatures from the immortal plane out into Drod City. Most of them only looked around for a few seconds, then went back and closed the portal behind them. Whatever SHD show was going on here was not their problem, and they had no intentions of getting involved in someone else's mess when the whole city smelled like chaos and supreme rank blood. It was a presence that no denizen of the immortal realms would mistake, as a supreme ranked creature was likely to be the overlord of an entire world, not something that they wanted to mess with, especially if something here could make it bleed. Others were either unable or unwilling to go back to where they had come from. Some of the portals had dumped out the occupants of slave pens full of creatures under immortal rank. Others had opened in the open ocean, and the creatures that were capable of returning to the ocean or who could swim and found no major threats simply stayed. Not everything that was powerful was sentient. Some just wanted decent feeding grounds and fewer predators. With Kara gone to the Chaos Plane, Karl focused on using Nullify to close the portals, which were no longer supported by their creator. Transforming back into the avatar of the World Dragon made it easier to close the portals, as the dragon body was more attuned to realm-traversing magic. It also allowed him to cast Nullify from above with a much better view of his targets. 10 at a time, Karl closed the portals, and the invasion slowly began to trickle to a halt, with no new creatures appearing and the myths from Xylaz clearing what was left. Karl could tell that some of them were upset that they had arrived late and didn't get as many bounties as they wanted. But after seeing the death and destruction in the city, nobody was in any mood to petition for Karl to slow down the effort to end the invasion. There wasn't much left in the city that wasn't at least damaged, and most of the Redwood sprawl was completely destroyed. The Frostfire Gate region was the most intact, as that was where Karl and the others had started from. But the palace was also mostly intact. It had taken some visible damage, but it was a workday, so the district guardians and the city governor would have been at the palace when everything started. The docks were also partially intact. That was where Sapphire had been shopping when the attack started, and the Blue Dragon had carefully gathered everyone that she could into a building with an eternal lightning barrier over it. Karl was nearly finished closing the portals that had opened in the ocean when he noticed a large rock floating in the water. Now, rocks weren't normally interesting, but they normally didn't float either. So he flew down to get a better view and realized that it wasn't a rock, but a huge egg. I bet this one is a brother. Remy cheered. It had better be a brother, we're outnumbered. Hawk agreed. Can it be a calm sister to teach the others how to behave? Thor joked, then began to laugh at Ray and Kara's annoyed responses. Why will it be either? Is there something special about weird eggs? Tion asked, confused. Oh right, you weren't here for all of it. Collecting eggs is how Karl got most of us. And this looks like a promising egg. It came from the immortal realm, which means it's from something that can survive there long enough to reproduce. If it can survive in the immortal realm, it isn't too weak. If it's not weak, it should have cool skills, and that means it might be interesting enough to be one of us. Remy explained. Tion understood. Interesting beasts belonged with them. Where else could they grow up big and strong? But was it going to be a strong enough one to grow with them? How did you even tell from an egg? Tion came out to inspect the huge gray thing. It didn't look like an egg, It wasn't even an oval. It was kind of lumpy. But there was definitely something inside. And it was mythic rank. If it was mythic as a baby, it should be as strong as him or stronger. It came from a strong place, though, so it might have gotten a bump just from being in that place. Still, it shouldn't be too weak. What do we do with it? Does it just get an automatic space? He asked. Karl laughed at his confusion. I have one space available to form, and I have a skill that will let me add more if I need them. I can make a space for it if we're going to keep the egg. Tion rolled it over. It looked like stone, but it wasn't from the earth element. Maybe nature? But not quite normal nature element. Could that be because it came from another world? It was a very curious floating object. Even more interesting, it seemed to pulsate when he spun it in the water. I think that you're making it seasick. Thor noted. Are we making wagers on what it's going to be? Kara asked as she watched the ongoing fight between Matilda and the Takoyaki Supreme. Shouldn't it be a squid or octopus? They're the strongest things we've seen today. Thor pondered. But it appeared after the portals went crazy, so it might be from somewhere random. Remy countered. It floats, so it should be from a water place, right? Tion asked. I don't think that's how it works. Water creature eggs are usually hidden on the bottom where they're hard to burn. Hawk complained. Dana's mind joined the conversation. Are you picking a new sibling? Where did you even find it? It's floating in the ocean. It came out of a portal, and we don't know what it is, except that it's a mythic rank egg. Tion replied happily. So, naturally, you need to keep it and find out what is inside. See, Dana gets it. Put it in a space, and let's see what we win. Kara cheered. Karl focused on the beast spaces to form a new one at the mythic rank, and filled it with mana, so that the new arrival would be comfortable when they hatched. Drumroll please. DUH, DUH, DH, Kara narrated as Karl prepared the space. A gentle touch transferred the egg into the newly created beast space, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the notification. Partner bond accepted. New beast bonded, false island giant turtle. Name, Oleo. Rank mythic. Shared skill. Implacable. The false island giant turtle is eternal. Sleep, confusion, and stamina loss effects do not affect the false island giant turtle. Ooh, that is a good one. Do you see that, Dana Mage? The Karl will no longer ever run out of stamina or get sleepy. Opal cheered. There is something wrong with your brain. I am restricting your reading materials. The empty space began to change, with the formless void slowly turning into a large island surrounded by warm salt water. A few trees formed on the island, but the others immediately began to make offerings, placing plants that they thought Leo might like in his space. The egg hadn't hatched yet, but the plants shifted to grow evenly spaced around the island. Not even hatched yet, but he's got a decent sense of decor. Remy noted. The egg rocked a little, as if the occupant was half asleep and not in any hurry to escape their confinement. Then, the thick gray shell tore, and a deep green turtle's head emerged. Leo looked around at his domain, then nodded and began to tear a larger hole in the leathery shell of the egg with his beak. This is just agonizingly slow. Remy noted. I am a turtle, not a crocolisk. Why are you in such a hurry? Leo replied, even his mental voice slow and measured, with a slight drawl. Do you like swamps? Remy asked hopefully. Swamps are nice. Warm and earthy. Not as good as clean fresh water, though. Remy smiled. The turtle got it. The swamp was the best place to be, but getting muddy sucked. Leo chuckled softly as he freed himself of the shell, then floated into the air. I have ways around getting muddy. Remy giggled, and then transformed into spirit snake form, which could float above the ground just as easily as the giant turtle. He's a crunchy Remy. Hawk gasped. Leo gave the bird a confused look. While they both had levitation abilities, didn't the bird also have them? His flames would keep him aloft. There was no need to flap his wings just to hover. He means that we're both floating water element creatures. Hawk has a personal enmity with water magic that stems from repressed childhood trauma. Remy explained. When she put it that way, it felt like an insult, Hawk decided. But this new brother didn't seem half bad. He might be from the water, but he wasn't really watery. I'm not a water element creature, you know. I might live on islands and in the ocean, but my innate elemental affinities are for nature and gravity, not water. Leo explained. Thor got excited as he heard that news. This might be another brother who appreciated a proper smashing post. Enough slacking. How is the battle in the city going? Let your new brother get used to his surroundings and have breakfast while you work, Karl demanded. Kara was still engrossed in the battle between Matilda and the seafood special to be, but Ray quickly got back on track and continued to clear out the last remaining beasts that had come through the portals. The only issue was that not all of what came through appeared to be hostile. Some of them were trying to hide among the population, and some were simply fleeing the city, either by land or sea. In the immortal realm, those who could not reach immortality held no value at all, and those who were not born immortal but reached immortality were only viewed as being marginally better than animals in the eyes of the most powerful. Having the misfortune to be trapped under the rule of any such creature was a nightmare that they were glad to escape, even if they knew nothing about this world. The aftermath of the event would have wide-ranging effects on the whole nation, but Drod was in a terrible situation right now. With the capital city destroyed, a large portion of the population dead or missing, and now potentially dozens of powerful invasive beasts loose in the wilderness. However, the portals were all closed now, and the fight in the city was all over except the cleanup and rescue efforts. Karl followed his senses to help dig out people buried in the rubble, a task made easier by the fact that he was in the redwood sprawl, and most of the buildings had been single-story wooden structures. Even though they had collapsed on their occupants, only the most heavily injured were unable to free themselves. Remy even made a healing totem for Karl to carry so that anyone nearby would recover and could call for help if needed. Outside the city walls, the situation would be worse, but the recovery efforts even easier, as most of the housing was tin shacks once you got further away from the walls. The destroyed buildings had hidden them from the frogs, who relied more on their sense of sight and movement than their sense of smell, so those who were trapped were less likely to have been pursued. The frogs had shown no intention of digging when there was still more food at surface level. Karl pulled the rubble of a ruined house to one side, revealing the cellar stairs, and a group of obsession demons cautiously stared back at him, unsure of whether he was a friend or enemy. For about 3 seconds, before they realized who it was. "Mr. Karl, I knew that the Darklight host would come to save the sprawl." One of the young men cheered. "The monsters are almost all gone. We're just searching for any that might be hiding, while we look for the wounded. If you head across the river toward the guild house, you'll find more supplies waiting. There isn't much left in this region," Karl explained. "Oh, thank you, guild leader. We hid as soon as the fighting started, and then the building collapsed, so we just waited. This attack, it's worse than anything I've seen before. But Drod will rebuild. I'm certain of it." While Karl was busy with the north side of the city, the rest of the Darklight host had mobilized to help the survivors in what everyone was calling the safe zone closest to the guild house. That was where all the mythic warriors had arrived from, and with the gargoyles on guard, nothing dangerous could get close to the survivors who had gathered in and around the yard for the healing totem pulses. The kitchens were working overtime, and they had recruited all the kitchens of the Alliance to help them as well. Drod might have lost a huge portion of their population, but there were tens of thousands of people crowded into the streets near the Frostfire gates, and more were arriving by the minute. All of them needed medical attention. Most of them would need food. And over the next few days, the situation would only get more dire, unless there was an organized effort to set up some sort of relief stations. The same was true down by the docks, where warehouses had been opened to run a barbecue and soup kitchen run by whoever was in good enough shape to help. With the help of the reinforcements from Xylas, that was a rapidly increasing number. They had worked hard to get enough kills to pay off the healing totems that Karl had been handing out, and from what Tessa could tell, the guild wouldn't actually end up owing too much money. Many of the warriors hadn't gotten nearly enough kills to pay off the totem, so they had gathered corpses from their guild alliance members, and that had greatly reduced the number of cash payments that they were expected to make. It didn't decrease her confusion when the first few mythic warriors arrived at the guild house, and Tion couldn't properly relay the issue to her, though. The fox forgot that he could send guild messages, so he had been trying to pantomime the explanation until Thor came over and took pity on him. The influence of the red dragon had let her know that something was happening as soon as the attack started, but she was in the dungeon with Naksha and a group from the Alliance. So, they couldn't come over until they were finished, and by then things were already in chaos. The red dragon was pleased with the response, but the actual battle was well beyond her level. So she was left to tend to refugees while Naksha did her best to channel death energies for advancement while helping with the healing. And there was an abundance of death energy. The frogs might only have had simple skills, but their vital energy was strong, and that translated to strong doses of death energy when they were slain, which hung over the city like an invisible miasma. Granted, she wasn't the only one who wanted to share, but it was a most excellent opportunity. Thor, what is Karl up to? I thought that he would be back by now. Tessa asked. He's on the other side of the river helping dig people out from the rubble. They're all being sent this way because there is nothing left over there. But he's going to be distracted for a while with our new brother. Thor explained. New brother? Don't tell me that Karl tamed one of the frogs. That will definitely cause trauma to the residents of Drod. Thor smiled and shook his head. No, he found a baby turtle. It's a good brother, I think. Oh, what sort of powers does it have? Tessa asked. Thor shrugged. It has something called implacable, where it can't be confused or put to sleep. But I don't know what other skills it has. That didn't sound too terribly impressive to Tessa, but she would take Thor's word on the fact that it was actually a strong magical beast. Karl wouldn't have picked it if it wasn't, and his skills would make it formidable as long as it had the ability to grow to match his rank. Matron Blacklaw came out just then, looking haggard and exhausted. I've accounted for all my kids. 2 are with Sapphire, but all are alive. We've got another 1,000 liters of rice and beans cooked now, 8 bulk pots full. If you can help us bring them out, I would appreciate it. She began. Tessa nodded. We've got plenty of helping hands. How are things inside the caves? Good for the moment, but we've closed the doors to the workshop, so most of the city hasn't realized that the caves exist yet. Once they do, I suspect that we're going to have countless requests for temporary lodging. She explained. The number of houses and businesses lost during the battle would make it impossible to get everyone settled easily. There were matters of succession, inheritances, property with no clear owner, and tenants displaced from rented housing. Fortunately, large portions of the sprawl were Drod city housing projects, and everyone knew who was in charge of rebuilding them. Assuming that Lord Drod was alive and well. He hadn't been seen on this side of the city since the start of the battle, but he was strong enough that he should have been all right unless he got ambushed by a stronger immortal rank being. The governor was all right. They knew that much because he was with Sapphire right now, and the dragon had been keeping everyone updated on her situation. Hey, you 6. Come give us a hand with the next batch of food. The orphanage matron has prepared dinner. Tessa called, bringing a group of wrath demons running in her direction. Just head into the workshop there, and Matron Blacklaw will show you where the cauldrons are. She's got more than enough for everyone nearby, and we will make more as soon as these pots are empty. Tessa directed. That was good enough for the demons. If there was food now, and a promise of food later, then there was no need to fight over it or try to hoard it. Not that they were likely to be successful at taking and hiding anything from the Darklight host. The guild was simply terrifying in their abilities, and those mythic gargoyles watched your every move like you were a potential threat. I can help with this. Leo suddenly announced, startling everyone, as Karl carefully cleared the rubble of a destroyed apartment building. The newborn turtle didn't leave his space. He simply waved his flipper, and all the broken bricks lifted off the pile and moved to the side. Underneath was another cellar stairwell, the standard hiding spot of the Redwood Sprawl's residence. This one was also filled with terrified demons, but they also recognized Karl as soon as they saw him. Oh, you're the healing tree's friend. Thank you for the rescue. I take it that we can come out now. One of the demons asked. You can. The attackers are all gone, except the ones hiding in the ruins. Just make your way toward our guild house, and you'll find more help, Karl recited, using his standard response for those looking for assistance. Thank you, guild leader. We will check a few more homes, in case our friends are still nearby. Karl nodded. He was using thermal vision and soul sight to spot hidden people, so he wasn't likely to miss many, even if he couldn't smell or hear them. But the more, the merrier when it came to looking for survivors. Karl was clearing buildings when he noticed a small group of mythic rank auras in front of him. They were too small to be frogs, so they were most likely from one of the other portals. The problem was, he didn't know whether they were hostile or not. So, he knocked on the wall of the collapsed building that they were hiding in and tried conversation first. Are you all right in there? We have aid stations set up for the wounded. He tried. If they were going to pretend that they were locals who had been injured or trapped in the invasion, this was their best chance. But it was a few seconds before anyone answered. We don't speak much demon. Do you speak serpent? One of them asked in the serpent tongue. Definitely not locals, if they didn't have the system translating for them at mythic rank. Remy came out and poked her head through the remains of the door. I speak serpent. Did you come here through one of the portals? We're not going to attack you for ending up here. She offered. A small lizard folk woman came forward in what looked like a defensive position, trying to block her group from Karl while talking to Remy. We did. We're not runaways, I swear. The portal just opened and we fell through. She pleaded. This city doesn't keep lizard folk as slaves. As long as you're here, you're free people, no matter what your rank. Well, the very weakest aren't allowed in the city without paying, but there are no immortals in this place. Remy offered. No immortals? Like none on the whole world? Are we in the mortal realms? Or is this a farm planet? This is the mortal realm, and there are immortals, plus a supreme rank guardian on the planet. I just meant that there are none in the city right now, and they don't bother us. The lizard folk woman moved further into the light, and Karl noticed that there was a collar around her neck with a number on it. Slave collar, marks unit 1845-32105 as property of Ublek, void tier immortal. Please return to owner if found. Karl tried not to laugh at the lost pet type warning tag on the item, which was an immortal rank binding collar. The wearer wouldn't be able to disobey orders from the controller of the item, and the item could be used to shock or even kill them at will. Truly nefarious in practice. How about I remove those for you? I will keep the collars as compensation for my work, Karl suggested. I don't think that's possible. If you try to force them off, we will die. The lizard folk woman panicked. Karl looked it over again. No, it's fine. My technique will remove them without harming the wearer. Remy moved right next to the woman's neck and inspected the collar, then nodded in agreement. I just need to cut the needles or block them with a plate, and then Karl can remove it. There were poison injectors on the inside of the collar, which would plunge into the skin and deliver an unknown toxin if the collar was opened. It was a physical device, not magical, so it should activate even if Karl nullified the spell locking it to their necks. One of the others stood, an older woman, with her leathery skin wrinkled by years of hardship. If it works on me, you all can do it too. If it doesn't, then I die free. What more could we ask for? The old woman insisted. Remy dug through her stuff and found a thin sheet of immortal rank metal that she could stick between collar and skin, and then gave Karl the thumbs up. Nullify made the gems on the collar go dim, and Remy carefully clicked the latch open to remove the offensive item. The needles clanged into the metal plate with a solid impact that sprayed toxin, but Cleanse took care of that, and the collar was tossed into Remy's space for safekeeping, which gave her a great idea. Next time, she wouldn't open it, just take it. Once it was deactivated, it was freely removed, and it was only the physical opening that made the needles poke the skin. If she took the item without activating it, she could study the toxin they used and work on a proper antidote. That would likely sell very well. Karl nullified the next one as soon as Remy had the plate in place, and the collar vanished without the impact of needles on metal. Keep coming forward, we will remove them all, and then you can join the refugees on the other side of the city for dinner. How do you feel about rice and beans? She asked. Dragon cleric food? That's good stuff. Slave pins with a dragon cleric always. Eat well. Way better than the rest of us. But Master Oblek usually kills them when it finds out they're clerics. Once Karl had the whole group freed, he found that they were unwilling to go anywhere alone. The thought of being alone among strangers terrified them, and they couldn't speak to the locals. But they were also mythic ranked, which made them stand out without the ability to defend themselves. Something about the immortal realm must force their bodies to advance because they were obviously not trained. But Karl wasn't sure how to ask. Remy, on the other hand, had no issues asking personal questions. I am an alchemist, and I would really like to know how you got so strong without any magic or physical training. Can I examine you? She asked. The old woman laughed and took a small vial from the pocket of her tattered dress. This is the reason that we're all strong, but helpless. It's a potion to attune our bodies to the immortal realm, so mana poisoning doesn't kill us. We're not actually strong. We just feel like it because we have adapted to being in a mana-rich world. Remy silently cheered as she examined the potion. Oh, I think that I can recreate this. This is a good thing. Here, let me buy it from you. Karl, pay the lady. Karl smirked and patted Remy on the head as the Naga got engrossed in analyzing the potion. He knew just how to pay the lizard folk woman. Champion Karl offers knowledge, skill, healing totem, will be transferred to the indomitable Elder SSSSS Sasha. The Elder looked confused. Then her eyes went vacant as she entered the class change menu. Ah, just as I had hoped. Let me explain for the others. This world has a system, designed by the World Dragon, that allows his followers and most of the other people of the world to more easily learn magic and defensive skills. What I did was to teach the Elder a healing spell suitable to shamans. She seemed like the sort that would be suitable for shamanistic magic, and it appears that the system agreed. So, when she comes back, she will have some basic magic, and she will be able to defend herself, as well as understand the people of this world more easily. Karl explained. Remy repeated his words in Serpent because the others clearly didn't know half the words he used. But once they did understand, the level of excitement had them vibrating and hugging each other. So, you can make arena gladiators with a skill? That is remarkable. The gladiators have it so much easier than the rest of us. Could you please do it for the rest of us? I don't mind if it's just sandpit warriors. Your world is incredible, and we will fight to defend it when Oobleck comes back. Karl smiled. He wouldn't happen to be a large octopus, would he? The lizards all nodded. He was fighting earlier against a big gold dragon. From the chaos plane, Kara grumbled in discontent. The food that escaped. She really wanted to find out what that thing would taste like battered and fried. It was pretty good raw. Hawk concurred. We will see about getting you all combat skills later. First, you need to follow me back to my guild house, so that nobody mistakes you for part of the invasion force. Karl explained. Anything that you need to prove our innocence, we will do it. Search us, torture us, send in the mind flayers for interrogation. We can prove we're not here to harm anyone. The lizard folk woman insisted. From behind Karl, a deep voice laughed. Oh, you found some too, did you? I found some obsession demons in the same situation, but they've got slave collars on. Are they part of the bounty? A warrior asked. Karl shrugged. Bring them in alive, and I'll count it. They're not technically part of the invading force, and they're not food like the frogs, but we will count them as rescues for credit. Good enough for me. I thought it was weird that they were showing as mythic auras, but didn't possess any of the physical strength that should come with the rank. I was going to bring them back to your guild house, where all the politicians and dragon clerics are, but now that I know I can get a reward for them, I'll give them to you and go look for more. That made Karl laugh. I will keep notes of how many make it to me. Remy, please escort the ladies to us, and we will keep searching for survivors. Remy was happy to keep the curious new people company, and everyone in town knew who she was. Mostly because she had discreetly been paying people to do product testing for her once she had a working sample. You never knew if it was going to work properly on every species, so the less fortunate of Drod all knew that when Remy came by, there was a chance she would give you gold to test a new product. And if you were lucky, you might get gold plus a useful benefit that lasted more than a day or two. Like her hair regrowth serum, version 2. That version was targeted, so you could only regrow the hair that you wanted to get back, and not every hair that your body could possibly grow. A minor improvement. Karl moved toward the most recently rebuilt square, the apartment blocks that he had helped to rebuild, and tried not to fear the worst. They were among the most densely populated areas of the Redwood Sprawl, so there could be the highest rates of casualties there as well if the buildings had collapsed. His hopes were not high, but when Karl climbed over a pile of rubble that had been a large commercial building, he found the square in shambles, with pieces of frog corpses everywhere, but the buildings completely intact. Going by the blood spray, Ray had come through here before the damage had really spread. The apartment buildings still stood, and as Karl moved into the ruined market with his procession of rescues, cautious heads began to poke out of windows and doors, hoping for good news. Everyone, follow me if you need assistance. Everyone is gathering in the Stonechapel district. He shouted, bringing hundreds more people out of hiding. The Darklight host came to save the sprawl. Praise the gods. One of the old demons was shouting, which brought everyone out into the streets, startling the group that was with Karl. Are your people famous? One of the lizard folk asked. Remy nodded happily. We do a lot of charity and outreach work, and we commissioned the building of this apartment complex. Most of the people in town know our guild, and the average power level in this city is much lower than your own. Although with the system in place, Almost everyone has some level of combat skills. The demons that the other myth had brought all looked confused. The overseer of this mortal world allows you to learn combat skills? What if you try to overthrow them? One of the obsession demons asked. Karl laughed. Do you think that anything we have could overthrow a supreme ranked chaos dragon? But she doesn't actually rule the planet. She just does her best to keep anyone else from bothering her. I don't know how they managed to break through today, but someone will pay dearly for that offense. The demon looked shocked. Lord Oblek has a supreme ranked master. What if he shows up here? He already did. Supreme Lady Matilda took the fight to the chaos plane, and from what I have gathered, she is in the process of turning him into calamari. The demon looked confused. What is a calamari? Chopped, breaded, and deep-fried octopus. The demons looked horrified, and the locals from the sprawl began to laugh. I see that they've truly met the Darklight host. Don't worry, foreigner. You'll get used to them if you spend some time in town. Nothing scares the Darklight host. If you can convince them to take you in, they might even be able to fix whatever is wrong with your system interface. One of the locals, a commander rank incubus who worked at one of the casinos, informed them. System? The demon asked. Oh, we've got so much to teach you about. How do you feel about living in a world without immortals oppressing you? We can teach you to fight back and use numbers to overcome their power advantage. Your former master, Oblek, ran away to keep from becoming part of the menu today. If he dares to come back, we will do it again. Karl suggested. The lizard folk shamanist frowned. What sort of creature could even dare to eat a cephalopod? Karl shrugged. Well, I would. Then there is the chaos dragon, the badger, most of the other dragons and dragonkin. Probably the wrath demons too. Even if it's super spicy or tough to chew, they're always up for a challenge. The lizard folk giggled. That was true. The wrath demons that the immortals kept for the arena were always causing trouble. Some of them even needed to be kept chained when not in the fighting ring so that they didn't attack the overseers. A moment later, the Dark Elven Kings appeared with a whole line of obsession demons and wolves. All of them were wearing the same slave collars, but these were now attached to an elven steel chain and marched along by the two epic golems. Are you taking prisoners now? Karl asked as they approached. Well, they're not edible, so we didn't kill them. But they're from the invasion location. Can we keep them? The elf asked hopefully. Karl knew that the Dark Elves had even worse intentions for prisoners than Ray usually did, so he just shook his head. Hand them over, and I will explain the situation. Finish the cleanup, and then you can meet with Lady Ray for the final tally. The Dark Elven Kings handed over the chains, while the new prisoners stared at Karl in horror. He didn't feel like an immortal, but his aura was terrifying. If I remove the chains and collars, can I trust everyone to behave? Karl asked. One of the wolves came to bump up against his leg, and Karl laughed. They weren't a divine beast species, just the immortal realm's equivalent of timber wolves. But the immortals had still collared them to keep them from advancing or learning skills. However, in the presence of a beast master, they were just animals. He needed to introduce them to Lotus. Karl nullified all the collars on the wolves, and Remy quickly moved them all to her space, while the collared demons watched in awe. That's all it takes? How do you even do that? They're made by the immortals. One of the demons asked. Karl shrugged. It's one of my many skills. Now, can I trust you all to behave? The demons nodded eagerly, and Tion laughed in his space. They're so excited to be free. I can't wait to see what we can train them to do. They look agile. Maybe we can have Sister Ray train them into new rogues. That might just traumatize them even further. But it would be suitable for most of them, once Karl found out what their obsessions were. They all seemed to come from the same pale violet-skinned lineage with curled ram horns. So, they might share similar obsessions. However, if they were being bred by immortal octopus monsters, there might be something strange about their lineage as well. Most domesticated species were chosen for desirable traits, and none of these showed the rebellious nature of someone who had been captured as an adult. Should have. So, they were likely born in the immortal realm and not brought there after a raid like today's attack on Drod. One after another, they dropped to their knees in the rubble. If you will free us, we swear to follow you faithfully, Lord Karl. They spoke in unison. Damn it, I should have come back to make them do that. Kara complained, but she couldn't leave yet. The supreme ranked invader had been chopped into seafood snack packs by Matilda, and the supreme lady was napping while she recovered from her wounds and absorb the life energy of her fallen foe. If Kara was right, there was a good chance that the Supreme Lady was about to advance and become a legend. Matilda was indeed in the process of advancement, but with that advancement came a suppression of her powers. Her body was remaking itself as it pushed toward the borders of divinity, and that wasn't a casual process that could be done while she went about her daily activities. Unfortunately for everyone else, that meant that she couldn't suppress the attacks from the immortal realm while she advanced. The best that she could do was to warn Kara where they were going to be, and have the Badger warp space in the Chaos Plane to allow her to nullify the attempts without moving. That would keep most of them shut, but if a strong enough immortal or a supreme ranked being attacked while Matilda was advancing, they would be let loose on the world without any defenses. Kara rather enjoyed this job. It was a bit like playing whack-a-mole, as the disturbances targeting the planet would pop up in the Chaos realm like a bump on reality, and she could just smack them with nullify. Matilda felt the same way when she first started doing it, but now it was more of a background process in her mind, an automatic response born of millennia of practice. When her advancement started, it was one of the last things that she lost the ability to do, but at the moment, it was one of the most important. Many creatures would sense her advancement, even though she was in the Chaos Plane, and those who had felt her disrupting their invasion or probing spells before would know that her world was ripe for a hit-and-run invasion. Most would not be brave enough to try, as they would naturally fear her retribution once she had finished the advancement to legendary status. But there were always a few. Ones who either didn't know better, who thought that they could sneak through without being detected, or who simply held a grudge against the ancient dragon. If they knew that she was actually advancing to legendary status, while perfectly healthy and not while incapacitated from her fight, they might not be as brave. But few of them could sense that much through the distortions caused by the Chaos Plane. For those who didn't understand the nature of chaos, the space was a complete enigma, where nothing made sense, and all of the rules were wrong. Karl, you need to finish what you're doing, and then I need you to go to a place and slap someone. Kara instructed. Well, that sounds fun. Who are we slapping? I'm good at slapping. Leo cheered. Indeed, with the flippers of a giant turtle, he was exceptionally skilled at slapping. And though he was a newborn, his strength was immense. Karl sighed and turned to the new arrivals. It seems that I am needed elsewhere to deal with more of these impertinent invaders. However, as you have all sworn to follow me, I will offer you all the opportunity of a lifetime. If you wish to learn to fight or heal, I will grant you that ability, and you can accompany me to repel the next group of invaders from the immortal realms. The wolves howled enthusiastically. They had no idea what he was talking about, but he was excited, so they were excited. The demons and lizards chuckled at the wolves. At least the beasts could fight on their own. The lizard folk were the first to respond. We will fight at your side. If you can teach us what you taught our elder, we will follow you anywhere. Champion Karl offers knowledge skill, healing totem. The lizard folk all froze as they were pulled into the system interface to do their initial class selections, and Karl got to work removing the last of the slave collars from the remainder of the accidentally transported visitors. Does anyone have a preference? If you want to live in peace, I will have someone escort you to the guild house, and you can help the kitchens prepare meals for the homeless. He offered. The obsession demons shook their heads. A lifetime of helplessness was the last thing that they wanted. They had already experienced that nightmare and never wanted to return. There are hunters in our world. They use the dogs to track down runaways. Can you make us someone like them? Trained to fight and track down enemies? We will gladly help you eliminate the allies of the cephalopods from your world. One of the women suggested. Karl nodded. I can do that. If you want to be a hunter, pick one of the wolves, and if it likes you, then it can be your partner. There were more demons than beasts, but the wolves were quickly chosen, without any fights. All right, I will start the process, and then you will see an illusion that will tell you all about your new skills. Karl instructed. Chosen partner, activated. Karl let the beasts choose their partners, and watched shock bloom on the demons' faces when the bond formed. Then, before the class selection could start, he activated evolution and forced all of the wolves to evolve into an advanced bestial state. It might make it nearly impossible for the beasts to evolve naturally later, but they were already mythic. What harm could it do, really? As the wolves evolved, the class selections activated and the demons were pulled into the system interface. Now, while they're busy, let's see about the rest of you. Do you want to be mages, warriors, or agile rogue types? He asked. Is that how it works? We get a choice. One of the men asked, confused. Sort of. If you have the affinity, you can. If not, you get to be a warrior. Nearly. Everyone can be a warrior if they try. That made Remy laugh. Yes, nearly everyone can be a warrior. The basic qualifications were breathing or otherwise not dead, because even some things that weren't breathing could be warriors. Agility is the specialty of our species, but we want vengeance for our captured kin. Do you have something for that? Karl gave them a vicious smile. Actually, I do. Champion Karl offers knowledge, skill, shadow step. Champion Karl offers knowledge, skill, perfect camouflage. The last of the new arrivals faded into the class selection screens, while the locals stared at Karl in awe. That skill is just unfair. Every time I hear about how awesome it is, I get envious. But now that I've seen it myself, it's even more incredible than they said it was. One of the locals sighed. Karl laughed and patted the Orcish warrior on the shoulder. Champion Karl offers knowledge, skill, smite. The orc laughed and pulled Karl into a hug, then went to sit before going to the class selection screen and coming back a second later as a crusader. The new arrivals needed much more time, as they had no idea what the system was or how it worked. So, they inspected everything in the class options before returning their attention to the ruined city. Shamans, beast rangers, and assassins. Those were the three classes for the rescued slaves, which left Karl just one more task. Branch leader Karl invites you to the Darklight Host Guild. Accept? Karl, you really need to get going. There are a lot of monsters coming through this portal. Kara reminded him. Give me 30 seconds. I'm recruiting more people. Make it snappy. There is calamari, and I want it. Karl rolled his eyes at the stubborn badger, but kept waiting for the last of his recruits to be ready. This battle is certain to be rough on all of you. You have new skills and no training. But I will give you weapons, and we are going to fight against invading cephalopods. I believe that it's the same group that invaded this city, but I can't confirm that yet. The goal is to eliminate them and close the portals they are using to invade this world. Ready or not, it is time. We can't delay any longer, he declared. From the guild storage, he grabbed a whole pile of totem-ranked spears, swords, maces, and daggers. Grab a weapon that appeals to you. If you think you can use two at once, go ahead. That's common for assassins. You have 10 seconds to grab a weapon, and then we're leaving, Karl informed them. It was better not to give them time to second-guess their choices. Then he opened a portal to the location that Kara had given him. The drain was immense, indicating that it was not on the same continent. But nothing could have prepared Karl for the scene in front of him. His portal had opened to a Drake Rider's shrine, and the sky was filled with the two-legged reptiles, while another enormous army of frogs flooded the ground, killing everything that moved in the city. It's the frogs again. Take them out. Work together or in teams. Shamans, you are the only healers. Don't slack on your duties to your comrades. Everyone else, protect the healers and don't get out of their sight. I will be going up, Karl ordered as he led the way through the portal. The sight of the frogs steeled the determination of the demons and lizard folk. Those evil things had terrorized them their whole lives. But now they had the power to fight back for the first time. The freshly evolved wolves had a particular hate for the slimy amphibians, and elemental attacks crackled from them as they hurtled their bodies into combat. The beast rangers buffed their companions, and then most of them panicked and used their regeneration abilities to heal even the most minor of injuries on the wolves. The shamans had their healing totems out, but nobody had any combat experience or training. All they could do was rely on the system and hope that they didn't die. At least they had some basic knowledge granted by their skills, and the assassins had a combat style type innate skill. But what Karl quickly realized was that they had no skill points. They had the few initial skills that the class granted, and no more. They would have to work and survive if they were going to get enough skill points to have a full array of abilities. Overhead, the drakes were fighting against a group of mythic rank octopus monsters, but they only had 2 totems and a bunch of overlords. Karl summoned his golems to protect the others, then activated Avatar and flew up to join the battle. Keep your distance. I will hold them in place, he ordered. The octopus monsters turned an annoyed red color as Karl doused them in ghost fire. But the attitude changed immediately when they realized that it was burning their souls and not just their bodies. Karl charged right into close combat with the burning monsters and felt his scales shred as tentacles wrapped around him. Then, he flicked his foreleg up, bringing a soft head in range of his jaws. Draconic teeth sunk deep into the octopus, and ghost fire scorched flesh as the creature realized its mistake. You couldn't attack the front of a dragon like that. It didn't need to use its limbs to inflict massive damage. Then, Karl coated himself in disintegrate and began to pulse, void blast, tearing the tentacles apart as the attacker howled in anguish. The other two came to its rescue, but their attacks couldn't get through. Eternal lightning, quickly enough, and Karl was tearing the hapless creature apart. They're good when roasted. Karl laughed before tossing the corpse of the first octopus into Hawk's space. The bird was still in Drod, but with the portal open, he had no problem retrieving his bounty. Are we going there? Should I get the Dana mage? Ray asked. Do you think she would hurt me for asking her to look after Drod and the payments for frog bounties? Karl asked. 100% yes. Then Thor is responsible for payments. Ray and Hawk can come here to hunt more frogs. Remy, help with the survivors. Maybe go find Lotus, the locals know. The healing tree. Rack, bring Dana with you, and have her stay near my recruits. They have zero combat experience. World Dragon, thank you for the rescue. A familiar voice gasped as the two mythic attackers backed away, and the Drake Riders advanced around Karl. Kenichi, are you suicidal? Well, at least I know where the attack is now. I brought a load of mythic assistants to help save your city. But there are multiple attacks in the Dragon Isles, and most of my people are busy. Karl replied as he hurled ghost fire fireballs at his opponents. It might be suicidal, but the Drake Riders only have us two totems. There are no more myths available on this continent, and the old black dragon is busy in his own nation, dealing with an attack there. Thor, ask Karl where all the successful attacks are, and let the other myths. Know that we will pay bounties for frogs at all of them. Just have someone open. The portals. I think Remy can do it. Karl honestly couldn't remember who was compatible with the portal spell, other than that it wasn't Ray. Karl didn't have time to follow up on the situation, as the two heavily wounded cephalopods opened another portal and called for reinforcements. What they got was their seven-armed and irate immortal-ranked boss. Welcome back. I am going to eat you this time. Deep-fried for sure. Karl greeted Oobleck. You stole my slaves. The immortal raged. You weren't even using them, so I'm not paying damages. Aren't they cute? I taught them to fight, and now they're harvesting frogs for me. The creature turned an enraged purple, and Karl laughed as Kenichi and the other Drake Riders carefully backed away. The monster man was insane, taunting and immortal. But when Karl lashed out with immortal-ranked dark fire, the three octopus creatures howled in pain and immediately tried to flee from the charging dragon. Karl didn't go straight for the immortal. He banked at the last second and drove all four sets of claws into the most wounded, then fired void blast at it from the inside. Black lines spread down all the creature's tentacles as its nervous system disintegrated, and it fell limp in Karl's embrace. That's one more down. Better think fast, or I'll be finished before you fight back. Karl tossed the body into his mouth, then transferred it into Kara's space so that it looked like he swallowed the creature whole. A barrage of water element blasts shattered Karl's scales, sending flakes of gold and splatters of black blood everywhere. The wounds began to heal instantly, but the barrage continued as Karl raced through the sky toward the immortal. The remaining mythic octopus saw that as its opportunity, but it hadn't realized that Karl was not the only threat. From above, Hawk dive-bombed the target, using Rend as an impact shield, before tearing into it with flaming claws in his full dark flame phoenix glory. Damn you, dragon. How did you get the Phoenix clan on your side? Oobleck raged. We're old friends. Known him all his life. Are you going to run away again? Maybe go tell your mommy that the mean dragon is picking on you. Karl saw the octopus look toward an open portal and quickly nullified it, closing the most direct route back home for the immortal. Oh, we can't make it that easy for you. I'm onto your tricks, cowardly octopus. Karl lashed out with an immortal rank, void blast, as a bubble of water formed around him, then continued his barrage of dark fire. Rampage was cutting down on the benefits of Oobleck's damage reduction and Karl saw the moment that the octopus realized what was going on. "Oh, you're a smart one, aren't you?" "Yes. The more that my friends kill, the more damage you take." "Brilliant, isn't it? But you can't touch them until you finish with me." From not far away, where Kenichi was helping Hawk tear apart the mythic octopus, the Drake Riders Guild messages were going insane. Why is the dragon taunting the immortal? That's beyond psychological warfare. If he starts to lose, we need to be ready to open portals and flee. Kenichi smiled at the horrified messages. Relax, trash talk is part of his combat strategy. If it's focused on him, he doesn't need to burn energy stopping it from bombarding us. If it only held him off and focused on us, it would destroy the city in minutes. It really wasn't all that deep. Karl had just inherited Kara's love of trolling her enemies. The look of absolute rage on Oblek's skin was worth the extra effort it took to hurl insults. Unfortunately, as Karl was going all in on offense, using immortal rank attack skills, his barriers shattered with every hit, and there was nearly as much dragon blood as octopus blood raining down on the dragon rider's homeland. "You can't keep this up forever, dragon." "Oh, I really can. I am eternal. I will never tire. I will never sleep. Today is your doom." Ray mentally cheered for Karl. He was finally learning the proper application of a dramatic speech. And he didn't stop fighting to monologue. For effort. "I have defeated the Dark Elven Kings 3 battles in a row. Do you have faster killers?" Ray taunted Karl, wondering if he was holding back on her. Karl smirked and swapped the Dark Elven Kings for a pair of Oathbreaker demons. The epic Great Obsession demons dealt area damage with every strike, and they were insanely fast, with Shadow Step as part of their basic skills. Perfectly suited to a battle of this nature. The frogs began to explode from the secondary damage all around the demons, which made the recruits scream in horror until they realized that these new demons were also on their team. Dana sighed as she realized what Karl had done, but continued to give orders and combat hints to keep the group alive and fighting. She didn't know where Karl had managed to find dozens of completely clueless myths, or if he had some sort of mind control ability that made them forget how to fight, but they definitely needed a babysitter. The battle between Karl and Oblek had turned into an epic slugfest, with the two mighty combatants completely giving up on tactics and simply hurling attacks at each other as fast as they could channel mana. It was a brilliant learning experience for Karl, as the immortal had far superior mana control to him, despite his own progression on the fundamental rule of mana manipulation. So far, he had mostly learned the different ways that it could be used to create effects, but today Karl was learning how to more efficiently use mana in combat, and how to form skills faster, with less wasted energy. Oblek knew that there was something very wrong with this fight. Even with the mana pylon active, the World Dragon should not have this much mana. It was as if he was drawing on an inexhaustible well, and his body was barely fluctuating with the energy usage. But what he couldn't know was that it was the effect of the Amulet of Destruction that was upgrading the skill to immortal rank. So Karl was only actually activating mythic attacks, which cost much less mana. Skill Master Activation, Void Blast, Chaos Blast. Chaos Blast, Immortal Rank, Epic Grade Skill. The fundamental rule of chaos destabilizes a region in space. Karl smirked at the frustrated cephalopod as Kara went insane in his mind, celebrating the activation of a new and improved skill that she could use. Chaos Blast had no visible form. It simply burst into existence, and Oblek's tentacles seemed to bulge and flex before blood sprayed from the surface, which appeared to have been shredded. "Damn you!" he raged, as Karl continued to pelt him with attacks that he simply couldn't block. Chaos Blast effectively ignored the protective spells on his skin and passed through to tear him apart from the inside and out simultaneously. Ray was a big fan. Was almost as good as Blood Destruction. Then, Karl broke out his trump card. Mana Suppression formed all over the aerial battlefield, and Oblek found that his abilities now cost dozens of times more energy than usual to initiate. Karl felt the spell shatter, broken by the immortal's pure energy, but Oblek was panting with exertion. He wouldn't fall for that trick twice, and he had only allowed it to form because he didn't understand how it could be harmful without targeting him. But the advantage was firmly with Karl's team, and Hawk was pushing for complete dominance. The bird had cast Elemental's Wrath on all the wolves and the spectral knights, and the extra fire damage was devastating against the frogs. The numbers didn't even support the invaders anymore, as Ray was raising the fallen frogs which had died to blood destruction as blood golems, and they were forming a small army of beasts under the spider's control. The Drake Rider's home city was being cleared at a walking pace, and the shamans had learned how to close the portals. It might be a class skill, or someone might have gotten a reward, but the number of portals was dropping fast. Karl pressed the advantage, pelting Oobleck with immortal-ranked chaos blasts. Black blood rained down on the city, and Karl was certain that victory was at hand. Then his opponent simply vanished, along with the remaining portals. All that was left was an army of enraged frogs and destruction. Sonofowicz. He managed to escape twice. Karl cursed. Kenichi flew over to him, inspecting the damaged scales on Karl's avatar form. Karl, are you alright? Just annoyed that it got away. That's the second time today. The Drake Rider laughed. You don't get to be an old immortal without having a trick or two up your sleeves. If he didn't have a way to escape from nearly any situation, he wouldn't have risked coming here in the first place. Karl winked at the Drake Rider. See, this is why you get to be in charge of things. You've got the wisdom. Go check on what is left of your city. My people will keep working until the frogs are gone. Honestly, Karl needed time to recover. He hurt everywhere, and some of the wounds on his body were slow to close, even with the advantages of the Chaos Dragon Constitution and all of his healing skills. Even when Tion cast multiple heals on him, it hardly helped. It has to be something that reduces healing effects. Try landing and casting Nullify and Cleanse, Tion suggested. Karl cast both, and his healing slowly increased, but still not anywhere near its full capacity. It had to be the effect of a fundamental rule that Karl simply didn't know how to overpower. Over the next few minutes, the healing slowly increased, and Karl transformed back into his more comfortable cat demon beast form. The battle was essentially over, and Ray was in a good mood, as the pair of Oathbreakers had actually managed to kill more frogs than she did. That didn't happen often, and it didn't count her supporters, but it was still a great challenge. Are you almost done there? I have a whole list of things for you to do. Kara complained. We're just dealing with some final frogs. There are only 2 totems in this whole country. Karl reminded her. Well, hurry it up. You've got 4 minutes before one opens at the academy. You all heard the lady. Let's finish this up and go play with my baby rogue. Ray insisted. Then she laughed. Between her and Oathbreaker, there weren't many frogs left to kill. With Karl running off the boss and forcing it to close the portals so he didn't follow it, the battle here was much easier than the one in Drod. Will you be remaining here to assist in the cleanup, Lord Karl? We could use the help. Kenichi asked as Karl waited for his injuries to heal so he could continue to fight. Karl shook his head. We need to keep going. There are more attacks ongoing and about to start. If we don't keep up with them, we will never manage to save the continent. They're clear, Ray announced. Go to the academy. If you hurry, you can hide your baby robe before the portal opens outside her window. Kara instructed. Karl opened a new portal directly to his old room in the academy, and Ray immediately shadow-stepped through. Nobody was allowed to terrorize Sybil but her. To say that Sybil was shocked to get sudden visitors was an understatement, but she had been training for just this moment. As soon as Rack appeared, she shadow-stepped behind her and went for the backstab attack. Unfortunately, her target was Ray. The spider simply transformed into her humanoid persona, grabbed the dagger, and then began to mercilessly tickle the commander rank rogue. Mercy, mercy. You win. It's good to see you again, Mistress Ray. Sybil pleaded. It's good to see you again as well. But we're here for business. There is an attack about to start on the academy, and we came here to intercept it. Ray explained. Then we should talk to the headmaster. He should be in front of the trial tower. The first-year students are doing an exam, and he's out front lending moral support or grading their exams. Sybil explained. We need to send someone to help the old black dragon in the Divine Beast Nation, too. He's losing his fight. Kara added. Dana frowned. You could have mentioned that earlier. I will go. Just tell me exactly where he is. Kara relayed an image, and Dana opened a portal, then lashed out with her sword as a giant frog tried to jump through. Well, I got the right spot for sure. I will see you all soon. She laughed, then vanished through the portal. We can't send the Dana mage alone. Open another portal. Tion pleaded. All right, go take care of her and the old mythic dragon. And take Opal with you. I know she doesn't like to come outside, but it's important. Opal flickered with light in what Karl recognized as an affirmative confirmation. Then she began preparing spells. With the healing fluff and her improved illusions, they would make sure that the Dana mage was safe. Karl let the portal close behind them, and then led his army of recruits through to the academy grounds by the trial tower. Headmaster, get the students to a safe room. We are about to see an influx from the immortal realm. Most likely giant frogs at the mythic rank. Thousands of them. Karl announced the moment he arrived. For a second, everyone froze. Then there was shouting as orders were given, and the emergency alarms began to blare. That would send the students running to the secure areas, but there was no warning level that sent the strongest instructors inside. It was the job of the overlords on the staff to defend everyone. But today, there would not be much that they could do. How certain are we about the timing? The headmaster asked. 100%. Give or take 30 seconds. FCK. In the chaos realm, Karl laughed. There was no way that he could have any idea how bad things were about to get just from Karl's explanation. But she couldn't go anywhere. Lady Matilda was nearly finished her advancement, and she had hundreds more attempts to invade the planet to swat. These people were incredibly determined, and all the attacks were coming from the same artificial planet within the immortal plane. So, it should be entirely the adherents of one group who did not yet understand that their leader was dead. The first portal opened 5 seconds before Kara's estimated time of arrival, and a familiar head appeared. My friend Oblek, it's good to see you again. Karl welcomed the octopus. You again. It's always you. The octopus complained, but he didn't stop the invasion. Dozens of mythic rank octopus monsters floated through the portal behind him, and then a few hundred giant crabs wearing armor plates over their shells. Oh, no more frogs? Well, that's a shame. The frogs are tasty. Now, should we do this here on the ground, or should I fly up to meet you in the air? Karl asked. Oblek glared at him, but flew up a few thousand additional meters to move their fight away from the invasion. I want a pet crab. Ray demanded. What do you even want a crab for? Karl asked as he shifted into the avatar of the world dragon. Crabs are weird. They're spiders with harder shells and pincers. Ray explained. Well, if you can keep one alive and tame it, you can try to keep it. I doubt that it will work, though, Karl informed her. Ray shrugged. If it worked, it worked. If not, she would eat it. It had better work, though. She wanted to put her baby rogue on a combat crab mount and give her a spear. Oblek inspected Karl as he flew up to meet for the challenge. There was seriously something wrong with this creature. It was the avatar of the world dragon, but it wasn't a dragon at all. As far as he could tell, Karl was a demon who had gained the favor of the dragon pantheon. But he was also mythic ranked, with the ability to use immortal essence in his attacks. That shouldn't be possible. If you could channel the essence of immortality, the lowest of divine energies, you should automatically advance to the immortal rank and undergo tribulation. Somehow, he had granted himself an immortal realm epic grade body, and immortal rank attacks of the chaos element. But tribulation did not come for him. It might be time to plead with a power higher than his own master to intervene. Mere demons should not be allowed to flaunt the fundamental rules like that. This time we finish things. Oblek declared as he surged with power. The beast gods had answered his prayers to punish the cheating demon. A massive phantom creature formed behind the octopus, but Karl continued to stack spells, in preparation for the complete obliteration of the octopus. The phantom solidified into a massive cat, radiating divine energy. That was Karl's signal. There was no more time to delay, or he was toast. 100 prepared and held chaos blasts flew to Oblek, and a bolt of holy energy lashed out from the cat's projection, striking Karl and causing a massive thunderstorm to form overhead, pelting the entire area with divine lightning. For a moment, the projection looked confused. Karl was scorched, and half his body was covered in black mist over missing scales, but even with tattered wings, he was floating in the air, alive. But on the other side of the battlefield, only a small central core of Oblek remained, missing all its limbs and most of its body. To say that the immortal had survived was generous, but it could regenerate even this massive level of damage. However, what it could not do was contain or direct the attention of the divine being that it had called upon. The demigod rank feline stepped out of its own projection and into the mortal realm. This world smelled awful, weak in mana and infested with dragons. But it had found a most curious target. Sure, it had only been a casual swipe to make the octopus stop bothering it, but this, not a dragon, had survived. Mortals simply didn't survive when a demigod slapped them with holy wrath. That was not how it worked. Their inability to survive even a casual swat was a theory that he had tested millions of times, while looking for a suitable prodigy among the newborns of his domain. But only once did he find a true immortal among them who could survive his attention. Behind the cat, a small black and white figure appeared, delivering the killing blow to the crippled immortal octopus and ending Oblek's millennia-long reign over his territory. The Supreme Lady is finished her advancement. She will stop the attacks from here on out, Kara explained. The cat turned, having heard her thoughts. A chaos badger, it asked, unsure what to make of this situation. Since when were badgers and dragons allies? They weren't even from the same pantheon, and most worlds would not have both of them running amok at the same time. Whatever. It didn't really matter, and he was more curious to see what happened if he hit that creature that wasn't actually a dragon again. Holy Smite lashed out, striking Karl straight in the chest, and sent him tumbling to the ground in the academy grounds. The shock of the impact and the aftermath of the attack leveled nearly every remaining building in the academy, leaving only the trial tower standing intact. Screams of terror and agony echoed through the area, and then from the demigod as vicious teeth bit into its ear. You like that? I'll bite your ears off. Kara sneered. Damnable badger. The cat grumbled as it swatted at the tenacious creature. With its paw, holy claws raked across Kara's side, but she had been swatted into the air and flew towards the horizon before she could get her one uninjured wing to slow her momentum. Ray turned her attention up, and the cat stared back. This world was strange. Why were followers of the beast gods angry at him for swatting a dragon? A mortal dragon at that. And now his ear hurt. He was going home. Screw this place and its crazy mortals. Panicked, Remy rushed to the academy to check on Karl, and found that he was collapsed in the ruins of the mage training building, still in avatar form. But 90% of his body was black mist. That was his regeneration attempting to rebuild the destroyed parts of his body, as the surviving portions of it were currently mostly legs and spine, with odd damaged skull missing all its scales. But the Karl wasn't dead. Half a continent away, Dana felt pain surge through her body, as if her soul was being seared from the inside. But there was nothing here that could threaten her. She was fighting giant frogs, and they were no match for her blade skills. It had to be Karl in danger. But what could realistically threaten Karl? There simply weren't a lot of creatures that could overpower his team to the point that he would be in real danger. Now, he might be short on 2 members, but he still had Hawk, Ray, and Kara available, if Kara was finished with whatever she was doing in the Chaos Realm. Opal's illusionary domain hosted an upgraded army of hammer-wielding dwarves that were incredibly effective in combat, and the butterfly herself had landed on top of Tion, which made it look like the cat-sized fox had giant wings. I would make a cute fae. Tion agreed as he heard Dana's thoughts. The spells heal the body, the fluff heals the heart. Opal added. Dana sighed at the 2 oddballs that she had gotten as backup. Inside Opal's domain, everything worked in her favor, and with Tion's intervention, even the terrain adapted to hinder the army of frogs. But neither the butterfly nor the fox was capable of taking anything seriously. I mean, what danger are we actually in? Worst case scenario, we just go back and hide in our space. Opal suggested. Can you even get there from here? Dana asked. They were halfway across the continent. That was well beyond any sort of reasonable access range for their personal space. I can open a portal. Opal replied with a mental shrug. Tion nodded in agreement. Portals were the best way to get back to the Karl if he wandered away on them. It wasn't even an elemental magic, it was easy to use. Dana sighed as she realized that the beasts really didn't have any trouble simply running back home when they were in trouble. They didn't even need a portal large enough to move through, just enough to link the 2 locations so they could move into their space, the same trick that she could do with teleportation. Slowly, the pain in Dana's chest was fading, so she assumed that Karl was all right. The beasts certainly would have had some response if he were not all right, and they were still calmly talking about returning to their spaces if there was actual danger. Focus on getting us to the other side of the battlefield. The black dragon is holding the temple by himself. Dana instructed. Got it, boss lady. Tion agreed. He was using earth manipulation to fire stone bullets at the frogs, but when Dana said that they needed to hurry, he changed tactics and began to attack them from below, using spears of stone to impale them or drive the frogs into Opal's illusionary army. They could really use Thor here for the barrier spell, but the illusionary dwarves were doing well enough before they were destroyed by the frogs. However, Opal had a truly prodigious mana regeneration rate, and even when entire waves of her illusionary dwarves fell in combat, reality warp let her bring them all back for a trivial amount of mana. Tion thought that the whole thing was hilarious because the frogs were stupid, and they didn't understand that there was a better way to deal with the illusions than to attack them head-on. So, they kept getting speared, kept getting smashed with hammers, and the path to the Beast God Temple, where the mythic Black Dragon was fighting, rapidly cleared. Dana Mage, take your team and go to the big dragon. We will fight our way to you. Opal instructed. Will you be all right? Isolated out here? Dana asked. Yep, all good. We're just collecting frogs. All the frogs. They were going to have a mountain of them by the time that they were done, and with so much mythic-grade meat, there was no way that they couldn't push at least one of their carnivorous siblings up a noticeable step in power. Technically, the ones who ate meat were almost all mythic already, but still early mythic. That hardly counted. The only one who might like frog legs, but wasn't a mythic beast, was Remy. But she should advance soon. She was already powerful, she was just lagging behind a little bit for lack of opportunity. Stuffing herself full of good food might solve the problem. Tion certainly felt better when he had a full tummy. You seem distracted, young mage. The mythic dragon noted as Dana arrived next to him with her golems. The beasts over there share a mental link with me, and their distracted state keeps making me laugh. Dana explained. The dragon gave a rumbling laugh. Right, the soul bonding ceremony. I had forgotten about that, possibly out of desire to preserve my sanity after dealing with Matilda. The two did not slow their fight to chat, but Dana did have time to notice that there were two mythic-ranked octopus monsters on the ground, their souls completely stripped by the breath weapon of the Black Dragon. All the regeneration in the world didn't matter if there was no life left in the corpse. The same had happened to the frogs which had gotten too close to the temple, which had been defended by a group of totem-ranked warriors backed up by every cleric they could muster. It was a brutal siege tactic, but with enough healers, even a wall of totem-ranked beasts was enough to hold a position against the army of mythic frogs. At least for a little while. Once the barriers on the temple collapsed, they would have been finished without Dana's intervention. For the Black Dragon, that was an incredibly irritating thought. A temple full of intelligent magical and divine beasts should not be overrun by mindless wild animals, even if they were from the immortal realm. Karl lay perfectly still as his body began to reform out of the mist. Any attempt to move only slowed the process, but interestingly, he could still use skills and channel mana, just as long as they didn't affect his body. He wasn't, as he was already low on mana, but when he sensed that one of the others was in danger, he would renew a buff on them, or grant them an eternal lightning barrier for a few moments. The time to regenerate an entire body was agonizingly slow, and Karl wondered if part of the issue was that his draconic body was so large. If it were just his usual form, would he have already coalesced? He had surely regenerated more than a demon body worth of dragon flesh so far. But thinking was about all that he could do, other than casually looking out for the golems, and making sure that Kara and Hawk didn't get themselves into too much trouble. However, one thing was clear. They were going to need a new academy, and possibly new cadets. Karl didn't know how secure those panic rooms were, but the scattered lightning and the impacts of the skills used in the admittedly brief battle between him and Oobleck had destroyed every tree for 100 kilometers. Only one building was still standing, and he had no way of telling if any of the teachers were still alive. There had been a barrier on them at the time of impact. He was reasonably certain. But that didn't mean much when it was raining divine lightning and mythic-ranked attacks. Karl had almost forgotten that everything in the Dragon Isles was made of incredibly durable materials, so casual attacks didn't cause much damage, and the backlash of larger attacks only took out a building or two. Even the trees and grass were more durable there. The standard lumber axe of the Golden Dragon Nation wouldn't even put a scratch on most of the trees in the Dragon Isles. Commander-rank lumberjacks with warrior-class skills for cutting were the norm there. Even in Drod, which was on the low side of the power spectrum for the Dragon Isles, the battle hadn't completely leveled the city. Not even the sprawl. The same could not be said of the Golden Divine Academy. It had been built with non-magical materials by human craftsmen decades ago, and then repurposed into the academy for the elites when the program started. Karl finally felt his scales and blood vessels reform while the last of the black mist solidified, allowing him to slowly get to his feet. He tried to step gently, as he had crushed a building when he landed, but the battlefield didn't look as bad as he had expected. Not entirely because of his own team's skills, though. The divine lightning hadn't cared about friend or foe, and the majority of the crabs had been scorched to death when it landed. Ray had managed to dodge the strikes easily enough, and Hawk had simply flown away when the storm started, so he wasn't directly under the clouds. Black clouds meant rain, and he was not about to willingly subject himself to that. Karl shook out his wings, getting rid of the lingering tingle of regeneration as he surveyed the destruction. Everyone check in. 1 Remy, intact and healthy. I'm out of crabs. Turns out they don't actually make good mounts. Ray added. I'm good. Hawk agreed. That hurt. Kara complained as she finally got close enough to return to her space. What happened to you? Remy, come heal your sister, Karl asked, beginning to panic as he saw the still bleeding wounds on the Chaos Badger. It won't heal. Give it time, and I will regenerate. That demigod cat's claws have the fundamental rule of order imbued into them. Order. If I'd have known that, I wouldn't have stuck around so long. Kara complained. That actually explained a lot. Order was anathema to a Chaos Badger, and the demigod had hit her with a targeted strike intended to be something that she could not easily recover from. Healing magic wouldn't fix it because it was intended to be an injury, and that was the proper order of things. Likewise, Kara's enhanced healing would not simply remove the lingering power from her body. Nothing that a myth could do would remove the power of a demigod so quickly. But when she had patched herself up, she could go see Matilda, and the dragon would help her along. The old lady was just a bit busy at the moment. It's not a total loss, though. We won. Karl consoled her. And now I know what demigods taste like. Kara agreed weakly. Karl focused on Kara's space and wrapped her in bandages, stopping the bleeding without magic, but leaving the badger looking like a mummy. All right, if the targets are gone, let's check for survivors. Karl instructed. The haint claw rattled in his mind. A strike of divine lightning had damaged the living weapon, sending it back into his mental space. But now that his mind was whole again, the haint claw was refreshed and ready to come back out. Karl thought hard about the places that the students should be hiding, and then realized that only half these buildings had existed when he had gone to school here. The changes from the upgraded awakening method had brought such a large influx of students that they had needed to massively increase the size of the academy compound. Fortunately, Soulsight had no problem finding all the buried safe rooms. Someone had been stationed near the top of the stairs, and they were like a beacon, marking the survivors in the rubble. The teachers are in the trial grounds. They ran inside to hide when the cat attacked. It might be a bit before they come out. Ray explained. That was either brilliant or incredibly lucky. Nobody really knew what would happen if the trial ground was forcibly destroyed. They might simply be ejected, they could be obliterated along with it, or even tossed between the planes as chaotic zone, imploded, in the instance when inactive. Fortunately, they didn't have to learn today. If they're in the trial, they're fine. Check the areas that aren't safe rooms for survivors first. Remy, scatter the healing totems. We will need all that we can. Get. Karl pulled rubble away from the first of the safe rooms, and realized that these areas had previously been guarded by a totem rank barrier, the best that the Golden Dragon Nation could provide. They were truly impressive bastions of security by local standards, but the aftermath of the battle had shattered all the barriers, except the final layer inside the bunkers themselves. It had been just enough to keep them intact, so Karl opted not to force the door open. Instead, he simply tapped the rhythm of the national anthem on the door until the guard inside opened it. The door opened, and Karl found himself facing Overlord Johann, a paladin from the GDN military who he had met more than once before, just not at the academy. Overlord, it's good to see you safe. The battle is over, but you will want to steel your stomach before seeing the aftermath. Karl greeted him quietly. How much survived? The paladin replied. At least some of the bunkers and the trial tower. The overlords who were on yard duty ran into the tower for safety at the end. It got bad, but if your people are all right, they can come outside. Or you can leave them there for safety and just unlock the door so they don't suffocate with the barriers down. Karl suggested. The paladin gave him a grim smile. That final hit knocked out all the life support systems. They're buried under the academy, but it's possible that the blast blew out a transformer. I have some skills in that department, so I will call for a replacement and check the situation. If we can get power back online, then they're fine in the bunkers for weeks if needed. Karl shook his head. Come out, and you'll understand. A replacement was called for, and the paladin came out of the bunker to stand atop the pile of rubble that used to be a dorm building. Gods, what happened? Johann gasped as he took in the scene. He could see it, but it was not an easy thing to accept. However, saving students came first. He would worry about the rest of the details later. First, I will check the power relays. Perhaps the other bunkers still have power. But when he began walking, his expression only got more concerned. This crater, it's over the access tunnels for the backup generator. I can't imagine that they survived that. Hopefully, the generator itself wasn't hit. Karl followed him through the rubble, then helped pull the remains of a small building off a metal hatch. Inside, the generator room was scorched and blackened, but as the paladin started flipping switches, he began to smile. The air feed and exhaust were crushed, so the diesel generator stalled. That's the soot you see inside the room. If we clear the rubble, it should start again. It also looks like the attack blew every circuit breaker, but I've reset them again, and they're not tripping, so the charge should be gone. Do you know what sort of attack hit this area? Johann asked. Indirect strike from divine lightning, similar to tribulation lightning. The crater over there was a deflected attack, probably from one of my golems. Sorry about that. The academy wasn't built for a mythic rank fist fight. Johann sighed. Nothing on this continent is. What happened? A concerted effort to get around Supreme Lady Matilda's defense of the planet. A group from the immortal realms broke through in multiple spots to cause chaos. It looks like we've got it back under control, but multiple locations suffered heavy damages. I don't know how they're all doing. Other myths from the Dragon Isles went to most of the fights to collect bounties on the edible beasts. Karl explained. That's brilliant. Even one of these crabs could cause dozens of breakthroughs once refined into potions. Johann realized. Oh, good point. I've gotten so used to thinking at the higher ranks that I forgot for a moment that they're also medicinal, and not just tasty. Karl joked. The paladin chuckled. I can only imagine what mythic rank crab legs must taste like. Unfortunately, I doubt I'll make enough in my entire life to afford such a thing. Karl laughed. I will make some before I go. It will do wonders for the overlords with its dense nutrients and high energy content. But I've got the generator's vents cleared now. Go ahead and try to restart the power. Johann flipped the switch, then hit the starter button, and nothing. Manual start it is. Where's the crank handle? Ah, here. He muttered. The starter battery had exploded when the system overloaded. But once he started to crank the motor over with the strength of an overlord, the generator came right to life. The light in the generator room was still out, exploded by the residual charge, but Karl could hear the hum of machinery powering up and the gentle rush of air from the other side of the mostly blocked access tunnel. It looks like it didn't completely collapse. There is still air circulation, and I can hear the climate control systems powering up. The bunkers are active again, so we don't need to worry too much about everyone suffocating as long as we can get to them. Do you want me to use earth manipulation to clear the tunnel, and we can just walk to them and check? Karl offered. If you can, that would be perfect. There are actually underground classrooms and other facilities here, a whole backup academy, in case of attack. However, nobody really expected the complex to take this level of damage. How far does the destruction extend above ground? Johann asked. Karl patted him gently on the shoulder, and the paladin sighed. That bad, is it? Karl nodded. I would say that there isn't a tree standing within 50 kilometers, but there might be a few lucky ones. The railroad tracks are certainly out of commission, and I seem to recall that the river took a direct hit, so you've likely got a new lake in the region. They really didn't want the academy to survive. Karl shook his head. They weren't even aiming at the academy. That's just the aftermath of the battle. Missed attacks, deflected skills, and my impact with the ground. If they had actually been aiming to destroy the academy, there wouldn't be survivors. Karl used earth manipulation to clear the tunnel and rebuild the damaged wall sections where Oathbreaker had detonated an explosive skill under a crab and led the way through the tunnels. With the lights back on, it was easy to tell how bad of shape the tunnel was in, so he continued reinforcing the walls as they went. It was made of the same concrete as the Golden Dragon Nation's military bunkers, but that had only kept it marginally intact after the attacks. However, the sections closer to the bunkers were deeper so that the students had somewhere to escape to in the event of a gas attack, as the toxins would either rise or settle. The first few bunkers are down here. There is a central hub leading to classrooms on much lower levels. Johann explained. Karl listened for movement and then nodded. Nobody seems to be in the classrooms, unless they're soundproofed. I hear people in the other tunnels. Your cars are that good? Karl laughed. I can hear your heart beating. It's a beast thing. The Beast Master path really worked out well for you. But I hear that your wife is also a powerful woman. Johann noted, then stopped at one of the doors and tapped the same national anthem rhythm that Karl had used. The door opened, and an unfamiliar teacher poked their head out. Oh, Johann, it's you. Is the attack over? Or are you coming to update us on the situation? The power just came back online. He asked. We came to see if the power was back on in all the bunkers. The attack is nearly over, but the situation is not good on the surface. How bad is the condition of the bunker? The teacher shrugged. Some cracks in the ceiling, but otherwise solid. Everything is working again now that the power is on. All right, we will keep moving. Keep the students safe and in the bunkers for now. The teacher frowned. How long will it be before they can go back to their dorms? The bunkers are a bit crowded. There are no dorms. The surface level of the academy is completely annihilated. It was pure luck that the backup generator survived. We will stop and see if we can get main power back online, but I believe that some of the power lines are above ground, so we've likely got nothing coming from the grid. Johann explained. Oh, exactly. Just keep them in place, and we will come up with something. Karl went to the next bunker entrance, but this time there was tapping from inside the door, the national anthem, the same as before. But just to mess with the teacher on the other side, he answered with a random song. The door swung open, and Sergeant Rita, no, now she was Major Rita, and royal ranked, stomped out. Do you think that I don't know it's you? And why did you answer the test rhythm with La Vida Loca? Did you forget everything that you were taught? She demanded. Karl shrugged. It seemed like it would be more fun this way. Is everyone all right in your bunker? We got the power back on and ventilation, but the academy is totaled, so the students will be in there for a while. We're good. The mages shored up the bunker when it started to crumble. It's as good as new again. Now tell me, what did you do that made someone so mad? Karl laughed. It's good to see you too. But what I did is a long story, and I have more bunkers to check. If yours is good, I will go check on the others first, then we can catch up. Rita let her drill instructor facade slip and smiled at Karl. You'll have to tell me how married life is treating you as well. I want all the details. Karl winked. I will bring Dana over once she's finished her fight. She's got half the team with her, but they had a bigger mess to clean up than we did. While Rita and Karl joked, Johann moved along the tunnels toward the other bunkers. The lights were on the whole way, so the buried utilities hadn't been destroyed from the battle. Anything above ground hadn't fared as well, but the shockwaves mostly compacted the earth and dispersed, causing minimal damage to buried cables, but more to buried bunkers. Karl, we need you over here. We've got a warped door. Johann called. Be right there. Sorry, Rita, it's time for me to run away. Keep the door closed for now. We don't need curious kids running around while we're not sure if all the attackers are gone. Karl replied. Are you sure? I suspect that there is at least one random little girl running around. Rita replied. She had gone looking for Sybil, but hadn't found her. However, she had sensed Ray's aura in the rogue's room. Actually, Sybil is not running amok. We put her in a separate space under the tender mercies of the Red Dragon Orphanage matrons until the crisis is over. Rita smirked. Serves her right. Now, go help the paladin. I assume you have a skill for opening doors. Karl was still laughing when he made it to Johann, who was giving him a strange look. Rita was my advisor when I first arrived at the academy a few years back. But she said that I must have a talent for opening doors, and it made me laugh. Karl explained. Johann smirked. Well, she wasn't totally wrong. The roof has caved in just enough that the door won't open. There is a secondary hatch, but it's in the ceiling and needs to be dug out for them to use it. Karl gave a dramatic wave, and the roof rearranged itself back into shape. Then the locks on the door disengaged, and it swung open to reveal a shocked teacher. That was locked. He stammered. I know, I unlocked it. How is everyone in your bunker? Is the power and life support back online properly? Karl asked. Yes, everything is back online. Are you an Earth Mage sent in to help? The teacher asked. Not really. I have some Earth Mage type skills, but I am not a mage. I was sent here to help, though. You know, elites need to stick together in times of trouble. Karl broke the teacher again. While Karl and Johann finished clearing bunkers and repairing tunnels, Dana and the mythic black dragon finished clearing out the frogs from the beast god temple. That skill of yours, auto parry, is absolutely brilliant. The black dragon congratulated Dana as she took a quick break to have a drink. Thanks. Mages are underrated as melee combatants, but against these evil frogs, having blade skills really saves the day. But the fact that the golems get it as well makes the most difference. Dana agreed. Would you consider staying on as a teacher here? The children are quite taken with you, and that fighting style would help them immensely when they try to mimic beastkin to blend in with the other species. Dana laughed. As much fun as that sounds, it simply wouldn't be practical. Being soul-bonded to Karl means that there is never a slow moment in our lives, and the power level difference is too large for me to show them most of the requisite skills for my fighting style. Many of them can't even be used below royal or overlord rank. However, I have given copies of the best ones to the blue dragons, so if you ask nicely, they should be able to send you copies for your students. That wasn't the greatest concern. The skills would be obtained by those who needed them now that they were in the hands of the blue dragons. What mattered was that the children were going to cry when the pretty fox lady, as they were calling her, went away. Even after all these years, it didn't get easier to listen to young beasts crying when a new friend went away on a work assignment. Tion, Opal, leave some of the frogs for the temple residents. They're hungry too. Dana warned. Tion gave Dana his best puppy eyes, and the mythic black dragon began to laugh at her. He knows the true way of the beasts. The dragon joked. That's not going to work on me. Don't you see all these adorable pouting expressions? Even if we're just mixing in a bit of frog with the regular meals for the young ones, they still worked hard to defend their home today. Dana countered. Tion relented and motioned with a paw for the others to come out and start collecting the last of the frogs that hadn't made it to the temple's defensive lines. That gave everyone plenty of work to do, as most of the youngsters at the temple didn't know how to transform yet, so they had to do all the dragging in beast form. It was actually quite entertaining for Tion to see so many beasts his own size working together to drag frogs 10 times their size across the trampled ground to pile them for processing. Do you have a lot of frogs? One of the young clerics asked Tion as he used earth manipulation to help them stack bodies. Tion nodded happily, then yipped. Then he cleared his throat and tried again. This is our third set of frogs. We've been collecting lots of them for the restaurant. He tried. You don't speak out loud much, do you? That's all right. I know that divine foxes can speak when they practice, but 3 invasions worth of frogs is a lot. Are you sure that people won't get sick of them? The cleric replied. Tion shook his head. No, we will sell them to different people most of the time. The guild runs a stadium-sized arena with restaurants and vendor stands. That took a moment for the cleric to wrap his head around. The Darklight Host Guild operated a fighting arena. That part was simple, but it was one that served mythic rank meat as what? A concession snack? Were they expanded into the immortal realm? Honestly, most of it would not go to the arena, but to the tiny world, so that they could feed the baby dragons well when they started hatching. Small ones needed lots of nutrition to grow up big and strong, and Button was eager to be a big sister, or to have underlings to play with. Ray had given her a most wonderful underling today, a rogue who was incredible at hide and seek. But once the dragon eggs hatched, they would have so many more people to play with. While they were enjoying the aftermath of their battles, the other myths who had gathered in Drod for the bounty event of the century were rapidly stressing Tessa to her breaking point. Thor and the others had stepped up to help her deal with the paperwork. But once the city of Drod was cleared, the myths completely stopped taking the situation seriously and treated the whole thing as a chance to stock their respective alliances' freezers. The attackers weren't all frogs, but they were almost all wild beasts at the mythic rank, and that had proven to be the perfect opportunity for others to pick their options. So, they didn't stay to finish the job, they popped in and out, switching when they heard of something else that might be tasty. But worse than that, after the attack at the Golden Divine Academy had ended, Remy had sent back a bunch of mythic demons that Karl had recruited from somewhere, and they knew nothing about this world. So, they wanted answers to everything, and they kept flirting with Thor. The only upside to the whole thing was that if people weren't turning in the invading beasts for bounties, the Darklight host didn't have to pay them. That was the deal, edible beasts for bounties. They had taken some beastkin and demons in, slaves who hadn't intended to end up here. Hopefully, that was where the group that Remy had just sent back came from as well. But most of the bounties were for food. Take a break and I will handle the bounties for a while, Thor offered gently, when he noticed that Tessa was getting frustrated. No, I can finish out the bounties. We haven't seen a new portal opening update from Kara or Matilda in 15 minutes, so the problem should be nearly handled for the day. She countered, watching a group of mythic warriors who were getting increasingly drunk every time that they came back looking for an update on new beasts to hunt. No new invasion locations in 15 minutes. It looks like Matilda has things under control for a moment. Everyone, pick a portal and finish out the day. This might be your last chance for bounties and loot. Tessa shouted over the noise of the crowd that sent the drunks running for a portal, along with most of the others who were taking a break between fights. Finally, some peace and quiet. All over the world, the aftermath of the portals from the immortal realms had left nations in chaos and cities razed. Only one portal had not started in or near a nation's capital, the attack that had targeted the academy. Mistakenly, Ublek had thought that the dense population of more powerful beings had meant that it was something akin to a royal palace, a compound where the elites of this mortal world gathered, while the capital itself had barely registered. Common-rank humans had no detectable presence to an immortal. Though there were 1 million people in the city, to the immortals, that felt no different from a colony of ants, which were also technically 1 million common-rank lives. The level of destruction was not as bad in the Dragon Isles as it was elsewhere, but they had suffered the vast majority of the attacks, as the invaders had sought to weaken the planet's defenses by eliminating what they thought were the young and promising breeding stock, while their strongest leaders dealt with the planet's few powerful defenders. To say that Azov was in a bad mood was an understatement. He had been sleeping when the attacks began, and Matilda had roused him from bed with a foghorn, only seconds before he was attacked by an immortal rank octopus in his own home. His mansion was demolished, Sholaha was a mess, and while there were more than enough mythic rank warriors to defend the city from the invaders, the attack had been comprised of a form of thunder eels, so the entire city smelled like fish guts at the moment. Not that he was still there. Kizdila, the capital of Nulnulgat, had also suffered an attack led by an immortal, and he had left immediately after his battle to reinforce them. The Darklight host had sent teams to assist, but most of the ones who showed up were either drunk or intent on filling their fridge, and only gave the slightest consideration to not tearing down the city around them as they fought. At least that one had been frogs. Lord Bomgan had been rescued by the dwarves of Zararag, who surprisingly honored an ancient agreement with the undead lord when he called for aid. They had also prevailed, but the battle there had been against cockroaches, and even Lord Bomgan had been so disgusted by the aftermath that he had declined to use them to expand his army any more than was necessary to ensure his own capital's security. Undead cockroaches were a plague that not even he wanted to unleash on the world. The only ones who didn't seem to be upset about the invasion were the dark elves and priestesses of Iazoxi, who had been invaded by spiders. The irony was not lost on anyone that the largest city in Nerid, home to 500,000 of the spider goddess's followers, had been invaded by an octopus leading an army of spiders. The beasts had immediately turned on their former masters when the beloved of the spider goddess beseeched them to know their true allies. That had left the invading immortal helpless before the might of their own army, and restrained from leaving by one of the Dragon Isle's few immortals. The Dark Elves were happy to see so many new species join their city, and with the assistance of the High Priestesses, the slave collars of the Beastkin officers leading the assault were quickly destroyed after they had been rendered ineffective using the same technique that Remy had. Only, they used a bit of arachnid flair to accomplish the task. Steel silk spiders at the mythic rank had quickly woven cloth to protect the wearer's neck joint, and then the collars had been disenchanted by the priestesses. The needles couldn't puncture the silk, and the collars were easily removed with brute force after the enchantments were gone. While the direct damage done by the attack from the immortal realm was severe, and the targeted locations would need extensive rebuilding to call themselves intact cities again, that was not the largest or most lasting damage done by the invasion. When a portal was opened between two realms, the natural laws immediately tried to balance the two sides. Like water under pressure, high-density mana tried to force its way through into the lower-density side. More mana was always a welcome addition to the world, but the mana of the immortal realm and the mortal realm were not the same. There were fundamental differences beyond the density. The mana of the immortal realms carried a hint of divinity, and the mana itself was of an entirely different nature. While the mana of the mortal realms often carried a touch of elemental affinity lingering from past spell effects, the mana of the immortal realm carried the aftereffects of fundamental rules. As Karl understood it, knowledge of a fundamental rule to an acceptable degree was a necessary condition of reaching immortality. It was the difference between the creatures like Oobleck, who were immortal beasts, and the frogs, who were nominally only one step beneath him in rank, but worlds apart in power. There was something else as well, but it was something that Karl simply couldn't put his finger on. A power that he was either totally incompatible with, or simply lacked any ability to identify. And that was a rare thing, given all the sensory upgrades that he had received along the way. But the mana of the immortal realm was insidious. It didn't just dissipate into the atmosphere, it soaked into everything that it touched. Karl could feel it in his own body, trying to reform him. He could feel it in the plants, altering their structure from common foliage into magical resources. The level of change was small, with the limited immortal realm mana available, but the altered plants also gave off hints of immortal realm mana now, permanently changing the atmosphere of the Golden Dragon Nation. At first, Karl didn't notice or mind, but after he saw the first lower-ranked students coming out of the trial tower, he realized that this was going to be an issue. Their bodies were not able to process that mana. It was poison to their system, a poison that the demons and others he recruited had needed to take medicine to adapt to. Poison meant that this was Remy's time to shine. She had been working on analyzing and recreating the potion, hoping that it would contain the answers to advancing others to the mythic rank more quickly. Without understanding a fundamental rule and a large dose of immortal realm or divine energy, that was where they would remain. But in this mortal world, nobody could complain about being mythic ranked and standing near the peak. I've got enough to make an antidote to the mana poisoning. It will push them slowly upward, so warn the teachers that royal rank students will be regular events now. But it might also make some of the overlords advance. The overlords were doing fine handling the change on their own. Karl didn't sense any poisoning from them. But the effects on the awakened rank students who had been in the trial tower were immediate, and the children were too traumatized by the destruction of the academy to do much about it on their own. Half of them still thought that they were in the trial because they had come out, and everything they expected to see was gone. I have an antidote coming for the mana poisoning. Someone will have to give the recipe to all the other targets on this continent that were attacked, but it should prevent any secondary casualties. Technically, the mana poisoning is unlikely to actually kill them, but it's not going to be pleasant, especially for the humans. Most species can adapt easily enough and gain a rank, but the humans can't do that without help. Karl explained to Johann. Remy quickly finished a whole batch of the mana adaptation potion and then sent a memo to her acolytes to make a lot more of it. The ingredients were abundant in the tiny world and her own space, so they had them on hand. But the potion would seem more like a snake oil scam to the vast majority of users. It wasn't an immediate advancement, only an increase in your ability to adapt to higher mana levels. So, it would cure the mana sickness of the common and awakened rank students, while having only a slow but cumulative effect on everyone else. Karl handed the bulk potion to Johann and gestured to the students. Give each of them a single spoonful of the potion, and they should start to adapt to the mana in the area. It will fade with time, I believe, but for now, they're going to need treatment, as the plants are inundated with immortal realm mana. The paladin nodded. So, it's similar to radiation poisoning. It lingers in the plants and soil, and those who cannot stand the radiation get sick, while those with stronger regeneration are fine. Karl nodded. That's exactly it. But I don't quite understand how your mind went there. Johann chuckled. We came across a highly radioactive area with trolls living in it. Anything else that came close began to blister from the radiation, but the trolls were fine. They just healed like humans. It was their perfect safe space, but the problem was that they were still radioactive when they went out to forage for food. Karl nodded. And a radioactive troll in a water supply is bad news. Johann paused for a moment as he decided the best way to solve this issue, then took out a small chemistry class beaker from his inventory. All students, please line up. We have medicine for the treatment of the aftereffects of the attack. The invaders left a mild toxin on the area, and we are working to inoculate you all against it. It's a bit of a rush job, but I will get through you all as fast as I can. He explained. The students laughed as he dipped the beaker into the cauldron and used it like a shot glass for the students, but nobody said anything to the paladin. They were already starting to feel the effects of the mana, making them dizzy and nauseous. Karl didn't know if that would pass as they adapted, but he assumed it would, with how low the levels of Immortal Realm mana were. Teachers, you should be fine without it, but I will give you a dose anyhow. Once you have it, please bring the separated portions and a shot glass to each bunker. The students there will be affected, though not as quickly as those on the surface. Karl instructed, as he made a collection of stone cauldrons and shot glasses. He could have made buckets, but it was an alchemy potion. It just wouldn't be right to package it up like leftover soup, and the regular potion bottles were a terrible size for the purpose. Not even a lid. One of the teachers complained as Karl filled the cauldrons. Just put it in your inventory. No risk of spillage that way. But I suppose I could make a lid for the cauldrons. The teacher waved his hand dismissively and put away the cauldron. No worries, whatever is left over I will bring back. Should I just give it to certain ranks? Karl shook his head. Give it to everyone. Even if it doesn't help much, it won't hurt. The teacher laughed. Karl had a good point. Preventative medicine was a very valid theory, and if this one wasn't difficult to make, they could just give it to everyone. What he couldn't know was that it was actually intended to help their growth rate when they were exposed to higher quality mana, and that Remy intended to give it to all sorts of people, just to see what happened. The alchemists at the guild house were already mixing it in drinks included with relief supplies, so that the residents of Drod that lived outside the walls, those lowest on the power charts, got treated without making a scene. The medicinal juice was going out to everyone in town, but special efforts we made to make sure it made it outside the walls, as those people couldn't easily come to the guild house. The wall was damaged, and the gates were blocked. Karl looked around the ruins of the academy as the teachers rushed off to get medicine to the bunkers. Well, I suppose that I should likely get to work. A good portion of this can be rebuilt, but we will need some of the other elites to come back and add spells to make it what it was. He decided. Make a water mage punishment course. Hawk suggested. Don't worry, we will have training courses for everyone. The new mages will all do well to learn to work around your defenses. Karl laughed. But the training courses were only a small part of the whole academy. The classrooms were going to be easy, as they were largely non-magical to start with. Even if he just waved a hand and rebuilt a building, it would be halfway to functional. Once someone came along and put in the rest of the little details like lights and furniture, it would be up and running. However, it wouldn't take much to make the academy better than ever, even if Opal was off with Dana, helping with the defense of the Beast God Temple. You have a look on your face that says you're planning to do something that is either a war crime or an epic practical joke. Rita's voice declared from behind Karl as he was mentally planning the new layout for the academy. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Karl agreed. What is it that you're thinking of? She asked curiously. I have the magic to rebuild the academy, at least to a somewhat decent standard. Like I did with the trial tower, but for the whole academy. It might take some time, but I should be able to reconstruct the academy to a standard high enough to train students. With the teachers that we have here, I should also be able to work in the essential spells to make it self-supporting. Mostly, it's just the nutrition part that I have zero compatibility with. Karl explained. Food? I can make food. Seaweed is delicious. Leo announced in his slow drawl. That was right. He was gravity and nature element. But when Karl focused on the skills that the turtle had, there was nothing like plant growth or ocean feast. It was just a simple spell, create seaweed, which could create a dozen different varieties. The turtle waved a flipper. It's fine. Just ask one of the clerics for some spices, and I'm sure humans will like it too. Thor thought that the turtle had a point. The seaweed looked pretty good. But maybe if you wrapped it around rice and beans, like those cakes that they fed to the horses at the temple, that could be even better. Dried, so it's crunchy. Leo agreed. Now, it actually sounded like something that humans would eat. You seriously think that you can fully rebuild the academy? Rita verified. Of course. You don't get to mythic rank without having a few tricks up your sleeves, but I also have a crafting-related trade skill. Making things is my specialty. Plus, I can call Tion and Opal back here so that they can assist with their earth manipulation and illusionary domain abilities. When you build those spells into a building, you can do wonderful things. Karl agreed. Like the storage closet next to your old room. It's an illusionary domain, and nearly a full acre of space inside. Though, that one was designed as a large field, so it wasn't for anyone. This year, there was actually someone in it, because of the lack of space. A druid girl ended up with it because she stopped to play with the earth mice, so she was the last to arrive. Rita replied, while trying not to laugh. That girl would have made a good nature cleric. Hopefully, she wasn't in her room ignoring the alarm and ditching class during the attack. All right, I will check on the others, and then we can design a new academy. Perhaps something cool. Karl suggested. Ray appeared beside them, carrying Sybil on her hip like a toddler. The baby rogue had never grown much and still stood under 150 centimeters tall. So, compared to Ray's tall and lanky form, she really did look like the child that she was. Did I hear we're making something cool? I'm all about that. Let me design some of the rooms. She insisted. Sybil nodded happily. The real rogues need some better training courses. I spend as much time as possible in the trial tower, but it's not a specialty training area just for my class. Rita gave her a suspicious look. Why does it sound like you did find a specialized training course? And why are you out of the bunkers? Sybil shrugged. Ray has won in Karl's tiny world. But I was moved there for safety when the fight started, so there was no need to go to the bunker. Rita motioned for an explanation, so Karl opened the world, with the destination being the top of the Nap platform in the mountains. It was currently occupied by a sleepy blue dragon, who smiled up at them. When Karl led the former drill instructor through. Good morning. This fine lady was my first tutor after I gained access to the system. He explained. The dragon transformed into a young man with shockingly blue eyes. You can call me Librarian Ike. I am here to teach the baby dragons who are about to hatch, and to make a recording of everything that happens during their childhood years. Rita nodded politely and shook the dragon's hand. Major Rita, of the Golden Dragon Nation. I would say of the Golden Divine Academy, but it's currently in ruins. The dragon nodded. So I hear. The Karl will do well enough as a repairman, though. He made all of this. The entire tiny world is his work. Except the living things, that is. Rita stood near the edge of the cliff and stared in wonder at the scene beneath her. If Karl could do all of this, what was a measly academy? Even if he didn't know how to make their training equipment, what he did know how to make would probably do a better job of it. But why were so many of the people naked? The teacher glared at Karl, who turned his attention to where she was watching. Oh, those ladies are off duty today. The beach is the common gathering point for the resident druids and nature clerics. If you've ever tried keeping clothes on a nature cleric, you will know that it's a lost cause, so I don't try. The only ones who do try are the male dragons. He explained. Ike laughed and nodded. The ladies are refreshingly honest, but we are seriously outnumbered in here. I would never get all my work done if I indulged all their whims. We've already lost Oben. Karl chuckled at the blue dragon's description of the situation. Speaking of duties, can I get a create food spell from you? I recently bonded with a false island flying turtle, and he's got compatibility with the nature element. The blue dragon nodded and handed Karl a thin book. Create food was the most common grade of the food creation spells, and only made rice and beans or oatmeal. It was far from perfect, but it was only 3 pages as a skill book, so every blue dragon carried around a stack of them, just in case they found potential cleric recruits. Karl learned the skill, and Leo cheered from his space. Now he could make side dishes to go with his seaweed. Thank you. He greatly appreciates it. It will also help with my rebuilding efforts. The Golden Divine Academy needs some renovations once Opal and Tion return, So I plan to build some food creation spells directly into the new kitchen, he explained. Oh, that's a great idea. You should ask the druids at the Drod Guild house, though. They've got better versions already carved into nature stones. A most curious thing that you don't see many Orcish druids. Ike suggested. Right? I forgot that they could make those. The dragon gave a full-throated laugh. They sell them at the guild store. A few dozen a week. Karl shrugged. He hardly paid attention to the inventory at the store these days. There was just so much else going on that the store mattered more to the residents of Drod than it did to him. Especially today, after the attacks. Karl mentally checked the guild store and poached 2 royal-ranked, advanced food creation stones, then checked in with the guild. How are things in Drod? We're almost done with the attacks here, and now it's all aftermath. Karl asked Mick, as the vampire was the least likely to be swamped with work at the moment. We're doing all right. Almost all of the crafters are out right now. They are mostly from classes with healing skills, so they're on rescue teams. The dwarves from Bara have come to offer assistance in rebuilding the city, and we've got them housed in the crafting cavern, near the forges where they're comfortable. Other than that, we're just short on all sorts of potions, but the alchemists are busy with the mana poisoning potion. Making 100,000 doses is a lot. We've sold out of everything that was on the shelves, and we've got a huge list of orders for necessities when we can make them. That will make the crafters happy, except that all the myths realize the Darklight host has an actual store here, so they've been bothering Sapphire for the good stuff. I think that the old lady is going to eat someone soon. You know how it is when myths suddenly come into money. They immediately buy a shiny new toy. She explained. Yes, that sounded like exactly what they would do, especially as they had been drinking all day as they fought. Drunken impulse buys, when you had a pocket full of cash in a lower-cost city, were nearly irresistible. How is the guild doing for money? Karl asked. We're all right. The mythic beasts didn't have any special attributes, so they weren't individually expensive. With the money that we've paid out for the meat, we lost over a month of revenue, but we're still doing all right. Mick replied happily. The mythic rank visitors had already started to barbecue the frogs out in front of the guild house. Ones that they hadn't sold to the Darklight host, and she had managed to sneak a shredded frog barbecue sandwich earlier. The energy levels in the food were crazy, and she could feel her body's innate power level improving, even after she had taken the potion to avoid mana poisoning. It wasn't common knowledge that the potion actually increased your affinity for new mana, instead of blocking it to prevent poisoning. So the situation was completely unexpected to Mick and many others. Anything else important happen? Karl asked. They learned about the crafting cave. It's pretty busy in there now, but we've got it under control. The Guild Alliance leaders are holding a meeting at the tavern in the cavern, and I think they'll be spending the night, but the rest mostly just went in to make custom orders with one of the master craftsmen. The market is pretty empty as well, even the spices sold out. Thor sent over some new spices and veggies from either his space or the tiny world, but stock is going as fast as they can set it out. That made sense. Who could tell what flavors of Mythic Frog would be best? Sounds like you have it under control. You are welcome to break out the good dwarven ale for the day's more important visitors. The stuff that the inn usually keeps out front is good, but not guild leader good, if you know what I mean. I'm not sure if the constructs will do it on their own. Karl added. Oh, that's no problem. They listened to Naksha, and she's been keeping order in here since the fighting stopped. The death energy made her dizzy, so she couldn't do much but yell at people and absorb it. From the sound of it, they were going to have a bunch of totem ranked members soon. So, Karl targeted others with his guild message. Dave, Raj, Hugo, we need overlords to Drod City. Tell them to get a shot of the mana poisoning potion, and then help with the cleanup. The lingering Immortal Realm mana will help push them toward totem rank. The myths won't really notice it, but if we have overlords near the bottleneck, they might advance with just a few days of recovery work in the city. I will ask the Darklight host to put them up overnight, so they don't have to take the portal home. Then, he relayed the information to Mick, Tessa, and Naksha, who should all be around the guild house. Got it. We have room for them in the crafting cavern. Most of the others are bunking with locals in the Stonechapel district, so we're not too crowded. Nobody seems to be rushing to get back to Xylas today. Tessa replied. If Karl's guess was right, Ophelia and Lotus should be in the Redwood Sprawl. Right now, doing the healing tree routine and making dinner for the homeless. That was their usual disaster response, and the sprawl would be intense with immortal realm mana. It was no loss for them to remain across town. Once he was finished talking to the guild, Karl pocketed the 2 stones he had recovered, and then focused on Rita, who was holding up a map of the academy in front of him. "You aren't going to make all the students learn new routes to class, are you?" she asked. 100%, yes he is. Ray replied before Karl could speak. She didn't like the current design. It looked like someone was coffee drunk when they spun their web. It definitely needed fixing. Rita sighed. "Why did I even think that you could make things easy and rebuild the old academy the way it was?" Ray used her free hand to pat her on the head. "It's all right, we all make mistakes. Are you going to put my student down?" "No." Ray was using Karl's trick for transferring mana to flood Sybil with Immortal Realm enhanced mana, trying to force her to advance again before she had to leave. Technically, the rogue should be able to graduate, but she had entered the academy early, and she was honestly still too young to be sent out on her own into the world. She was powerful and an incredibly skilled assassin, but the Inquisition had marked her for recruitment once she was a little more grown. They recognized her skill, but the elders of the church had decided it would be exploitative to recruit a child so young. Even if Karl and Dana had only been 2 years older when they left the academy. Ray blamed Sybil's size. Nobody took her seriously when she was so small. It was an advantage in infiltration missions, but when she was trying to convince others to send her on those missions, it was only a hindrance. However, Ray had a plan for that. She would work with Sybil on regeneration and disguise skills so that she could more easily play the role of the orphan waif, the flustered student, and the trainee servant with no sense of direction. Almost excellent ways to blend in with her surroundings on urban missions for the Inquisition. And by the time that Sybil realized that she had stopped aging, her role would already be set. The only other one that they had who could potentially do stealth infiltration in that manner was... Never mind. Neither Kara nor Tion would be any good at infiltration. Kara would end up robbing everyone just to see what they had, and Tion was too adorable to be unobtrusive. Ray reached into her space and set out a map, with a whole campus complex built around a central structure. Originally, it was designed to be around a spider goddess temple, but putting it around the trial tower in the same spiderweb pattern would work just as well. The goddess approved of the tower. "This is my plan for the new academy. See, there are open-air training grounds, indoor training areas, classrooms, and dorms. I even left specific spots for torturing water mages and disassembling armored cars," Ray announced proudly. "Why those 2 things in particular?" Rita sighed. "They're our favorite training methods." Rita nodded slowly. "We will have to bring this to the headmaster and the others before you get started. They will have the final say on whether or not the design gets approved." Ray gave her a sly smile. "Or, I could just have the Karl start building it, then ask for forgiveness later. A wise person told me it's easier to get forgiveness than permission." Rita glared at Karl, who shrugged. "That's probably not my fault." Her expression didn't change, but Karl couldn't blame her. Telling her that he didn't bother waiting for apologies and just left someone else to deal with the aftermath once he was finished doing what he needed to do most likely wouldn't help his case. Rita took out her phone, then frowned when she realized that it was completely dead. EMP from the divine lightning attacks. The generator needed to be reset as well. Johann informed her as he strolled over with an empty cauldron. "Damn. All right, I need to go find the headmaster. Karl has plans to rebuild the academy in a new layout, and I'm not letting my name be anywhere on that paperwork." She insisted. "I will help you find him." Ray and Karl laughed as the 2 elites took off, running from any chance of responsibility. But they had left so fast that they hadn't even waited for him to say that he could see the headmaster over by the tower. So, when Karl simply opened a portal and stepped through with Ray, the 2 elites arrived to find that Karl was already with the headmaster. "Damn it, how did you even get here?" Rita asked. "Portal, but I can run faster than you can as well. You should have gone to look for him somewhere that he wasn't." The headmaster shook his head in dismay. "If this is how you treat your friends, I wouldn't want to be your enemy. Now, what was it that everyone needed to tell me? We have plans to remake the academy in a more organized pattern. All we need is your approval, and I can get started on the reconstruction." Karl suggested. "Let me see the plans. If it's suitable, I don't have any objections to letting you redesign the academy's layout. The trial tower is a wonder, and the students would surely appreciate more of your special flair in their academy life." Ray smiled at Sybil. You hear that? He's going to let us add all the good things to the new academy design. Oh, this will be so much fun. I've got big plans for the Rogue training grounds. She was going to have a wonderful time designing new training programs. Whether the rogues could survive Ray's trials without a safety mechanism and healing spells was a completely different issue. Karl handed over Ray's design to the headmaster, who glanced at them, then immediately turned his attention to Ray. You do know that this is the Golden Dragon Nation, not the Spider Goddess Nation, right? He asked. Ray nodded. It's no problem. Your dragon gods and my spider goddess get along just fine. I'm sure that they won't mind that the spider web is more efficient than your randomly placed clusters of buildings. More administrators came over and began making copies of Ray's design, while adding markings and notations. Originally, Ray had decided what went where entirely in her head. There were no notes on the blueprint. But now, there were marks for what went in each classroom, which dorm held what students, and then pages and pages of side notes on what the academy staff would like to see added to the various facilities. It was definitely not a short list, either. Part of it was that they wanted to keep the different sorts of dorm rooms intact, along with the unique advantages and drawbacks, so that students could choose and learn the value of compromise. Some of the drawbacks were only a major issue if your neighbors were obnoxious, like the walls that transmitted the sound of training. But others were a constant annoyance, which could be mitigated with a change in behavior. To the academy, both sorts were a test of mental fortitude and character, a measure of how well the trainee elites could handle stress and overcome adversity. Similarly, the rewards were a test of discretion, one that Karl had failed brilliantly. All of the supposedly hidden features of the room had been quickly revealed not just to his tutor, but also to Dana, who spent more nights in his room than her own. Sybil had at least attempted to keep the curtains closed and pretend that the garden outside didn't exist when the teachers came in to speak with her. But Sybil also didn't have a Dana-equivalent friend that all the teachers suspected was actually a friend with benefits. Karl had no idea that his reputation was so thoroughly unwholesome back at the academy, or that he was considered a living legend among the boys of the current generation. The one who had been the fastest ever to advance to commander rank, who had graduated early to work on the most classified of projects before saving the nation in public fashion, and who had done it all with the campus beauty at his side. It was so utterly unfair that the new generation of elites in training could only dream of being him. The number of small changes that the teachers were making continued to increase until finally Ray decided that she had enough. They were losing track of her vision, wanting to move buildings into unsuitable spots, and it was time to put an end to their nonsense. All right, I see what you want out of the buildings. We will make it all work. Don't worry too much about it. Even if it doesn't look like it will fit where I put it, it will. She insisted. Everyone turned to Karl for an explanation, as it was clear that Ray was not about to give one. We can use illusionary domain and reality warp to create expanded study areas and altered room geometry. It's a bit challenging to describe until you have seen it in action, but I assure you that Ray is correct. This design will work with your requests. He offered. That wasn't totally convincing, but he was the one that had all the power. So if he was going to rebuild them an academy to replace the one they lost, then they would shut up and accept it. If it wasn't enough, they would expand upon the initial design later. That part was probably inevitable. The population of the Golden Dragon Nation was growing, and an increasing number of students were coming to the academy every year. So, unless they built a second facility, they would eventually need an even larger capacity school. We should make lots of extra dorms. One huge pack is stronger than two small ones, Thor suggested. Oh, a high-rise condo, like we had in the capital. Remy agreed. Like coconuts on a palm tree. Leo asked, unfamiliar with the concept. No, there are people all the way up, not just at the top. That could be fun. Like stacking rocks really high. Ray quickly altered a few things in her plan, then nodded. We can make it work with up to 10 stories of dorm rooms. Or we can do more and use illusions for the levels, so the outside only looks like 10. The beasts did the mental calculations, and then realized that all the existing buildings here were 4 stories or shorter. Well, they had been before Karl squished them. But that meant going to 10 stories would already double capacity, even without adding any new dorm buildings. But Ray's plan also had many more buildings than the old layout, and they were much more efficiently designed, with connecting walkways to complete the spiderweb pattern. This would be much more efficient, but it was also a security measure, as they could lock down the walkways with illusionary domain and make intruders fight their way through ever-increasingly creative scenarios to move between buildings. It was going to be so much fun. Where do we start? Rita asked, ignoring the disturbing feeling that she got when she saw Ray silently plotting her next move. The first steps are to clean up, and then I suppose that we can work our way out from the tower. Ray, do all the bunker entrances line up with a building? Karl replied. Ray shook her head. No, some of them are in silly spots. But once we clean up, we can fix them. Having the bunkers not be directly under the buildings will make it easier for some of them to get back out again if they have another incident. Rita nodded in agreement. With so many of the bunkers buried under rubble today, it would have actually been better if some of them hadn't been directly under the buildings and the exits were more easily accessible from an open area. The only reason that it had been so easy to find them all was because Karl could repair the tunnels after they got the power back online. But it wasn't wise to count on that being true the second time. The headmaster smirked as he watched Rita's expression cycle from concern to horror and finally to acceptance. All right, we will trust the Lady Ray to design a safe and efficient layout. Ray's design plan was to have the buildings start out a bit shorter, with the classrooms making up the first ring around the tower, as the grounds closest to it were outdoor training areas already. There was no reason to change what was working, and having the shortest buildings in the middle allowed her to create the visual impression that the tower was an object caught in the web, weighting it down. Her first decision was what color the new buildings should be. The old ones were boring, made of mostly bricks. That design didn't blend in with anything, and it didn't really work with the vibe she was going for. Powerful enough to protect hatchlings was what Ray wanted the academy to convey. Making everything out of easy-to-climb and easy-to-destroy brick wasn't exactly a statement of power. But dark and brooding wasn't well suited to the open plains, where the academy was situated. It would be better to go with something more nature-themed. Trees might be a bit too hippie, but there had to be a compromise in between going full nature priest and full spider goddess. Then she had a most brilliant idea. They could go fully modern instead. The central spire was a huge white stone spire, and the thought of making a whole academy out of such bright stone gave Ray the ick. However, she could make it all out of crystal, and that would be pretty good. All crystal wasn't really practical, but the reflective windows of the capital's big buildings were reflective, so she could use them for the shiny bits. Then the local tan sandstone for the rest. Make the academy blend in with the surroundings, like the stones of the Badlands. Or a giant anthill. Still good enough for a hive of humans. Karl tried not to laugh as Ray rapidly adjusted what she thought that the buildings should look like, and then did it over again, when she realized that you couldn't have both sandstone and walls of mirrored windows. She could have sandstone lower levels, with mirrored glass spires out of the buildings that should be taller, though, and rounded walkways, so they looked like they were made of webbing nets. Make them open, but protected from rain and cold with a barrier. Hawk suggested. Then, it wouldn't feel like they were trapped inside, even if they were out of the rain. Karl was beginning to fear the nightmare of impossible physics that Ray's design was going to turn into. Fortunately, Remy had architecture books with her. They would serve as the basis for the buildings, and then magic would make the rest of Ray's plans possible. Working with mental communications, the whole plan was finished in 5 minutes, and Karl had just started to clean up the ground level. The teachers were already going through the ruins of the buildings, separating surviving supplies and materials from the rubble, while the blue dragons frantically sorted through the library's ruins, recovering scrolls and books. They wouldn't be ready to start working nearly as early as Karl had initially expected. For one, there were all the personal items in the dorms that would need to be collected, but all of the academy equipment that was still salvageable in the rubble. We should probably bring everyone up out of the bunkers so they can try to recover what's left of their personal items. Karl suggested. The headmaster shook his head. No, that will only cause more chaos. Grab the equipment that we can't replace, and the academy will issue store credits for the rest. If it were valuable, it would be in their inventory. Nobody leaves valuables loose in their rooms. Karl shook his head. I meant more sentimental. The sort of things that would be up on the walls or displayed on their desk. But I can sort through that as we work, and then put everything that survived into the lost and found for them to search later. Kara tilted her head a little. I can do that. Just give me a few more hours, and I will be mobile again. Is that wound healing? Karl asked gently. Not really, but it's bandaged and stitched, so I'm recovering slowly. I would say that it's going to be a month or two before I'm fully healed, unless Big Sister Matilda helps me out. She's a bit busy at the moment. The crazy octopus had friends who are upset that she ate him. Apparently, he was someone's rebellious pet, and they are not happy that he broke half their nature preserve out and got himself killed. Something had a supreme-ranked octopus as a pet? No, it was better not to dwell on that part of the conversation. All right, we can wait for your wounds to heal before you come out to join the team. Who wants to be on collection duty? Grab anything that looks precious as we work through the rubble. Oh, I will do that. We're almost done cleaning up here. We just need to save the Dana mage from the Beast Temple acolytes. She's really popular. Tion suggested. Is all the fighting done? Yep. And we cleaned up and cooked some barbecue, and now we're celebrating some of the little ones advancing. Tion agreed. And that's why Dana can't escape, isn't it? She's covered in puppies and hatchlings. Tion laughed. She's got a baby snake in her hair with no intentions of leaving. I would suggest turning off Fox Charm, but I don't think that it would help. Even without the active, the passive is always on at some level. Yeah, we tried that. It didn't help. If you try to separate them from the Dana, they cry. Karl's laughter caught the attention of the teachers, but he just tapped his head, letting them know that it was something going on elsewhere, and that he wasn't laughing at Ray's planning session or their discussion of what to salvage before the area was cleared. They all think we're crazy anyhow. Don't worry about it too much. Kara informed him in a smug tone that was somehow still pained. We're trying to make a good impression. All heroic and such. Remember? Overrated. Dana never did manage to fully escape from the beast god acolytes, and ended up leaving a portal to the temple open when she returned, carrying a griffin puppy with a spirit snake in her hair. I hear that we're planning to. What did you do to the academy? Karl waved to her, and the snake in her hair waved back, wiggling its head. I might have landed on it in dragon form. Things got a bit out of hand, but there is one surviving building, and the underground bunkers are safe. We even got to the generator back online, so the students are safe while they wait for us. Tion volunteered to look for precious items in the rubble to put in the lost and found. Karl explained. And what will the academy do now that everyone is homeless? Dana asked. They won't be for long. Ray is going to help us rebuild. Between me, Tion, and Leo, we can come up with enough basic structure that we can make a whole new academy. Me? I don't know that magic. Leo replied. Don't know that magic yet. I will talk to the dragons to get you plant growth type magic, so you can do the woodworking for us. The turtle nodded slowly. If that was how they wanted to do it, it wasn't a problem. Tion and Opal were back now, and their magic would take care of most of the things. You didn't need a lot of real wood when you could emulate it with advanced illusions. Secure in the knowledge that he wouldn't actually be asked to do an excessive amount of work, the turtle floated out of his space to examine the rubble of the academy firsthand. It doesn't smell like salt here. This place is weird. He decided. You're over 1,000 kilometers from the ocean. Of course, it doesn't smell like salt water. Hawk noted. That was one of its best selling points. As he floated over the rubble, Leo started to collect anything that didn't look like building or furniture, just using gravity magic to pick it up and put it in his space. There were a lot of little things in the dorm spaces, and as he sorted the rubble, he just kept finding more of them under the layers of stone. The other buildings likely wouldn't have much, but the job was surprisingly easy now that he had gotten started. They would be finished with the personal belongings long before the dragons were finished with the library. The Academy library didn't actually contain many valuable or rare tomes. Any of those that arrived here were specifically ordered for students who needed them. But there were large numbers of textbooks, reference materials, and other books that needed to be rescued. Fortunately for Ray, she could work around the area where the library was. Karl, let's get going. Start your spell thing. She demanded. What do you even want me to start with? Ray sighed. Right. One building at a time. We can't do everything at the same time. In theory, it was possible, but trying to make that many buildings and the complex spells that would form their amenities, while also removing the rubble, was not a simple matter, and Ray's focus bounced around too much for the formation of the spell. Karl and Tion began with the elimination of the rubble, using earth manipulation to turn it into the basis for the lower levels of the structures, while also digging the basements and the footings for the new towers. They would need to support a lot of weight, or the academy would end up tilting, and that would be a whole new level of chaos. With mythic rank magic, it was no problem to bring magically reinforced pillars up from the deepest bedrock, or to create a reinforced stone supportive grid to keep the buildings from breaking free of their anchors. Later construction would have to work around it if they wanted to go deeper than where the existing underground structures were. But that was a problem for the next team. With Ray's guidance, they made the whole underground lattice, and then the pillars to support the entire complex first, before finishing the buildings that would make up the inner ring. These were the classrooms, the boring areas. Ray's plan was that as people could be packed into their seats, these could be the smallest buildings, and they would be the least valuable structures if the tower was attacked. They were also the easiest for everyone to make, as they were just stone boxes with lights and classrooms. There wasn't even a good reason to build traps and fun stuff into them. That let her finish them quickly and move on to connecting them with a walkway on the third level, then building the second ring. This would be the first residential area. If she made 2 rings of residential, she could make extra nice ones for the seniors and teachers, then an outer ring for the newbies and weak ones. There were more of them than there were strong people, so they needed the bigger ring. The staff of the academy watched in awe as Ray began her work on the residential ring of the new academy design. Their expressions slowly turned from wonder to confusion, and back to wonder as the new academy buildings were assembled by Karl, guided by the visions of the beasts, from the base structure out. Fortunately for the technologically minded Golden Dragon Nation, this time Remy had learned basic architecture, so they weren't just relying on magic and luck to keep the buildings intact. If they had built them the way that they had built Drada's first upgraded development, there was a strong chance that none of the teachers would dare to move in. As it was, the teachers' major concern was all the additional magic that Karl was adding, and the dozens of rune-carved stones that Leo was floating around and dropping into the basements of the new buildings before the structures were added. A little warning about what they might find when they moved in would have been nice. What are we allowed to do to the inside of the residential area? Opal asked as Karl finished the first ring of residential buildings. Nothing that will actually hinder the students who are staying in the dorms. I am going to add runes to create suite-by-suite illusionary domains for you to shape. Just try to add things that will help them train or study, and make them for at least half warrior classes. There are always so many more base warriors than anyone else that we don't want to run out of suitable rooms for them. Karl explained. Got it. I will work on rooms for the warriors, then make half of them work for other classes as well. Everything but clerics, right? If I remember, the clerics get their own place. Opal agreed. That's right. They have a separate academy where they learn all the religious doctrine and the magic that is specific to the clerics. Remy, can you go find me a blue dragon and get us some nature magic type spells for Leo? Tell them that I have 2 new spells that I will donate to their library in exchange, but I don't have time to make them until I'm finished here. Karl instructed. Will do. Oh, I should bring the Wendy back. No, she's busy in Drod, doing the same thing that we are. Never mind, Remy decided. The young Oni demon had gained the demonic array master class, and she had the runecrafting skill, so she was particularly well suited to making new buildings that were imbued with creative forms of magic. More people collaborating on how to do the interiors would make them much more fun. Even Ray agreed. Karl considered the dilemma for a moment, then smirked. I have the solution. He opened the tiny world just a bit, letting in the mana of the immortal realm at a very low dose, so that he could use it to modify the mana of the space later, but also help the hatchlings grow. Then, he went looking for people who weren't busy. Librarian Ike, Birdie the Red Dragon, and Button, plus Lyric, who was supposed to be accompanying Button anyhow. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry to wake you from your naps. However, I need your assistance with this spell. I will extend the group ritual to you, and you will be pulled into a mind link to help us reform the academy. We need your inputs and specific magics to help us properly form dorms for students. Karl explained. To say Button was excited to be included might have been the year's greatest understatement. I get to help. Nice. Okay. Hey, I can hear your thoughts. Wow, that building is huge. Sister Birdie, can we have a huge shining tower too? With a blanket fort on the top. The red dragon laughed. Yes, we can make one later. First, we will make the new school for the humans, and then when we get home, we can talk about making new buildings for the hatchling school. It would be a real-life practice run for the upgrades to their living spaces in the tiny world. It took them a few minutes to get up to speed on what Ray had already done, and the interior layout of the dorms, which were rapidly being changed as Karl mentally copied the runes for the illusionary domain spell onto the walls of every suite. That, they realized, was where they came in. What the caster visualized could come to life in the illusion, and Opal would make it permanent. Reality Warp, her new mythic rank skill, was perfect for creating rooms. They would be mythic ranked solid objects, and even if they were destroyed, the whole room could be reset to default state by a teacher in a matter of seconds. That gave them a lot of leeway to work with, while the creativity of the beasts and Button made the rooms much more interesting than anything that Birdie or Ike would have added. If you needed that sort of creativity, why call us? Ike asked. Because I don't know all the spells that need to be added. If you focus on adding a spell into the illusionary domain, I will be able to understand the runes needed to imbue the effect. It's a workaround to my limitations, like having you enchant an object for me to add runes to. Only, you're adding real magic to an illusionary world. There are a few things that you will need to make on your own, though. I need nature stones for the kitchens, and I need someone to teach Leo, our hard-shelled friend, how to use plant growth magic, so he can rebuild the gardens and forests around the academy. At mythic rank, it will be much faster for him to do it than to have anyone else try. Karl explained. The blue dragon smiled. I will give him the spells he needs now. We have them all prepared for the nature dragon-type hatchlings, plus some extras, in case someone eats a book they were supposed to learn. Button laughed at his words, and the dragon sighed. You couldn't give a baby dragon anything without them trying to eat it. Getting them to understand that books were for learning took constant supervision until the newborns understood that a full mind was just as important as a full belly. Ike handed over a stack of books, and Leo came down to join the group, instead of floating overhead where he had a better view. Sister Opal, you should make a separate illusion where they can stand and work on rooms. It's easier to visualize if you're in the illusion that needs to be transferred, Leo suggested. Tion stared at his new brother in shock. That was absolutely brilliant. They had been on the ground, trying to visualize the changes they wanted to make to the rooms, when they could have just made the rooms inside an illusion, and then had Opal imprint the vision onto the magical runes. Karl smiled as the group started to get excited, and Leo pressed his nose against the stack of books. Skill learned, plant growth. Skill learned, advanced food creation. Skill learned, create water. Skill learned, mend object. Those were all spells taught to the clerics, including the basic repair spell that Tessa and Lotus had used dozens of times to repair their clothing and equipment in the past. Now, Karl usually just made new things to replace the broken ones, but that hadn't always been an option, and mend object, or the advanced versions that the clerics had, was a lifesaver. Karl continued to add runes to the rooms as Ray, Remy, and Kara shaped the buildings. Then, Opal, Tion, and the others formed the interiors. Opal made them a simple workspace, where they could add effects and decor to the rooms. Don't spend too much time per room. We've got thousands to do, so just make a dozen or so templates, and then you can apply them to every residential floor. Karl warned. Opal mentally grumbled. 12-room designs for a whole tower was no fun, but the Karl was right about making thousands of individual ones taking far too long. Already, Sister Ray was 3 buildings ahead of them on the construction, and she was getting faster as she practiced. These are the newbie buildings, Tion explained so that the dragons would understand what they needed in the rooms. All right, we will save the elaborate additions for the teachers and senior students. Wait, are these apartments or dorms? Why does that pattern have a kitchen? Bertie asked. That one's for the alchemists. Tion explained proudly. If they weren't alchemists when they arrived, they soon could be, with a fully stocked lab space in their room. Or, it could just go to a foodie like Hawk, who would make fancier dishes than what the cafeteria offered. He did recall the bird saying that getting raw ingredients and cooking for yourself was an option before, but the units didn't usually have a full kitchen. At most, a hot plate and a small fridge. That was already pushing the culinary limits of most of the students. And when there was professionally made food available downstairs, it wasn't a big deal that the dorms didn't have much for cooking facilities. The new layout was sure to cause some staffing issues, though. Every residential building had a cafeteria or restaurant at the bottom of it, which spread the cooking staff over many new locations and Karl had no idea if they had enough staff for that. Should we add staff to the illusions, now that the dragons are adding spells to create food? Opal asked. That's not a bad idea. A scary lunch lady is necessary to every cafeteria. Thor agreed. Karl chuckled at his insistence. If he saw that old lunch lady now, she wouldn't be nearly as scary as when he was a baby bird that didn't know whether he could take extra plates of raw meat. But he also had the mystic cooking skill, so they could make a really good lunch lady. The dragons didn't realize what was going on until Karl started to form the spells for the kitchen. What are you doing? Ike asked as Karl formed the runes to add the chefs to the building. I'm helping them sort out staffing. We have the mystic cooking skill available to many of our staff members in Xylas, so I thought that adding some constructs who could use it here in the kitchens of the academy would benefit everyone. The meals that they make can add bonuses to the one who eats them, so they should be more effective at training students than just letting them go by trial and error. The Golden Dragon Nation is lagging behind both in skills and resources, so I intend to give them a hand up and allow them to at least compete to the best of their abilities on the continent. That way, they shouldn't be left behind or invaded as the mana level starts to increase. They're getting more totems on this continent now, and that suggests that they will start having mythic leaders soon, similar to the Dragon Isles. But this continent isn't at all prepared for that change in power levels. Karl explained. That's a lot of words for, I'm helping my friend's power level, isn't it? Ike asked. No, we've got other buildings in the complex for that. This one is just dinner. The blue dragon smirked at Karl's flippant answer, but he wasn't lying. Blue dragons always knew when someone lied to them. But the process wasn't destined to be as horrible as he had expected. Once the first building of a design was up, they directly duplicated it for the adjoining buildings, with identical rooms and basic enchantments in each. The amount of mana involved was immense, and the buildings were recreated from the ground up, with runes engraved in every room as it was constructed, then protective spells layered over the entire structure. The dorms for the teachers were nearly the same in design, except that Ray made them into proper apartments, with separate bedrooms, a full kitchen, and a suspicious number of hard points to hang training equipment from. What she thought that the teachers were going to be training for in their rooms was a mystery, but when Karl asked, Ray was adamant that any fewer would lead to a shortage. Overall, the whole complex turned out rather well, Karl thought. He still had hundreds of runic enhancements to make, but the kitchens had a cook that could make their food products. The dorms had furniture, the connecting hallways had security traps, and the building itself was protected by an eternal lightning barrier, so that nothing under the mythic rank was likely to cause serious property damage in the future. All that was left were the smaller details, and then bringing everyone out of the bunkers to retrieve their personal belongings from the lost and found piles. At the guild house in Drod, everyone was working hard to keep the city operational, while the earth magic users planned the reconstruction of the city. The situation was far more casual than either Thor or Tessa had expected, given that there were now dwarves from 2 different nations here to assist Lord Drod in the project. It had started with just the dwarves of Bara, but their initiative had brought over a delegation from the city of Amunds and Zindab. Dwarven craftsmen were intensely competitive, and the chance to fully redesign and rebuild a city didn't come around very often. It would be a lasting monument to the craftsmanship of the ones who rebuilt it, and that wasn't a chance that they were willing to pass up. The capital of Zindab had taken an attack, but the nation was heavily populated, and there were millions of residents, including hundreds of mythic rank adventurers, close enough to respond when the portals opened. They shouldn't have worried much, though. Zindab was not just home to an enormous population of hill dwarves, it was also home to an enormous population of hill giants. The two groups did not get along well, but when someone dared to attack them, they were willing to forego their millennia-long rivalry for the day. The invaders never stood a chance. Lord Drod didn't mind at all that there was competition to rebuild his city. In fact, they were even haggling down the cost as part of their argument over who got to do the work. He already knew what the eventual outcome would be. One team would rebuild the Redwood Sprawl, while the other would work on the Forest Gate District and the Fool's Walk, also known as the Riverfront Shopping District. That was the more prestigious section, and the right that they were currently arguing for. But Tessa had an idea that might help things along. You know, the layout of the city doesn't have to be the same after the construction as before. As long as there is enough housing for everyone who survived, and then a bit more for the next generation, You can completely change it up. Why not expand the shopping district to both sides of the river and add a few more bridges? Well, the bridges need repair anyhow, so you could just expand them as well. Our craftsmen from the Darklight host are already working to rebuild the Frostfire Gate district outside the walls, so there isn't nearly as much worry about emergency housing, and you can just focus on making the inner city into somewhere that people would actually like to live. The two districts that took the most damage were both older districts, primarily occupied by workers, so they'll need a bit of everything, and this is a chance to make all new landmarks for them. She repeated, trying to bring them back on track. Right. How are we going to work this? On pure visual appeal, structural integrity, or something else? One of the dwarves asked. Tessa smiled. Oh no, that would be too easy. Sturdy buildings are a given, with you making them. So, we will go on two factors: visual appeal and sales. Whatever team can create a shopping district that draws more customers over the month after completion wins. Then, we can judge the residential areas separately on efficiency, resident satisfaction, and any other factors you would like. That was enough to get the dwarves going, and within minutes, blueprints were being made and the arguments between the two sides nearly stopped, other than sporadic insults about the differing design styles of the other group. While they argued, Ray and Karl finished the outer rings of buildings in the new academy layout, while Leo used his new skills to regrow trees and grass in the surrounding area. The students needed somewhere to train outdoors, and Leo was certain that they also needed sports fields to help them unwind. With berserkers, how could they not need contact sports? From the top of the trial tower, Rack examined her hard work. It had turned into a most wonderful web, almost like a glittering glass and steel forest growing up out of the grasslands. Leo had done his best to reconstruct the areas around the academy, but a few of their favorite things were going to need repairs by someone else, like the railroad tracks and Hawk's beloved field of earth mice, which were almost all wiped out by the aftermath of the battle. A few had survived, but not enough to make for an entertaining route to the academy this year. All that was left was one final feature: the rogue training course. The others had left the illusion for that building alone. Ray was the resident expert on the topic, and not even the dragons they had brought out to help had wanted to mess with her vision. Ray, why are you blocking your thoughts? Karl asked as she got started on the project. It's a surprise. Karl frowned. He was not the one who would be doing the course. Whatever. If Ray terrified the rogues, it could be mental fortitude training. Inside the illusionary domain, Ray formed an eternally dark evening, lit only by moonlight. Then she added a lovely forest, with some less threatening residents, like the steel weaver spiders, some dire wolves, and tree pythons. Then, she added a few replicas of her favorite art installations to remind the students which areas were more dangerous, and started on the interior training course. The design of the house was a maze, while the whole place was made to look like a crumbling cabin in the woods, with an extensive underground tunnel and room network. Some sections were military-style labs, some were monster caves. But the challenge level could be controlled by a teacher from the entrance to the training area, and she put in automatic teleportation triggers as safety measures. Some of the traps would otherwise be fatal, so she set them to transport the rogues to a safe spot instead of letting them splatter on the bottom of a pit full of spikes, assuming they fell that far. Triggering the trap was only a partial fail if you could stop your descent. If you triggered it and hid inside, then reset the trap, it was an excellent hiding spot. So, she didn't want the trap to trigger the safety too early. All right, I am finished. If you want to send a rogue through, they should be able to test my obstacle course. I did make a map for the teachers, in case someone gets confused. But there are controls by the door, so you can just teleport lost students back to you at the end of class. Ray explained as Karl finished the last of the runes to make her vision into permanent reality. The exact details were obscured by the illusion spell, but some things, like the undead armies, the golems, and other actual threats needed to be created separately, or they wouldn't react properly. Neil appeared next to Ray and took the map from her. Oh, you're here too. Good to see you. I made a section in here just for you. You can't get to it without permission, or without opening the vault door. See, right there is the Inquisition training area. Ray explained. And what is that? Neil asked. It's wonderful. Nothing but a crowded temple with one golem hidden among the illusionary occupants, so that students can hunt the traitor. I designed 20 different betrayal situations, some up to a week long, if it takes them that long. Ray explained with immense pride. Neil stared at her in impressed shock. That is above and beyond the call of duty. Thank you, Lady Ray. Teaching students how to use their skills is one thing. Teaching them how to use their brains is much more difficult, especially when the enemy looks like a friend. Ray smirked. Some of us understand that better than others. Sister Lotus is still mad that someone killed her pet frog. The Inquisitor made a get-on-with-it gesture, hoping for an explanation. She has a skill called, if not friend, why friend-shaped, and she used it to tame one of the invading frogs in Drod. Unfortunately, that only makes wild beasts friendly to her, and nobody else got the memo, so one of the myths killed it. Neil looked at the map of the training grounds, then smiled. What is the goal of the forest? You can use it two ways. Either to test compatibilities, or you can set a prize in the forest and have the students hunt for it with strong monsters around. That should test their stealth skills and their navigation abilities. Ray offered. And how many of the students should we expect to cry or wet themselves the first time they enter the trials? Not more than half. Neil laughed at her estimate. If nothing else, it would make their rogues into hardened elites and not soft school children by the time that they had to go out into the world. Then he turned to one of the teachers, a young man in leather armor. Professor, would you like to test the trial grounds? Lady Ray is quite creative, and you have many self-rescue skills for individual missions. There are safety measures installed as well, but someone needs to test the layout to ensure it's suitable. Neil winked at Ray, who smiled at the teacher in a way that made his blood run cold. He definitely got the feeling that this was not a child-friendly installation. All right, you set the scenario, and I will run through a mission. He reluctantly agreed. Neil nodded and stepped into the training area, then stifled a laugh at what he saw. There was a floating magical screen with training missions right at the entrance, so he picked a building exploration one and called for the teacher. Come in. The professor stepped in with his eyes closed to keep from being blinded by the change of light, then immediately shrieked when he opened them. His blade was in his hand, and his heart was beating hard in his chest by the time that he realized the gruesome sight in front of him was not a zombie giant, but a pair of hill giants impaled on spikes and used as lantern holders. Gods, what is wrong with you? Are you trying to scare me to death? He demanded. Hey, they were here when I arrived. The mission is to find the hidden intelligence in the basement of the house. The scenario doesn't provide any information other than that it's in the basement, and that there are guard animals on duty, so approach stealthily. Neil informed him with growing glee. Ray was quite proud of her art installation. It was a huge hit on the battlefield the first time that she had brought it out. But here in a dark forest, with the art moved back into the trees, it was even better. What the original needed was just the right setting. Here in the dark, with the glowing stones in their eye sockets, the corpses of the giants gave a menacing presence, enhanced by a bit of trickery from Ray's work, so that anyone who entered would feel the ominous aura that properly suited her training grounds. The rogue class teacher quickly schooled his expression and activated a stealth skill to move to the open door of what looked like a decrepit cabin. But he didn't enter. First, he circled the house, looking for side entrances, basement windows, and anything else that would give him a hint about what he would find inside. The basement had a single light, not enough to illuminate the whole room, but enough that you couldn't move easily without risking being seen, should there be someone in the basement. Other than that, it was mostly open, loaded with stored trinkets and junk. That would make it harder to find what he needed, and the teacher silently cursed Ray in his mind. But Shadow Step took him into a dark corner of the basement, and the search was on. The only problem was that track magical items was leading him to a corner of the basement where there was no chance that the item might be in the piles. Carefully, he moved across the room and examined the wall that his skill was, leading him to a hidden door. Of course, it wouldn't be as simple a mission as digging through piles of junk in the basement. But without a specific skill targeting magical items, he would have had to check. That spider and the Inquisitor really knew how to mess with you. Can more enter while he is working? Inquisitor Neil asked as he watched the replay from the teacher's station at the entrance to the rogue training building. Ray nodded happily. You can come and go freely. It isn't an instance like the trial tower, but that also means if someone kills the living things inside, you'll have to use mana to replace them. Most of them are part of the illusionary domain and easy to replace. but some of the stronger ones are actual golems and summon creatures. Those will take more mana. The adjustment for the power level of the creatures inside is here on the panel. I set it to default to commander rank, which is manageable for all the teachers, but you can turn it all the way up to totem rank if you want. The rogue stared at Rack for a moment, and the spider shrugged. What? Your skills will get rusty if you don't practice, and I give you another 4 hours before you're forced to advance to the totem rank just by standing here. Still, a totem-ranked haunted forest was a bit excessive in a facility designed to train children. Karl watched their interaction and decided to add a few details for clarity. The spell itself is mythic rank. The fact that it stops at totem ranked is for safety. You see, the mythic blessing reduces damage by 90%. So, the core structure of the spell will only take 10% damage from totem ranked targets, meaning that it is easier to repair and maintain. But it also will only take 1% damage from students, as the totem and mythic blessings stack. At that rate, the natural regeneration of most of the elements in an illusionary domain will cause them to self-repair without anyone having to take direct action. He explained, that is true for every training building that we constructed. So, if someone can find Professor Tank, he can go wild in the Berserker training room without worrying too much about damaging stuff. Well, as long as the students are in the safe room. The aftershocks of a totem-ranked battle normally cover many kilometers, so they'll be bouncing off the walls of the domain. Ray added, that was one complication that they hadn't been able to remove. The illusionary domain could only be so much bigger than the building that they put it in, but the shockwaves of a high-level battle covered quite a large area, as evidenced by the lack of any standing trees within 50 kilometers of the academy. It was a good thing that Karl and Oobleck hadn't fought a running battle, or they would have almost certainly gotten 1 or 2 towns within the radius of their destruction. While the foliage wouldn't survive any better next time, there might still be some buildings standing if another similar fight occurred over the academy. It wasn't much, but even if Karl crashed down on the rogue training building, it would only punch a hole in the roof. That is going to be incredible. You did create some extra space in the dorms, right? Neil asked. Ray nodded, then winked at him. I also made an extra building styled as apartments, just in case you have a sudden surge in teaching staff. Neil smiled, then paused. You didn't add it out of benevolence, did you? It's there because you didn't want to mess up the pattern of the web you created, and there were identical buildings at the other 3 cardinal directions. He realized. Oh, he's good. Yes, I put it there for symmetry. But the current teaching staff only needs 2 buildings, and not even all of the 2 buildings. So there is an extra for teachers and a building for guests. Ray explained. Ray designed enough space for the student population of the academy to triple. That might put a strain on teaching staff, but if things keep up the way they've been going, you'll need all the space and possibly a second academy location. Karl informed the gathered staff. Rita shrugged. Another academy location is inevitable. We have been calculating the number of likely students, and there are already plans to create one in the capital. The new potion that Remy gave us has awakened so many students that we're hardly using the skill-forcing method these days, and we're getting over half the students as elites. Karl smirked at her. Soon, you will have to rename them. When half the population has a class, elite doesn't hit quite the same. Rita rolled her eyes. You know, they're only elites after they graduate, right? We're considering changing the graduation requirements so that only the strongest gain the title of elite, while the majority of the population might have a class, but not the status. It will be hard on the pride of the older generations, but many of our students have already started to call us legacy elites. They know that things have changed, and the new generation is growing faster than any before them. Look at Sybil. She's already as powerful as I am, and she's barely old enough for a standard admission. Karl shook his head. Sybil is a special case. How are her cars doing, by the way? Still sensitive. Most of the time, she wears earplugs to dampen the excess noise. But when she's working, they're possibly her most valuable asset. You can't even hide by staying perfectly still because she will hear your heartbeat. Rita explained. Ray smiled. We should make her a vampire. She would be an amazing vampire with hearing like that. Sybil frowned at her. Thank you, but no changing my species. How would you even do that? Ray shrugged. There has to be some way. I'm sure that if I asked Nilla, he would know the answer. You would like him. Nilla is funny, and his blood smells like cookies. Sybil rolled her eyes. She was not the least bit interested in how the vampire's blood smelled. Should we start letting everyone out of the bunkers now that the new academy is complete? The headmaster asked, eager to get the rest of the day underway. I don't see why not. Just get some teachers to work the lost and found pile. Everyone will be eager to recover what they can of their personal belongings, and then you can start sorting them into their new dorms. You might want to send the teachers through first, though. If they know the layouts, they'll be better prepared to get their students into the right room for their skills and personality. Opal's avatar, an elf with her wings on its back, waved at Karl to get his attention. We still have illusionary replicas of the rooms active. They can just look inside and pick the one that they like best. I will lock the doors as we run out of each specific design in their designated building, she suggested. That sounded like a much more efficient method than making the teachers sort it out and analyze the choices. Fortunately, they had watched the process and had some idea what each dorm was like. That would let the students with individual tutors have an advantage. Well, the individual tutors who were powerful enough to have been on guard above ground. So, only a few dozen of them at most, out of thousands. Headmaster, you can start bringing everyone up at your discretion. I recommend one bunker at a time, but you can prioritize however you want. Karl offered. The headmaster nodded. The best way would be to get the teachers settled first, but they couldn't take all the teachers out of the bunkers and leave just students. There would be panic, and that would slow down the rest of the process. So, it would be best to settle the teachers last. They could help the students get settled, then find their own new dorms at the end of the day. They would also have the most personal items to replace, as the students arrived with nothing, and everything they had was likely to have come from the academy warehouse, which was collapsed, but mostly salvageable. Looking at the collection of resources, Karl had to sigh. It was junk. It was all junk. Fortunately for the academy, they had a solution already created. The new supply room could turn out metal weapons and armor made of higher-grade materials, and while they might not be enchanted, much less rune-crafted, they were still better than what was available before. Earth manipulation couldn't make some of the higher-grade metals, which were imbued with mana and carried their own magic. But for basic metals and stones, there was no trouble at all. It could even make mana jade up to overlord quality, good enough for anything that the academy would be turning out in the near future. Even on the Dragon Isles, if you were getting close to overlord rank, you were normally well past your school years. But he really should teach the skill to a few teachers in the crafting section how to use rune crafting, so they could make better stuff for the students. They had given the Golden Divine Academy a new garden, an illusionary domain with excellent growing conditions and intensified mana, thanks to a mana crystal designed to emit excess into the area. But while that would help them grow replacement magical resources, someone still needed to make the armor and weapons. Remy giggled at the thought. Full role reversal. Now, we're back making a whole new academy and providing the resources that they didn't have to help us. Next, you'll have to start teaching classes here, become a guest lecturer, and complete the loop. The thought was hilarious to Remy, seeing Karl teaching a whole class full of children. Then, it occurred to her that it could happen with whole classes full of baby dragons, and suddenly it made a whole lot more sense. It was just that humans weren't cute enough for the thought to make sense. If it was beasts, then it was completely normal for the Karl to be the one teaching them. The first bunker's residents began to make their way to the surface, and Karl noted that it was mostly the Berserker class students, along with the agility warriors, who trained in the same section of the courtyard. With all the old buildings gone, he had lost his points of reference, but the students had it much worse. They didn't know that the old academy was gone until they reached the surface, and saw that there was a gleaming city built where their homes should have been. Professor Tank, what happened? Where are we? Has anyone seen my lucky bottle cap collection? The Berserkers asked all at once. The academy was attacked and heavily damaged. It was rebuilt while you were in the bunkers, and now we are going to get you settled into new dorms, so that class can start tomorrow. Tank insisted. Class is 2 days after the academy was destroyed. Shouldn't we at least get a long weekend out of this? One of the boys pleaded. Tank frowned, then looked at a calendar from his inventory. All right, we can give you 1 extra day off. No more than that, or you'll get fat and lazy. The Berserker smiled at the big man. Everyone in the Berserker class knew that Tank couldn't go more than a day or 2 without training, and that extended to his students. Getting a 3rd day was already an exception. What they didn't know was that Tank had just realized that he could have a whole day to himself, testing the new training facilities with other teachers near his power level if they gave the kids a long weekend. The lost and found, also known as the personal items we managed to recover from the rubble of the old academy, will be open tomorrow. For now, everyone line up single file next to this door. Inside, you will find an illusionary domain with a representation of each of the dorm room styles available. You will pick one that suits you and inform the teachers on duty so they can assign you a dorm. Inform them. Certain doors will not open for you. If you can't open the door yourself, you can't choose that room. Having someone else let you in will not make the room available for you to choose. Senior students get better dorm room options. Sorry, not sorry. Opal's avatar added. Getting them to wait patiently in line was a lost cause. None of the students knew how many of each room were available, and everyone wanted to be the first to choose. They also didn't know that they were the first bunker to be released, which made it even more fun for Ray and Opal to watch. Even if they all picked the same one of the warrior-focused rooms, there weren't enough of them in this group to use them all up. The first few students walked in, looking through the open doors until they found one that they thought was promising. Nobody wanted to waste time and risk the good rooms being taken by the person behind them, so it was a quick glance, and if the room looked good, they would go in and check. Seconds later, a terrified shriek, followed by the roar of a bear, and then the cheering of a student came from one of the dorms. What the hell is that? You can't put that in a dorm room. A mage stammered, clearly rattled. Oh, that's a berserker room. If you press the big red button, you get a random monster to fight on the balcony. Ray explained. Why? Ray shrugged. The berserker seems happy. Tank laughed. Press button, fist fight a bear. What's not to love? Ray smirked. It might also give you a vicious kitten to play with for half an hour. It's good that way. The big berserker thumped his thigh as he laughed, then shook his head with happy tears in his eyes. Now that's the sort of random generation that we need. Could be a dire bear, could be a more cat kitten. Either way, you get entertainment. All the berserkers in line began to eye that particular door. The student who had entered was a commander rank senior, so they could only hope that it was available to all of them, and that they would even get a chance to look at it, as the student was still fighting the bear. After a moment to recover, the mage checked a few more rooms, then settled on one that had a magical whiteboard, where he could write out spell theory and test it without wasting parchment. That was one down, and more students rushed forward to see if they could get exactly the room they had hoped for. The old method was both enlightening and disappointing to many of them. This way seemed like it was more fair, as they got a full preview. However, the rooms were still limited, and if they were too late, the good stuff would still be gone, just like had happened to them during their initial selection. The teachers had no intention of letting that tradition die. It was the first test that students underwent, and it helped build relationships as well as familiarizing the new students with their first skill. However, one major thing had changed. No longer did they have to guess what class the students were, or how to activate their skill. The system was much more complete, and they just needed to read the guidelines to see their class name, skill description, and other basic information when they woke up on the train. The location of the Golden Divine Academy still wasn't public knowledge, though it certainly wasn't hidden from any of the other nations anymore. That was no longer a major concern, as they had larger issues to deal with, especially after the invasion from the Immortal Realm. But the mystique and prestige were part of the experience, and they didn't want random visitors showing up. Many of the kids would face no end of harassment from family members who wanted them to immediately start sending extra money home, or who wanted to arrange political marriages in advance. Keeping outsiders away from the academy was the reason there were no good roads directly here, and why they hadn't moved the campus closer to civilization. Hey, there's a room here that has nothing in it. One of the warriors complained. Just turn it on. Ray called. How do I do that? That room probably isn't for you. The mages laughed. The directions were literally written on the wall next to the entrance. But they were written in runes, not common. Anyone with a mage or magic-using type class could read them by default thanks to the system, but warriors could not. Once you turned the runes on, you got a bedroom in your choice of color scheme. Or you could set it up as a lab space. But when it was off, it was an open area for spell practice without risking your furniture. Remy was particularly proud of that room. A mage came forward to check it out, and then smiled happily as he realized what it could do. Oh, it even works for my alchemy and herbalism classes. Though, That room with the balcony garden is probably better for herbalism and alchemy students. Why did they do this to us? He muttered as he examined the space. Having a clear answer for the housing options was no fun. There were at least 2 viable options for every class. Even the berserkers had a dorm option with a training dummy in the corner if they couldn't get one with the push to fight button. The training dummy room was one of the most common, as they were built with the ratio of warriors to others in mind, so they were unlikely to run out of them, even if most of the combat-oriented classes chose one. However, there was one door that hadn't opened for anyone yet. The students assumed that it was intended for either seniors or teachers, but really it was just reserved for beast tamer type classes, and there weren't any in this group. It had sleeping quarters for large animals, an expanded area compared to the other dorms, and a larger than normal bed. One thing that they had learned from Thor and Kara was that given the option, sleeping next to someone was better than sleeping alone. Plus, most of the beast rangers had either Sero or more cat companions. If they couldn't come out and relax in the dorm room, they would quickly get grumpy. When the first group was nearly complete, the teachers brought out another bunker full of students, and the explanations were given again before the process repeated. As the students began to tell each other about the rooms that had already been opened, using the information from the students who had gone earlier and stopped to gossip before moving to their new dorm, the process became faster. No longer did they have to guess what the basic features were. That was becoming common knowledge, along with what rooms were best for what classes. Soon, they were able to move through cadets 4 and 5 at a time, with only a small portion going to check out specific rooms to see if there was something about them that would set them above the others in their minds. That was making those at the end of the line concerned that they would not be able to get the rooms that they wanted, and Karl could tell that there was a good chance of a disturbance coming, so he decided to give them a bit of good news. Students, relax. The dorms for the junior and senior classes are different buildings. There is no need to fear that the influx of new warriors will take all the good rooms. There are many suitable rooms left in the senior class dorms, and most of you will even be able to choose an upper or lower floor for your dorm. He called. Is the new academy that much larger? One of the commander rank mages asked. It's nearly triple the capacity of the one that was here yesterday, both in instruction building size and dorm capacity. Fortunately for you, we also built indoor walkways between most of the buildings, so you can quickly and easily make it between your classes. Karl agreed. It would actually be faster in some cases to go outside and run across the open ground around the trial tower to get to classes on the far side of the web. But they would realize that over the next few days as they got used to the layout of the new design. While the students checked into their dorms, Karl checked in with Tessa and Thor to see how the rebuilding of Drod was going. Thor's mental voice was unconcerned as he detailed the situation. We have food stations set up in 4 spots around the city. Lotus and Ophelia have moved down by the docks because there are still ships coming in with wounded and damages. Some of the sea monsters escaped, but didn't go far. The medicine has spread all through the city. We gave it to everyone who would accept help. What else is there? Oh, right. The dwarves are competing to see which side of the river will get more visitors once they're finished, and they're rebuilding the sprawl into a decent neighborhood. I still think that they're building too many houses for a herd this size, but dwarves can count, so they probably know what they're doing. We've got a lot of new people here now, but the city outside the wall is rebuilding fast. Wendy's dad and the furniture dryads are making them materials to rebuild outside the city, just piles and piles of bulk metal sheets and boards. The houses there were never good, but now they'll at least be made without leaks for a little while. Someone is making bricks too, but that's on the outskirts. The alchemists say that they need the tiny world opened soon. They're almost out of healing potion materials, and they need some other rare stuff that's only in there. Karl made a mental note to check on the supplies in Remy's space as well. She had to be low by now, as she was donating to the alchemists twice a day. But before anything else, Karl reopened the tiny world entrance in the Xylaz Alliance house so that it could be accessed by the guild members who needed it, and the residents of the tiny world could move about as they needed. Not that they ever really left. But with emergencies going on, they might invite people in or take on a mission outside. Thank you. Oh, Button just went by looking for Lotus. Should I have someone follow her? Yes. Don't let her out of your sight until there is a guardian on her. If the little dragon wanders away, it will take days to find her again. Karl replied. It actually wouldn't. The red dragons had a tracking spell on her, and they would be alerted in the next few seconds that she had managed to run away. Birdie is here with Lyric. They will catch the runaway. Thor added a few seconds later. Leo laughed at the chaos as he floated above Karl's head, deciphering the new skills that he had been granted. The clerics hadn't been stingy, so there were a lot of new spells for him to use. He just needed to master them a little better. However, Ray objected to him growing vines up the sides of the buildings, no matter how cool it would be to have flowering dorms. This place also couldn't grow coconut trees, which was a disappointment. What was a world without coconuts? From Thor's thoughts, getting enough people to come and help out with Drod during their time of need was not going to be an issue. Their home nations trying to get them back home after were the ones who were in for a hard time. Once the dwarves had custom-built a new city to their own specifications, in an attempt to make it as profitable as they could, given the mostly demon and orc population of Drod, there wouldn't be a lot of incentive for most of these craftsmen to leave. At best, they might be lured back by a higher quality of living than what Drod could provide, given their lower power level. But with so much immortal realm mana soaked into everything, that might not be true for much longer. Karl was finally beginning to relax, with the students all sent to their new dorms, and the teachers mostly off to settle themselves in as well. The bunkers were empty now, though in need of cleaning. But that could wait until they replaced the lost supplies. Is this normal for your world? It sounds like this location should be one of the finest academies of the region, but they're so weak. One of the rescued demons whispered to Karl. This continent has a very low mana level, and it's only just beginning to recover from a downturn, where the planet's ley lines retreated below the surface. They truly are weaker than average, but the quality of their knowledge is quite impressive. Karl explained. The obsession demon didn't look convinced, but Dana had an explanation ready. They're somewhat the opposite of your group. You have latent ability, nearly as much as anyone on a mortal realm world can hope to obtain. But the immortals kept you from learning to utilize it properly. Here, the people are weak, but every demon can use at least one or two innate skills, and most can do much more. I know that Karl promised to help you all get classes sorted out when we were finished here, and I see that he's gotten to most of you already. But the real limitation that the people of the Golden Dragon Nation have is that they don't have the power to make durable spells. A mythic ranked being with proper training could shatter anything that they created with little more than a casual swat. So, all they can do is stare in frustration, knowing that they have spells and skills to solve a problem, but not enough power to use them effectively. She explained, "Oh, that would be the worst. Knowing that there is nothing you can do is all the comfort that most of us in the cells ever had." The demon realized. Dana nodded. "I'm glad you understand. It's a frustrating time for them, but they're all happy to get upgraded facilities on a level that only someone as powerful as Karl could make. Now, they'll be good for some time. I don't know how long it will be before the next wave of attacks start, but now that our planet's guardian has advanced to legendary status, we might have a bit of a buffer." The demons who had come from the immortal realm all shared concerned looks, which made Dana highly suspicious. "What do you know that I don't?" she asked. "You can't have legends in the mortal worlds. It isn't possible. Their mere presence will warp and alter the world. If a legendary chaos dragon remains here, there is no telling what will become of your world. Best case scenario, the world ascends to the immortal realms. Worst case scenario, the backlash from the fundamental laws of the mortal realm colliding with the legend's nascent divinity will tear the planet apart." He explained. "So, you're saying that now that the planet's guardian is a legend, they can no longer effectively defend the world from invasion?" Dana asked. "Exactly. They might be able to hide the world to prevent most of the invasions, but they can't be here in person for more than a few months or a year at a time. It's the same when legendary heroes or their avatars are summoned to a mortal world. They are on a timeline to complete their tasks, or something horrible will happen." Dana remembered that from the children's stories. Heroes always needed to complete their task in a hurry before the enemy gained the power to control the world, or some other urgent reason. She had never considered that the mere presence of a legend was enough to upset the balance of the world. But her knowledge was from fairy tales, which could hardly be called a complete historical record. At most, the sentiment of the story was likely to be correct, but all of the rest of it was long since lost to time, despite the efforts of the blue dragons. We are going to have to arrange something with her if she can't be on the planet all the time. She's a chaos dragon, so she's often hiding in the chaos plane, but she has responsibilities here and a whole nation waiting on her requests. Disappearing would cause great unrest. Dana sighed. I thought that you were going to say it would cause chaos. The demon replied with a smirk. If it would cause chaos, she would have done it years ago. So what do we do now? The elderly lizard folk shaman asked, her face lined with worry. We wait. The chaos badger is still recovering from her fight, but after she is healed, she will be able to go speak with Supreme Lady Matilda. Surely, after all this time, she will have some sort of plan for the world she had been protecting for 100,000 years. Dana replied. The others looked shocked. It has been that long? Yes, she should have some fail-safes in place to protect her territory. Though it is surprising that she hasn't raised any immortals. Dana shrugged. I believe that she did at some point, but they left for the immortal realms. Only a few immortals remained behind on this world, just enough to maintain the balance and stability behind the scenes. Fortunately, they hadn't lost any of them in this round of attacks. Then she might call some back from the immortal realm, right? Enough to keep this place safe from monsters like Oblek. The elder lizard folk woman asked. Dana nodded. That is a possibility. Though, I doubt that it will be necessary. She has the ability to block portal openings from off-world, even when she is in the chaos plane. We will have to wait and see. The only one able to easily go visit Matilda was Kara, but the badger was currently resting in her space, covered in bandages and wounds that didn't want to heal. She would go soon, but with the instability of the chaos plane, she didn't want to do it when her life was still in danger. Even the most chaos-attuned of creatures might still suffer from the nature of that place. While Kara didn't want to risk the chaos plane pulling a lethal prank on her when she arrived, she also didn't want to waste too much time sitting around waiting to heal naturally. Matilda could surely repair her body, and she had things to do. So, as soon as minor movements no longer tore stitches or started any new bleeding, she moved herself out of her space to the chaos plane to go see her friend. Congratulations on legendary status. She greeted the bemused chaos dragon. You taste-tested a demigod. How was it? Worth the pain? Matilda asked. Yet to be determined. But can you patch me up? Even the chaos beast constitution and my home space don't want to heal these injuries. Kara complained. You were cut by divine claws, with the fundamental rule of order imbued into both the attack and the claw itself. I can heal the worst of the damage, but it's not going to be perfect. Matilda agreed. What do you mean, not perfect? Matilda gave the irate badger an indulgent look. What I mean is that you don't get to escape causing that level of chaos and scathe. You're going to have scars when I remove the effects of the fundamental rule from your body. The damage is already done and inflicted by divine energy, which not even I can fully nullify. Will I at least look cool? That made the dragon laugh. A real, honest laugh. Indeed. I have looked into the future, and you will look cool even with scars. That was good enough for Kara, and she nodded for Matilda to begin the work of healing her lingering injuries. The scars were going to be inevitable, she decided. If she had Matilda heal her, it would scar. But if she didn't have the dragon clear the fundamental rule of order, it would only take longer to heal, and then still scar. The process of extracting the excess energy was excruciating, but here in the chaos plane, she had the advantage, in that she could immediately alter her surroundings to soothe the raw wounds. How long it took, Kara couldn't say. Time was an ethereal thing here, but mostly she was so focused on the healing process and trying to upgrade her own healing skills that she completely lost track of her surroundings. For the first time, she had advanced but didn't get a skill that was a rank above her own. That was an annoyance that she was intending to rectify as soon as possible. Hopefully, with the Chaos Beast Constitution. If she could upgrade that to immortal rank, she might be able to adapt to the lingering power in her body more efficiently, instead of suffering from it. Finally, the process was over, and Kara grabbed an ornate mirror from her loot mountain to examine herself. There were long scars down her left side, and the back of her black leathery wing had a tattered notch in it. But her paw smoothed the fur over most of those marks with ease. The real damage was to her face. Her muzzle had a long scar that started just behind her mouth and ran up over her left eye, clipping her ear. Ironic, really. An ear for an ear. Matilda joked. Not that the badger's ears actually extended far from her head, but the left one was definitely scarred. Not bad. I kind of look like a gangster now. Kara noted. You've always been a hoodlum. Matilda replied casually, already returning her focus to the proper preparation of deep-fried supreme-ranked cephalopod. The energy of her defeated foe was an incredible boost to her life force, helping stabilize her advancement. But there was still something that she could share with Kara. The recipe. Kara had a mostly complete immortal octopus in her collection, and it was of the same species, so the flavor should be very close to the same, despite the difference in rank. Now, that was a wonderful idea, Kara decided. She would get started on it as soon as she got back. With Hawk's assistance, they would have no problem frying the octopus, and they might even get a bit of benefit from it, other than a good meal. Karl noticed that Kara was back, but she was already making plans for dinner with Hawk. Her bandages were gone, and while she was still limping a little, she looked much better than she had been. A childish voice distracted Karl from watching Hawk and Kara prepare the fried octopus. It's about time that you arrived. Now, where were we? Right, we have things to do. Grab your badger. The annoyed, girlish voice demanded. For a moment, Karl didn't recognize it. But when he turned, he recognized Bishop Misty, the time dragon, immediately. Only, this time she was an immortal. How does that work anyhow? He asked, voicing his thoughts before he could stop himself. A time dragon is exactly as powerful as they need to be at the moment they need their power. Now, are you going to make me wait until after dinner so we can go? She asked. That depends on how long we're going to be gone. Misty frowned. That's an interesting question. Do you mean in relative or absolute terms? Karl laughed. I will take that as long enough to get hungry. Give me 5 minutes, and Kara will have a snack ready. Do I need to gather everyone else? Misty shook her head, then waved at Dana. Nope. This time, it's just the 3 of us. Everyone else can wait here, and when we are done with the things, we will come right back. Well, they'll hardly even notice that we left. But that's not the point. I've been waiting ages for this moment, and now we need to go take care of business. You actually enjoy being mysterious, don't you? Karl asked. Oh, totally. It's one of the best parts of my job. I mean, even if I told you, it probably wouldn't make sense, so there's no need to tell you at all, other than to help you prepare for the dramatic parts of the show. She agreed. Have you met my friend Opal? I think that the 2 of you would get along stunningly. I haven't met Opal yet, but I will. Don't worry, I've got all the time in the world to meet and greet my friends. But some things cannot be changed, and the timing needs to be just right. So it is time for us to go. Misty explained. Dana waved as a white mist began to form around Karl, and then the pair were gone, leaving her with the rest of the beasts, and an academy full of awestruck students and curious recently freed slaves. We might as well have some fun, since we're here anyhow, and Misty took the Karl away. What do you say I let a golem loose in the basement and have the kids play hide and seek? Ray suggested. Unaware of the horrors that Ray planned for the students of the academy, Karl found himself staring at a simple stone room in what appeared to be a dragon god temple. So what's first on the list of things to do? He asked, while Misty rummaged through the pile of blankets and clothes on the bed. First up is to find my favorite hairpin. Then we can start the list of things that you have to do while you're at this point in the mythic rank. She explained. There is a list? Unfortunately. But look at it this way. If you do them all now, it feels like you only have to do one set of things, and then you're done. That's much better than coming back in time to convince the old you to do them a bunch of times. Misty explained. You have a point there. Is this the hairpin? Karl asked, indicating a jade hairpin set on her dresser. Oh, there it is. Thank you. All right. First up, we need to go to the city of NR in Githuzan. Your task is to stand up for a young Dragonkin girl when she's bullied. This one is important. If you do it right and restore her faith in people, she becomes the queen of Githuzan. If you mess it up, she becomes the scourge of Githuzan, an immortal rank terror that levels most of the country and wipes out the shadow dragons on this world. So, no pressure? Misty shrugged. It's fine. If you mess it up, the worst that will happen is that Matilda will yell at me again. Karl gave her a suspicious look. She was clearly only considering the direct impact to herself. The fact that someone would wipe out a whole species of dragons if he didn't get this right hadn't even registered on her list of dangerous side effects. Is there a reason that I was only supposed to bring Kara? Misty shrugged. If you brought anyone else, she would have recognized you the moment that you stepped foot in Drod. That would create a whole other world of things to fix in the timeline. Oh, you also can't go as yourself or as your cat form. That part would have been important to know in advance. Karl noted. It's fine. I remembered before you left. Karl sighed and switched to the unholy beast transformation that Hawk was using to allow himself to become a demon crow. The other option was a Tengu demon with large black wings. That wasn't a form that Karl had ever used in public, so there should be near zero chance that anyone would recognize him. Oh, good choice. Elemental's wrath would have been fun too. Karl shook his head. Showing up as a raging fire elemental would definitely make it harder to restore anyone's faith in society. The white mist surrounded them again, and Karl found himself standing in a palace designed with images of dragons everywhere and mythic rank mana jade as floor tiles. It was gaudy, excessive, and opulent to the extreme. But one thing that he did not see was Bishop Misty. The time dragon had dropped him here to do the work on his own. Only, she had forgotten to tell him what the target in question looked like, or what her name was. He knew that he was looking for a dragonkin, and with a bit of luck, he would be near her, not entire cities away from what he needed, like when Misty had dropped him in the middle of nowhere to look for Kara and defend Bunga. In front of him, a young girl skidded around the corner and crashed into the wall, while someone behind her shouted and laughed. Get her. Don't let that tattletale get away this time. If she's a real dragon princess, she will fly when we throw her off the peak. A boy's voice shouted from further down the hallway. That sounded like Karl was in the right spot. The girl had a dragon's tail and wings, but even a juvenile dragon would not have either if they were transformed. So, she was dragonkin, and those wings were definitely not large enough to help her fly. The girl also didn't have a name tag over her head, so she was either too young to have the system activated, or they were in between resurgences. The girl went to race by, but Karl caught her in his arms, then winked at her as he equipped a white fur cloak and cast perfect camouflage on her as he wrapped both the cloak and his black feathered wing around her. A group of boys with shockingly black eyes slid around the corner a half-second later, then stopped to bow politely as they saw Karl. Lord Emissary, good morning. Did you see a half-breed girl just a moment ago? One of the boys asked. Barefoot in a black dress? Karl asked. That's the one. We were asked to help tutor her this morning, but she's become rebellious and wanted to avoid her studies. The boy replied, using a formal tone usually reserved for elders. Karl smiled. Bare feet are terrible for gaining traction on jade tiles. She fell out the window into the garden. The boy cursed to himself, then bowed. Thank you, Lord Emissary. Then he rushed off down the hall, and Karl heard a group of people running down a flight of stairs. Under his arm, the girl squirmed, so Karl set her on the ground and straightened her clothes. And who might you be, little one? He asked. Princess Rue, bastard daughter of the king. She replied with a formal bow that didn't suit her simple dress. Karl smiled. So, princess, what is fun to do around here? The girl simply looked confused for a moment. Lord Emissary, where are your bodyguards? Karl laughed. You think that I need bodyguards? That's adorable. But I did bring one. Meet Kara. Kara came out, and the girl flinched. That looks like it really hurt. I've got scars on my back from when the princes wanted to find out if Dragonkin could heal after being whipped, but this looks much worse. Karl sighed. Would you like me to fix that? It's really not a problem. Princess Rue panicked and shook her head rapidly. No, thank you, my lord. They would never forgive me if I did. But can I ask a favor? Please forget that you saw me today. Kara rumbled, the noise halfway between a purr and an idling chainsaw. Sorry, it appears that my friend likes you. Why don't you spend the day with me instead? It's less of a cardio workout than running from those boys, but it could be fun. Karl offered. Before she could answer, a guard patrol came around the corner and stopped with their hands on their weapons. Halt! Who goes there? The man, clearly a transformed bronze dragon, demanded. Karl, emissary from the Darklight host. The dragons paused for a moment, as if only just realizing who and what they were looking at. An unfamiliar face had been enough to put them on guard, but this one was a mythic rank guest, with a class they didn't recognize, and strange markings around his name that would normally indicate a boss monster in a dungeon. Could a dungeon boss have gotten loose to rampage in the palace? But he did say that he was from the Darklight host, so perhaps he was sent here by the ancient chaos dragon of Siosesa? Welcome to NAR, emissary. Have you found time to check in with the castle steward? The guard asked. Not yet. This lovely young lady has agreed to escort me for the day, so we will check in once we find the steward. Karl replied with a shrug. The guards gave the princess a curious look, then nodded. Understood. I will inform His Majesty that the Supreme Lady has sent an emissary, and that the youngest princess is with you. The guard agreed. Then he led his patrol past Karl and the shocked dragonkin. How did you do that? You just told them who you were, and they left us alone. Normally, they force me to go back to my room. She whispered. Karl patted her on the head. You just need to learn the rules, princess. You see, it is only proper for an emissary to have a royal escort. I am assuming that we're not in a restricted portion of the palace, so there was no infraction for them to enforce. The fact that you are escorting me means that you have an assigned duty more important than the directive to remain in your room. Bronze dragons do not break the rules. Not ever. Curiosity flashed in Princess Ru's eyes, and Kara mentally laughed. She is learning. This one is a bit too innocent for her own good. She never thought about using the rules against the bullies, even when they were tormenting her. That gave Karl an idea of what they needed to do here. Not just getting her to trust him, but helping her to understand that there were standards and limits she could work with to punish those who bent rules to do evil. Some rules would be ignored if you were the favorite. But if the bronze dragons caught the young princes misbehaving, they wouldn't get off easily. Now, where were we? Right. Let's go do something fun. What is there to do here? Ru smiled slightly. Didn't you just tell the guards that you would go to the steward? No. I informed them that I would check in when we found him. The timeline wasn't established. I will keep my word, but that doesn't mean we can't do anything fun in the meantime. Well, we can go to the library if you enjoy reading. I've been studying magic, hoping to activate my class. I am what they call a late bloomer, since I'm only half dragon. Ru explained. Karl laughed, and Karl smiled at the girl. Yes, that sounds like a wonderful idea. I know many types of magic, and I can help tutor you while I am here. I believe you said that was what you were supposed to be doing right now, was it not? Yes, emissary. Before I fled the princes, I was with my tutor. But she's just a servant. She won't stop them doing what they want. Ru's bitterness was clear in her tone, and Karl could already feel the building death energy in her body, resentment being given form before she awakened. Her class. That at least explained why Misty had sent him to this particular moment. Given another few weeks of bullying, she would awaken a death-oriented class. If it was a powerful rare class, there was a chance that it would twist her personality, or that the newfound power would let her finally get back at those who had wronged her, and she would warp her own personality into a serial killer as she learned the joy of getting revenge. The time dragon's targeting was spot on, Karl decided. He was in exactly the right place at the right time. Kara nudged Ru to get them moving, and the dragonkin princess led them into the palace, through what were clearly servants' stairs and service corridors, until they came out from behind a hidden door in the library. Well, partially hidden. The door had ware from regular use, so it should be the regular servants' entrance for everyone who cleaned the library or was sent to. Fetch books. Find us a quiet spot to sit, and I will study with you. I have a knack for teaching, Karl whispered, keeping to the library rules, as he could sense a totem-ranked blue dragon in the room. Ru led them to a corner of the library, where a desk was set up with inscription materials, and a single blue dragon acolyte sat copying a spell tome. Karl nodded politely as the startled dragon sensed his aura. Don't mind us. I am going to tutor Princess Ru in magic. Karl informed the acolyte in a hushed tone. The dragon looked shocked, but nodded in agreement. That was the purpose of this portion of the library, though he was under the impression that the dragonkin had little to no talent for magic, as she was already nearly 10 and had no class activated. A young dragon found their calling within months of hatching, most of the time, even if it took them a while to activate the system. But Ru was just kind of useless. What kind of magic do you specialize in? Ru whispered as she darted glances between Karl and the acolyte. I have a widely varied base of magic. I can use everything from shamanistic healing and lightning spells to rend, consecrated ground, and disintegrate. Karl informed her with a casual shrug. The library acolyte at the table nearly choked on their tongue. Then, the young blue dragon ran off, directly toward the head librarian, while Karl settled into a comfortable chair near the inscription table. Just tell me what you wish to learn, and I will teach you. Karl offered. Is it wrong to say that I want vengeance? Ru asked. Not at all. I like vengeance. It is immensely satisfying. But what after that? Even if you kill everyone who has ever bullied you or treated you wrong, you've still got a long life ahead of you. Princess Ru froze. She hadn't thought about it that way. Wasn't just becoming an avenging force like a crusader enough? I just like magic. Cool, flashy magic. Useful magic. Things that help. But also magic that punishes bullies. Ru whispered, mostly to herself. From the other side of the room, shouting and stomping feet interrupted the solitude of the library. I can smell her. That BTCH is hiding in the library. Find her, the boy from earlier demanded. Ru prepared to run, but Karl put a hand on her shoulder. Let me take care of this. Trust me, it's going to be fine. 5 young dragons, all with the same odd, completely black eyes that marked shadow dragon lineage, rushed through the library, shouting and laughing. Then, someone spotted Ru, and they came to surround her. How dare you run away from us, half-breed? The leader of the boys shouted. Overwhelming presence crashed over them, causing a terror effect that froze them in place. There is no shouting or running in the library. Karl informed them quietly. The boys looked like they were going to cry under the oppression of Karl's skill, but even after he deactivated it and simply let loose his aura, which was normally kept restrained for everyone's comfort, their knees were still shaking. Lord Emissary, we meant no offense. It's just that, you see, the boy began. Leave the library and come back in properly. Then apologize to the librarian for causing a commotion. Karl insisted. But I am. The boy began, before thinking better of it and running away. A moment later, soft steps entered the library, followed by a hushed, sorry librarian, and the sound of the princes running away. See, easy. You just need to be able to remind people that there are rules for a reason. Karl quietly informed Ru. But the chaos that Karl caused was not going to be so easy to contain. The aura of an annoyed mythic-ranked guest shattered the peace of the castle, and overwhelming presence radiated in a sphere around the caster. It had frozen thousands of nearby castle occupants in place, utter terror overcoming them, despite knowing that they were not the target. If that didn't bring the guards running to the library, nothing would. But before we are interrupted again, you were saying that you wanted versatile magic, right? I wonder what sort of mage would be best. Perhaps even a shaman. Karl pondered. They say that the king has void magic, the royal magic of the shadow dragon lineage. Do you know something like that? It might not be as useful in daily life, but void magic users get some respect. Princess Ru suggested. Karl nodded. I do know some void magic. But first, we need to make you look like a princess before the guards arrive. Here, put this on. He handed her a black goth Lolita dress from Ray's space, and briefly wondered who the spider had actually made it for. It didn't have any white on it, so it wasn't one of the prank uniforms she made for staff in the Darklight host. Colors. There is nowhere to change here. Ru whispered. Oh, right. We need to get you a class first. How about I just pick, and you can sort it out later? You should be able to change classes as you advance. She was ascended rank before puberty and without a class, so her father was surely a powerful dragon. She would have good potential, even without whatever special class had made her immortal rank. Shadow dragons are void element, just like void badgers. Why not give her my skills, since we don't know theirs? Kara suggested. That's not a terrible idea. If nothing else, it will let her deal with bullying on her own. Karl agreed. Champion Karl offers knowledge, skill, void blast, will be transferred to the terrified pushover Ru. Champion Karl offers knowledge, skill, limited invulnerability, will be transferred to the terrified pushover Ru. Ru looked confused for a split second, then her eyes glazed over as she entered the system interface to select her class. The guards and a few other powerful presences were approaching, while the librarian stood next to a bookshelf and watched intently, not wanting to miss a moment of what Karl was doing. The blue dragon knew that he had used a skill that had caused her class to activate, but he had no idea what it was, or what class she would get, as Princess Ru was in the class selection interface. That was also valuable knowledge, though. It meant that she got a choice what class she was going to get. So, either Karl could give them a free choice, or he had done something that had given her an affinity for certain classes that she did not have before. Either way, this odd Tengu emissary of the Supreme Lady had given him more to study than years of living in the palace. Class activated, void avatar. Ru opened her eyes as her class selection was finished, then smiled and lifted off the ground. I got void flight as a class skill, she whispered. Karl smirked as he pulled the little dragonkin into a hug. The princess had been threatening to throw her off the top of a cliff to see if she could fly. Now she could. Now you're bullying resistant. Just remember what I told you. There are rules in place. You just need the power to make sure that others don't overlook them. Now, should we wager on who is coming to see us? You made quite a scene. Karl asked. Me? How is any of this my fault? She demanded in a hushed growl. The librarian smirked and ruffled her long black hair. Princess, he is a friend of the supreme-ranked Chaos Dragon of Sihosesa. Responsibility is anathema to the Darklight host. Kara contemplated his words. That wasn't quite true. Anathema implied that it would harm them. Annoy them, certainly. Harm them? Not likely. It is the queen, the royal guard commandant, and the steward, with a squad of guards. The librarian whispered. Princess Rue seemed to shrink as she moved to hide behind Karl at the mention of the queen. I take it that she's not your mother? Karl asked. Rue shook her head. My mother is an elven chambermaid. Kara smiled, the scar at the corner of her mouth, turning it into a slightly twisted smirk. Then, she brought out popcorn. Both Rue and the librarian stared at her in shock for a moment. Then the badger realized what was wrong. No food in the library. She tossed a handful into her mouth, then reluctantly put the bag away. The first to enter was the palace steward, here to see who was causing trouble without first announcing their arrival. His name is Lucifer, Rue whispered. The NAR Royal Palace steward was a bronze dragon, well into his later years, and totem-ranked, very close to mythic. He stormed into the library in a full rage and stopped with his hand on his sword next to a bookshelf. That had the librarian glaring at him, unwilling to risk a threat to the books, while Karl smiled back. Steward Lucifer, wonderful timing. I knew that you would be here soon. You see, a most lovely dragon has asked that I come here to tutor Princess Rue. Do check me into the palace's guest registry, won't you? Karl greeted him. The dragon stared at Karl in wordless rage, while Kara howled with laughter. You? Yes, me. Oh, and my assistant Kara. She should probably be on the list as well. She's in beast form now, but she might be humanoid later. Karl agreed. You're on a roll. Kara joked. This is way more fun than I was expecting. I hope that we're doing it right. Do you think that Misty would come give us hints if we were doing it wrong? Karl replied. Probably not. If she was supposed to be here, she would be. The queen entered before the steward managed to tamp down his rage enough to speak again, and Karl rose to his feet. Your Majesty. He greeted her, bowing politely, while Princess Rue fell to her knees and bowed with her face to the floor. You don't kneel before your queen? She asked, malicious curiosity in her tone. Respectfully, Your Majesty, we are not that different in rank, and I am not a subject of the Gathuzan crown. I was sent as emissary by Supreme Lady Matilda to tutor Princess Rue. Karl explained. The queen paused. Nobody casually name-dropped the Supreme Lady. She could hear you if you used her name directly, and she hated to be disturbed. Karl had forgotten that, as he usually didn't mind if she knew he was talking about her. He wouldn't be saying anything he wouldn't say to her face, so it was fine. But Kara thought that it was hilarious, as they were an unknown distance back in time, so she might have absolutely no idea who Karl was, or why he claimed to know her. The only thing stopping her from investigating might be that he was using her name to cause chaos. Only dragons are allowed to tutor within the palace. The queen insisted. I can be a dragon, that is fine, but then I wouldn't fit in the library. Isn't this form much more comfortable for indoor use? Even you have transformed. Karl asked. The queen stared at him, wondering if there was something wrong with Karl's brain. She clearly didn't mean dragon form. She meant dragon in species. You are a dragon? She asked slowly. Avatar of the world dragon, no less. Karl agreed. Not possible. Steward Lucifer gasped. I assure you that it is possible. Should we step outside so I can show you? I don't mind. The ocean breeze is always pleasant on my scales. The librarian cleared his throat. Talking in circles with an emissary of the Supreme Lady will get you nowhere. I assure you that his words are the truth. He is indeed an avatar of the world dragon. Right? Blue dragons could read your mind to extract knowledge. So, the librarian most likely understood that Karl's words were disingenuous at best, but trying to explain the whole situation would just give him a headache. The steward sighed and took out the palace register, an enchanted relic in book form that recorded names and detected falsehoods. Karl took out his own pen with a flourish and signed his name. Karl, branch leader of the Darklight host. That much was 100% true. Those are not all your titles. Steward Lucifer noted. Do we have time for all that? It's just a guest list and my version of the official. Description covers the important parts. The steward shrugged. It is good enough, I suppose. The description is sufficient to tell future readers who you were. The queen cleared her throat. And you have been sent here to tutor that. Waste of scales? To what end? As you can see, she is so old already and doesn't even have a class. Actually, she does now. Void Avatar, I believe. Give me a little time to build her confidence, and she will be a proper mage. Karl explained. But it's not possible. The curse we placed on her. The queen stammered. Ah, so that is why she never awakened, despite having the potential to become an immortal. Karl sensed as the queen's words sunk into Princess Rue's mind. She had been bullied for her lack of ability for years now, and for her mixed lineage for all her life. Now, she found out that her lack of ability was because the queen cursed her to be powerless. The level of rage that she was feeling was not something that she could put into words, and Kara nodded happily as she realized that they were just in time to avert the first steps of the disaster that Misty had warned them about. Not that it would have been impossible for someone as brilliant as a Chaos Badger to alter fate after the fact, but the Karl had definitely put them on the right path. Kara shifted to lay on top of the kneeling princess, pinning her to the ground and confusing her enough that she was distracted from her rage about having been cursed into uselessness. Karl knew that the distraction wouldn't last, as the queen would not forget that someone had interfered in her plans to cripple the daughter of her husband's mistress. But for now, it was working, and the furry distraction had made everyone else in the room forget about the princess. Why did you not arrive at the front gates of the palace, emissary? We could have arranged rooms for you in advance. Surely, your mission is not so urgent when the young princess is merely ascended rank trash. The queen asked, her tone impatient. You know how it is. I have never been here before, so I relied on being sent directly to my target. It's the most certain way to ensure that I don't end up in the wrong spot. Karl replied, waving his hand dismissively. The queen nodded. She was familiar with the technique, though it was annoying that someone used it on a target within the palace. A feat that shouldn't be possible with the barriers they had in place. Damnable Chaos Dragon. However, she couldn't complain too loudly about it, as she had attempted to send the princess away to various remote estates many times in the past, only to be thwarted and reprimanded by the king. He didn't wish for any of his children to be raised outside the palace, so the princess was stuffed into a spare room in the servants' quarters here, and, if the queen had her way, forgotten. The hope was that with enough time and no class or progression, she would lose her status and become one of the maids that she lived beside. Unfortunately, that seemed doomed to failure now that there was some meddlesome Tengu here to tutor her. The real question was, why was he here? She knew who had sent him, but she didn't have an enmity or an alliance with the Chaos Dragon or the Darklight Host Guild that she managed. It made no sense that they would send such a powerful member here to tutor the daughter of a mistress. If he were an elf, it would have at least been understandable that there would be some affinity. But someone had sent this odd man and his badger. Was it the doing of one of her political rivals? One of the concubines from the king's court? Perhaps even one of the noble houses had seen the potential to train up the half-breed and use her to elevate their standing? Certainly, it wasn't the Tengu. No, he had said that he wasn't a Tengu at all, but a dragon transformed into a Tengu for his own entertainment. The many possible schemes that ran through the queen's mind took only a few seconds, and then she was back to focusing on the issue at hand. The fact that someone was training the illegitimate daughter she had cursed. Princess Rue had no idea that the queen had read so deeply into her situation. For all that she knew, this random visitor had simply taken pity on her and had decided to help her out in a way that had gotten around whatever the queen had done to stop her from getting a class. But mostly, her mind was occupied with trying to get out from under Kara, who was really quite comfortable on top of the little dragonkin. It was like sleeping on a warm, squishy rock. Emissary, perhaps you would like to accompany our staff to your room to prepare for dinner? The king will certainly be happy to see that our visitor here to assist his youngest daughter is well taken care of. The steward suggested. That would be wonderful, thank you. Perhaps a room next to the princess, to save time when I wish to conduct surprise practical tests. Karl suggested. You're going to make them cry? Kara laughed as she watched everyone's expressions shift. It gets funnier by the minute. Where do you think that they've got her staying? It should either be the far corner of the royal wing or the servants' wing. Karl agreed. Certainly, emissary. Would you object if we relocated both of you for the time being? The suites near the library are suitably appointed, and Princess Rue is a reasonable child. She will surely not object to taking the spare room in your suite. You didn't have a guard escort coming, did you? The steward asked. No, it's just myself plus Kara. The only requirement that I have is that the suite should be fully private. I do prefer to set defensive spells while I am teaching, and it would be awkward for everyone involved if I blocked a doorway that was in use. Karl agreed. The queen nodded, and a maid was called forward. The princess' belongings will be brought to the spare room momentarily. We will have to discuss her fashion sense later. Rue looked up from where she was pinned under Kara, then realized that Karl had given her new clothing to replace the now filthy peasant dress she was wearing. My apologies, Your Majesty. I did not wish to get good clothes dirty, she replied, then squirmed out from under the badger and equipped the dress Karl had given her. The queen frowned as she stared at the dress. It was adorable, but she had never seen anything even remotely similar before. Where had Rue gotten it? It had to be from the emissary, and she hadn't been able to equip it before she had gained a class. If you will forgive my abrupt departure, I have business to attend to. I will see you at dinner, daughter. Emissary, the queen declared, then turned and strode out of the room. Everyone but one maid left with her, and Karl found himself nose to nose with a curious librarian. You have questions, I assume? The dragon snorted, and lightning crackled at his nostrils. Yes, you could say that I have questions. For one, how did you awaken the princess? Did you nullify the curse that had been placed on her, or is it something else? Curse. Kara cast nullify on the princess, and felt mana start pouring into the young princess body as the negative effect was dispelled. This place had rather intense mana, stronger than even Xylas. Given a bit of time, Rue would surely advance to an acceptable standard. Oh, now the curse is nullified. I should have expected that with the Chaos Badger. Might I ask, how did she end up in that state? With her healing skills, the species should be immune to such lingering wounds. The librarian asked. She licked a demigod. Pretend I didn't ask. Karl winked at the dragon. I know that you secretly want to know, and that it's going to bother you if I don't tell you. But it's really just as it sounds. We were in a fight, and a demigod of the beast god pantheon was called to intervene. Naturally, she needed to know what it tasted like. The librarian frowned at Kara, then slowly nodded. I understand. I wish that I could say that I didn't. But I do. Now I want to know what a beast pantheon demigod tastes like. It's a hazard of the occupation. Once you find out that a thing exists, you need the details. However, as we're the last ones here, I will give you one more tidbit of information. Karl added. Champion Karl offers knowledge, skill, refreshing lightning. Will be transferred to the curious Librarian Barry. Librarian Barry stared at Karl for a full minute, while the maid waited silently for something to happen. Then, he began to tilt. Karl caught him and set the librarian in a chair, while the maid began to panic. He's fine. He merely forgot that he needed to do things like standing while he's lost in thought. Karl explained. The maid nodded understandingly. Oh, just blue dragon things, then. He's infamous for falling asleep while reading at his desk. But you can never tell if he's sleeping with his eyes open, or just thinking really hard until you see if he answers. If he's asleep, asking him a question will wake him up. We can let him sort out his thoughts. Why don't you show us to the suite now, and the librarian can come find us when he is ready? Karl suggested. The maid bowed to Karl, and then led them out, while Kara circled her feet, and Princess Rue hid behind Karl. She knew that the queen was not going to be happy about having to move her, but she couldn't leave her in the same room without embarrassing herself in front of the foreign guest. That would not put Karl on her list of favorite people, but at mythic rank and a personal representative of Saiosesa, as well as a guild member of the Supreme Ladies Guild, there wasn't much that anyone could do to him within the law unless he actually committed a crime. Even then, there wasn't much that they would do, as the Supreme Lady of Saiosesa was a psychopath who would laugh her way right through a major war, should anyone be crazy enough to start one with her. Quietly, the maid led them down the hall and up 2 levels, to a seemingly abandoned wing of the castle. The hallways were clean, but Karl could see the spots that were habitually missed by the staff when they cleaned, showing that nobody disturbed anything in this hall recently. Even the epic battle scenes on the wall hangings still showed the faint curling of long-term storage, so they had just been placed within the last few minutes. But the common area was spotless when the maid led him into the suite, and there were 2 bedrooms, just enough for their purpose. At the back of the room is a rooftop training area, so you may work on spells that can't safely be performed indoors. The maid explained. Karl smiled. That shouldn't be an issue. You see, I know the illusionary domain, and if my young charge here can break that, I might just lose years off my life in shock. The maid smiled. Karl had a point. There was 0 chance that an ascended rank mage could do anything that would even make the illusion flicker. And if she couldn't break the illusion, she couldn't damage the room. If you need anything, my shift ends at dark, she explained, then moved to stand just inside the door, hidden out of the way in a cleverly designed alcove. Obviously, they weren't going to be left alone, but Karl wasn't planning to do anything that would need to be hidden from the public, at least not in the next few hours. His goal here was to help the princess regain her faith in people, and for that, he didn't need to intensively train her on skills. He needed to get her to talk to someone friendly. That might have to wait until dinner, Karl decided. The princess was much more interested in playing with Kara, who was exploring the suite, than in talking to anyone. Rue had new spells that she wanted to test, but she didn't want to test them in front of staff if she could avoid it, just in case they didn't work right. The staff didn't bully her. She hadn't fallen that far in the palace hierarchy, but they would laugh at her, just like they laughed at all their other young co-workers when things went wrong. Hey, there's a cool statue in here. Can I keep it? Kara asked as she examined the bedroom. No pilfering their valuables. Leave the room the way that we found it, or it might mess up the timeline. Just focus on making friends with Princess Rue. Maybe try turning into a humanoid again, Karl suggested. That sounded interesting. Kara wondered if her new scars would transfer between forms, as they were created with the fundamental rule of order and divine energy. Only one way to find out. Kara used the humanoid transformation skill to shift into her favorite badger-kin form, and then frowned when she realized that the scar made her mouth, cheek, and eyebrow all wonky in this shape. The skin was too tight, and it made her face feel lopsided. 3 out of 10. Not as impressive as she had hoped. You are Kara? Wow, that scar is nasty when you're humanoid. Did your friend give you fancy clothes too? We're going to have to go to a formal dinner, and that means pretty dresses for all the ladies. Rue gushed as she examined Kara, who was wearing a tunic with the sleeves rolled up and short shorts with bare feet. Kara smiled. Oh, the amount of fashion I have available would blow your mind. My sister is a famous fashion designer at home, and she doesn't mind if I borrow a piece now and then. We could go as twins. Well, almost, since you've got that white stripe in your hair. Rue suggested eagerly. Kara rummaged through the clothing she already had, and came up with a suitably frilly black dress. Only, hers had dozens of pockets sewn into it to hold treasures she wasn't sure if she would keep. She switched clothes, and Rue smiled. Oh, that is perfect. Did you get pockets to hide snacks? That is spectacular. So few people know the value of hiding food for later. Kara smiled. Even when you're not hungry, keeping a few snacks on hand is never the wrong answer. A wise person never has empty pockets. Rue frowned. But now that I have a class, I have an inventory. Don't people keep all their valuables in there? Kara nodded. Of course, but you should always have useful stuff in your pocket. If you're busy, others can grab it for you, and if someone locks your access to mana, you will still have what you need. See this pocket? I've got a nice slim dagger tied in it, and nobody would ever know without patting me down. But in an emergency, or when I'm in restraints, I can still get to the blade. Do you often end up in restraints? Kara shrugged. It's a minor side effect of my exploration efforts. Containing a chaos badger was not an easy proposition, but many had tried to hold her until Karl came to get her in the past. Rue likely wouldn't be so good at escaping. Where do we sit? Kara asked, finally realizing that this dinner was a great opportunity to meet new people. That helped their mission, and it could be fun, too. Probably at the small table for children along the north wall. Emissary Karl should be at the main table with the other high nobles, since he's a mythic mage. But the rest of the seating is usually by age. I don't know what they'll do for you, though. You're also powerful, but still young-looking. Rue replied with a frown. Kara shrugged. I am young, but beasts grow up faster than dragons. Her humanoid form was also much less aligned with her physical growth than her personality. She looked like a mischievous teen girl, only a few years older than Rue. Putting a mythic beast at the table with children was a gray area in protocol, as far as Karl knew. If you went by age, it was the right spot for them, as they would enjoy the company. But if you went by prestige, they should be with the other myths. Perhaps it was decided by species? Some were definitely more prideful than others, and some would have political or innate enmities that needed consideration. The whole thing sounded fascinating. Kara turned to the maid in the corner. You work here, you must know. Where will we be seated? The maid bowed to her. Madam, I believe they had intended to seat you with Princess Rue. I have already informed them that you will be attending in humanoid form, so they don't arrange a whelp seat for your beast form. Whelp seat. The maid nodded. Young dragons often take some time to learn to transform, so we have seats designed for four-legged creatures up to a meter long. If the seat was unsuitable, we also have low tables and ground-level serving dishes as an option for beasts accompanying guests, though they are not typically permitted in the main dining room. Ah, that makes sense. That's wonderful news, Rue. We can make new friends. The princess smiled sadly at Kara. I already know everyone else here, remember? Kara waved dismissively. Just wait. You will find that suddenly people who used to ignore you now want to be your friends. Not real friends. The sort of fake friends that only stick around because you might be useful in the future. But still, those are always first until you find the real ride or die sorts. The maid smiled at the enlightened look on Rue's face, but refrained from saying anything. Kara's worldview was different from anything that she would have expected, but the Chaos Badger was not wrong. Even within the palace staff, she could count the number of truly reliable friends on one hand, but the number of friends until it becomes a hassle, co-workers, was much higher. In general, everyone tried to get along well enough that it made their life easy. The only issue might be the young prince and his friends. They had bullied Rue relentlessly, and they wouldn't easily change without something to persuade them. Kara and the maid were thinking the same thing, but Kara had a very different solution to the issue. The young prince was only royal rank. Sure, that was 2 levels higher than Rue, but it wouldn't take much to bump her up to commander rank, and then they would only be 1 apart while being close to the same age. Plus, the boy was a base warrior class. Warriors were kind of boring and mundane. They didn't have cool skills that you could show off. The Karl had given Princess Rue limited invulnerability, and that was a skill that she could show off without damaging anything. At the very least, it would make her difficult to beat up without going overboard and getting themselves into real trouble. Kara flopped down on the spare bed with Rue until the dinner service was ready, but Karl was already preparing plans for the future of their young princess. Misty had said that she would be the queen one day if they got this just right, so he would need to train her in something that would make her stand out above all the other heirs. Without killing them all, that was. Obviously, it couldn't be runecrafting. That would completely mess up the timeline, as Karl couldn't see any sign that it was in use here. He would make her an item or 2, personal keepsakes, to help her remember his teachings. But he wouldn't teach her the skill. Miss, tell me something. What would you say that the royal family's signature trade skill might be? Being so far from home, I'm not fully acquainted with the local trade patterns, he asked the maid. Certainly, our skill books. Our royal family has a knack for creating new skill books, though they traditionally keep them for themselves instead of sharing with the blue dragons. Are you familiar with the rivalry between the shadow dragons and the chromatic dragons? She asked. I know the basics. Karl agreed. No, he did not. Not even a little bit of it. But the rivalry couldn't be too intense, as there were blue dragons writing skill books in the royal library. Perhaps it was more about being able to hoard rare skill books for themselves, to gain an advantage over others. The shadow dragons didn't have a god of their own. They were part of the dragon god's pantheon, but only a handful of species had a true god representing their aspect. In that case, you might not be aware that the royal family has a monopoly on shadow element and many other skill books that the blue dragons can't make for themselves. As they can't use the skills, and the books are protected with magic, they can't copy them. That allows the royal family to maintain certain skills as their own exclusive property, or as signature gifts for new sovereigns of friendly nations. It is traditional that the newly raised kings and queens of Audrock are given the agile flight skill, for example. They are not a dragon nation, mostly bird-type beastkin, and some human mages that came from other continents. So, the gift is especially valuable to them, and they lack the ability to replicate it. She explained. Karl nodded. That is a wonderful skill. Do you know it? The maid stared at him in shock. Are you saying that you do? Karl nodded. It's an innate skill of the Chaos Badger. We both share the knowledge. The maid placed a hand on her chest and took a deep breath. For a moment there, I was going to panic. I thought that you might have a royal lineage background that I wasn't informed of. Karl shook his head. Nope. My lineage is an interesting one, but it's not a direct one from any sitting sovereign. What is the practice for dinner? The maid blinked once as she processed the change of topic. You may either walk the hallways and enter from the west entrance. Or, if you wish to make a grand entrance, you may fly from the balcony in dragon form and land on the east balcony of the dining room. It is clearly marked from above, and there will be 2 bronze dragons stationed there in dragon form. Flying. Kara cheered. We will make a grand entrance. I will carry the princess to the east entrance in dragon form, and Miss Kara can fly with us. The maid shook her head. Only dragons are permitted to use the balcony. If Miss Kara rides on your back, that would be fine, but protocol forbids her landing individually. Karl shrugged. Then I will give them both a ride. It will help the rest of the guests understand that Princess Rue has an advocate within the palace now. As long as your dragon form is large enough, I don't see any issue with that. She agreed. The maid was a young adult, but also from a subspecies of dragon, so her dragon form really might not be large enough for her to carry 2 children. But that didn't apply to Karl. Did his Tengu form look that young? He had no frame of reference for how old Tengu should look. So, he had no way of knowing that the particular appearance of his Tengu form was that of someone near his own human age, while the species matured at a much slower rate. Simply going by his appearance, the maid had assumed that he was a prodigy who had just finished his mandatory schooling. Not exactly wrong, but not quite right, either. That sort of person would also be the logical choice of emissary for Saihosesa, to send to deal with a young princess. Not only would they have more in common than a tutor of her parents' generation, but emissaries often ended up in marriage alliances, especially emissaries with compatible bloodlines. Fortunately for Karl, he was not Shadow Dragon, and unlikely to be pulled into such an arrangement with the princess. But that didn't mean that there wouldn't be others who would be interested in him. As the maids called it, flavor of the week syndrome. The dinner arrivals start in 5 minutes, emissary. If you would like to transform now, we can arrange a secure seat for the princess and your companion. The maid declared, I have magic to secure them. Fear not, I won't allow any harm to come to her. Karl explained. The maid nodded, accepting his words, but still nervous about all the things that could go wrong. If the princess fell off his back, it would be the maid's head on a pike, not his. Kara dragged Rue out, and Karl stepped onto the rooftop training grounds. Princess, please allow Miss Kara to get you settled. I will fly you to dinner. Karl used Behemoth the moment that he transformed, granting him the form of a world dragon nearly 100 meters from snout to tail. He was sitting with his head down and his tail curled, but he still took nearly the entire training ground. Oh my goddess, you are enormous. Princess Rue gasped. That's what all the ladies tell him. Kara agreed. The maid choked as she heard the crude comment, but the innocent mind of Princess Rue totally missed the connotation. I can see why. Are we even flying? It's like 3 steps for someone that large. She asked. I will fly us in a loop, so we can make a grand entrance. Karl explained. He crouched, and Kara helped the princess up to sit between his shoulder blades, held in place by 2 ridges in his spinal scales. Then, Kara settled behind her, and Karl cast Eternal Lightning to hold them securely on his back. Then, he spread his wings and soared into the sky over the city. Half a second later, the small gray form of the maid rushed after them, straining to keep up with even Karl's casual touring speed. It was like she was a young drake or a whelp next to an elder. His form was so large compared to hers. But he wasn't trying to outrun her, and he simply allowed her to fly along beneath his wing, so she could be in position should either of the riders slip. Karl circled the city and flew low over the ocean, so that Rue could feel the salty breeze on her skin. Then, he rose up over the castle and found the balcony with 2 bronze dragons on it. That is the right balcony, isn't it? He asked. Yes, emissary. I will land behind you. Then help the others down, so you can transform back and greet the others. The king should not be there yet, but there will be princes from the main family, as well as some guests. The maid replied. Karl heard the gossip before he even landed. Is that a divine fire dragon? I thought that they were more red. How close must he be to immortal rank to be so large? Oh, how I would warm his clutch. The last one made Karl laugh. These noble dragon ladies had no idea what they were up against. Even the best polished scale couldn't compare to the Dana mage. Karl had to clutch the edge of the balcony with his back claws, as it wasn't designed for a dragon as large as he was. You went overboard. But they looked suitably impressed. Kara noted. That's the important part. Remember, we're here to help Rue make friends. Even if they're trying to find a reason to talk to the two of us, it's still easier for them to talk to Rue first, as they all know her. Karl agreed. The maid helped Kara and Rue down, then turned away so she wasn't seen laughing at the way that Kara waved to all the shocked guests in the dining room. The two girls were wearing beautiful black dresses in a foreign style that had the immediate interest of the fashion-minded. But even that couldn't distract most of the guests from the enormous dragon on the balcony. Karl stepped forward and smoothly transformed into a Tengu in black folded robes. The dragons on guard looked thoroughly confused. What generation was this guy from? He looked so young, but he dressed like their grandfather, which was saying something when they were totem-ranked dragons and centuries old. Perhaps it was a case of everything old becomes new again, and it was considered fashionable where he came from. Certainly, the girls' outfits must be high fashion in Saiho. The moment that Karl walked into the room, everyone went silent. They hadn't seen it before, as he was larger than the door, but his name tag was surrounded by a golden dragon-themed frame. It was customary to keep the system interface active, so you could see everyone's names and pretend you remembered who they all were. But nobody had ever seen anything like his name's display on a guest before. Greetings, everyone. My apologies for the ostentatious display, but it does feel good to stretch my wings now and then. Karl greeted the room. Not a problem at all, emissary. The king will be relieved to know that the supreme lady sent such an outstanding dragon to tutor his daughter. One of the older princes replied. Crown Prince Lucas, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. Congratulations on making mythic rank. Karl replied. The prince smiled. Thank you, emissary. I wasn't aware that Saiho kept track of our progress. Karl shook his head. I can feel it in your aura. You have only just received the mythic blessing. Here, a small gift to celebrate your glorious accomplishment. Karl handed over a small vial of one of Remy's growth potions. It wouldn't do much at mythic rank, but it would help stabilize his aura. That would make him feel more experienced to those around him and reduce the chances that someone would see him as vulnerable in his freshly advanced state. Prince Lucas stared at the potion for a moment, unfamiliar with the concoction. It's a growth potion, a specialty of the Naga Queen Remy. For a myth, it's no more than a trifle, but she has had some success giving them to children in need of a little push. Karl explained. Lucas' eyes went to Rue, who was being escorted away by Kara. The badger had found new species of dragons to meet, and she wasn't interested in formalities to begin with. But the crown prince couldn't help but wonder if his least promising sibling was about to see a sudden growth spurt that would put her on par with the full-blooded dragons. That thought led to the realization that there was a better use for this potion than his own stabilization. I believe that my daughter will have the most use for this particular potion. She is right at the commander rank bottleneck and about to hatch. Oh, that sounded fun. But Karl couldn't contact Remy to see what would happen. I don't believe that the potion has been tested on unhatched eggs before, but you are certainly welcome to try. Please do tell me the outcome, though. The crown prince rushed off and out of the room, eager to test the potion on the egg of what Karl assumed to be his heir. The difference between ascended and commander rank at birth is a huge deal for the royal status. If she doesn't make the standard, she will not be taken seriously as his heir. The maid whispered to Karl. He nodded in response, then greeted a few more of the local dragons. What brings you here, emissary? Is Saiho considering trade ties with Githuzan? One of the older shadow dragons asked. Karl shrugged. I'm not that sort of emissary. I was sent to train Princess Rue so that her advancement can catch up to her potential. The international politics are not my area of expertise. The nearby guests made a mental note of that. If Karl was more of an academic than a political sort, then he might not be as jaded by palace life and all the schemes that came with it. Perfect for befriending, as he was far less likely to try to leverage their friendship to improve a deal between their nations. While Karl answered questions from the adults, Kara and Rue were surrounded by the children of noble families. "Princess, you finally got a class. What one is that? I don't recognize the color," one of the girls asked. "Void Avatar is the name of the class. A Void Element Mage class. It's pretty awesome, and I can even fly without wings," Rue informed her, becoming excited about her new skills. "Wait, you got Void Magic? Really?" We were all starting to question if you were really a Shadow Dragon descendant. One of the boys sneered. Rue clenched her hands impotently, unable to beat him in a fight, and forbidden from attacking him with magic in the dining hall. But she had Kara as backup. Is Void Magic really that impressive? I mean to someone other than a barebones warrior with 0 skill points. She retorted. The nobles stared at her for a second, then one of the boys in the back whistled. "Ooh, burn. Go ahead. See if you can bully that one into admitting warriors are stronger." The boy taunted. "She doesn't even have a class. Her name is the same gray as trash mobs in the dungeon. You think that I can't win?" The boy demanded. The other kids turned to stare at him, and one girl gave him a sad pat on the head. As much as she hated to admit it, this cousin might just be an incurable idiot. "We will pray over your grave," she informed him in her most earnest tone. Kara turned to Rue. "I will show you the ultimate anti-bullying technique now." Rue smiled as she realized that the boy didn't have strong enough senses to be able to tell that Kara was a mythic beast. He just thought that she was a nobody, and he wasn't bright enough to realize that having a nameplate with no class color was likely not good news for him. "Normally, I wouldn't hit a girl, but you need to know your place," the boy insisted as his fist flashed forward. The guards were about to move, but Karl raised a hand to stop them as Kara nimbly dodged the boy's attack, then pulled his shirt up over his head, pinning his arms. Now normally what you is, you tug the head down, and you feed uppercuts into his face. But as we're at dinner, and I don't want to make a mess, we will finish with the second greatest move, Kara explained. The boy stumbled as Kara spun him in a circle, then she grabbed his underwear and yanked it up to his shoulders before leaping into the air with him and hanging him from the crossbar of an ornamental spear. Naturally, that was the exact moment that the king of Gthuzan entered the room and found that nobody was even looking at him. They were all focused on the irate boy with his shirt over his head, hanging by his underwear. The king cleared his throat, and the herald's voice boomed through the room. "The king has arrived." Everyone turned to bow to the king, and all the kids scattered. They ran to their tables, using their reduced height as an advantage to hide behind the adults, while pretending that they didn't know Kara and Princess Rue, whose table happened to be right next to where the boy was hanging. "Will someone please get him down from there? As much as I enjoy the performing arts, dinner is not the time," the king announced. The nearest guard snickered at the king's casual comment, ignoring the fact that someone had clearly been bullied. He wasn't blind to what went on around him, and the boy was somewhat notorious within the palace. If the tables had been turned on him today, he had almost certainly deserved it. However, the transformed Chaos Badger did look a bit too smug, and he suspected that this was not the last incident they were likely to see tonight. Everyone quickly took their seats once the king was seated, and Karl found himself between two older princes and across from a group of government ministers at the large main table. The king was seated with the queen, and who Karl assumed were the dowager, king and queen, or perhaps the queen's parents. But the king wasn't watching the room. He was intently staring at the queen, who was glaring at Princess Rue and Kara. It looked malicious to Karl, but that might be for a number of reasons. It could be anything from her hatred of Rue to a fondness for the boy that Kara had taunted, or even just a dislike of chaos in general. All were possible. "My queen, is something troubling you?" the king asked gently. "That Rue child has awakened a class," she replied. "I see that. Better late than never. Perhaps now she will begin to grow properly. The Supreme Lady has done us a favor by sending a tutor for her. Did you see the size of him? I don't recall a world dragon of his power being in Siosesa, but given who sent him, he might have come from another world to assist." The king agreed. The queen's frown only grew. If emissary Karl had been brought in from another world, he might really turn that brat's life around. The other kids at Kara's table were all staring at her in awe as she mixed condiments in a saucer and then added spices from her own space. "You should try this. It will put scales on your chest," She insisted. The kids giggled at the dragon humor, but moving too close to the super spicy concoction made their eyes water. Rue frowned, but didn't want her new best friend to be an outcast, so she took a careful bit on the end of her spoon. Her eyes went wide the moment that it touched her tongue. What is that? The scent is so spicy my eyes water, but it tastes sweet and sour at the same time. She asked. Kara nodded happily. Perfect, isn't it? Hot, sweet and sour all at once. The perfect dipping sauce for meats of all sorts. Rue tried again, taking a bit onto a bite of chicken. Oh, you're right. But the manna is making my head spin. Minor technical difficulty. Some of the spices are mythic ranked. But more manna is good for you. It helps you grow up big and strong. I will help you train tonight, and we should be able to get you to break through to commander rank without having to use any resources. Those we can save to get you up to royal rank, so you can keep up with your peers. Kara agreed. The little girl who had spoken to Rue at the start smiled. Really? Princess Rue will catch up to the boys. Kara gave her a double thumbs up. Yep. With an advanced class, it will be easier for her to grow, and she won't hit as many bottlenecks. Everything for the next 3 or 4 advancements should be easygoing. Oh, so she will make it to palace officer or general strength before she has troubles. That's good even for a princess. The girl gasped. I guess you don't use the same version of the ranking system that we do. Kara noted. Princess Rue smiled. Officially, we probably do. But here in Githuzan, almost everyone is a dragon, and if they're not, they're usually totem ranked or higher. So, everyone just uses local slang. Kara smirked. So many new flavors of dragons. Dragons come in flavors? One of the young dragon nobles asked. Kara nodded wisely. Both their species and their class power have different flavors. So, a shadow dragon mage and a shadow dragon warrior will taste different, and a weak one won't taste as good as a strong one. The kids looked confused. Then one of them licked the back of his hand before grabbing the hand of a server and licking it. Young master, if you're hungry, I can get you more to eat. The maid admonished. No, I am good. I just had to see if the badger was right. The boy replied dismissively, but the maid wouldn't let it go that easily. Young master, please don't take life advice from badgers. It won't end well for you. The ladies will think that you're some sort of deviant if you go around licking people. The kids' table all laughed, while the boy blushed. EW, not just anyone. Girls have cooties. But she told me that every species' innate magic tastes different, and she's right. I tasted my hand, and your hand, and they're not the same. There was still something very off with the badger's logic, and she couldn't help but suspect that the innocent look on Kara's face was a deliberate provocation. But the next words out of the badger's mouth only added to the confusion. While learning the taste is important, nobody actually eats dragon. What is important is knowing the essence of their personal mana signature, so that you can learn to pick it out by scent and aura. Once you can do that, then it is impossible to sneak up on you or truly disguise yourself without the finest of magic. She explained. Now the maid was completely confused. The description made perfect sense, and Kara had a point. Once you were familiar enough with the scent of someone, you could tell who they were without seeing them. So, it wasn't theoretically impossible to generalize that to work with entire species if you tried hard enough. But since when did chaos badgers give good advice? The sweet, innocent dragons do not know the true ways of chaos. Kara gloated. If there is no trust, there is no prank. First, you must prove that your words are worth considering. Only then can you lead them down the path of entertainment. She finished. Play nice. Remember, we're here to make friends for Princess Rue, to help her become a queen and not terrorize the people. Karl felt like he had said that before, but somehow the message was getting lost. In translation, relax. We're making friends. She's got a class. Next is getting power. But today, my mission is to make the princess seem more relatable, so that people will feel bad about bullying her, and she will stand a chance of making real friends. Kara explained. All right, I trust that you know what you're doing. It's better than being stuck here with boring people who just want to talk about politics. Normally, talking politics wasn't all that bad. But Karl had just realized that they were 1,000 years into the last resurgence, and he didn't even know most of the names of the cities or countries, much less their current leaders or the political strife that came along with their individual circumstances. What he had realized was that it was a good thing he had claimed that the old Chaos Dragon had sent him because she was considered to be eternal, and at this point neither Xylaz nor Drod existed as cities. The southeastern island, where Drod was in his timeline, currently hosted mostly nomadic orc tribes who were looking for the lost dragon scale so that they could preserve the system and keep the resurgence going forever. The demons hadn't even begun to settle there yet. While Xylaz was currently in a major drought, and the dungeons were in a state of constant conflict, with dozens of major factions fighting over them. Claiming either of them would have made him seem like a fraud from some backwater Tengu tribe. Dinner went relatively smoothly until the dessert course was served, and the queen noticed the friendly laughter and smiling from the children's table where Princess Rue was seated. In her mind, that would never do. She was about to speak up, but the king's expression caught her attention. He looked pleased with the situation, and he had always had a soft spot for that particular princess. Something had to be done. A brief message to the older princes, her own sons, set the stage. Today, the brat wouldn't escape without humiliation. No bastard child was going to suddenly make a run for air. Not on her watch. The queen needs to work on being subtle. Even the king has noticed her open scheming. Karl laughed as a pair of older boys stopped a server to add something to the dessert trays headed for the kids' table. For a moment, she seriously considered pretending to be poisoned by whatever they had sent over, just to watch everyone's reactions when they realized that a pair of princes had poisoned a foreign emissary. But when the maid arrived at the table, she was very insistent on which dessert went to Princess Rue, and then remained after serving, as if to be certain that she actually ate it. That just made it even easier on Kara, who had already sniffed out the magic. It's the opposite of that potion that Kara got from the new demons. It gives you mana poisoning if you eat it, she informed Karl. Are you going to nullify it? He asked, curious what her approach was. Nope, I'm going to eat it. I've never been mana poisoned. The question was how to do it without causing a scene. The dessert for the princess was slightly fancier than the ones for any of the other kids at the table, so it was clearly intended specifically for a member of the royal family. Simply snagging it would be poor manners. So, the obvious answer was deception. You get a different flavor? Are you allergic to one of the ingredients? Kara asked the princess, using her best curious and innocent tone, but a regular conversational volume that would carry to the other tables. Rue shook her head. It should be the same. They just make one fancier, so the royals know what one has been double-checked. Kara smiled, and the nobleman sitting next to Karl leaned over to whisper to him. Shouldn't we stop this before it gets out of hand? Karl shook his head slightly. No, let it play out. My associate has already identified the additive, and I can reverse the effect. I just want to see their reaction when that cake doesn't make it to its intended recipient. Besides, isn't this scheming just a bit too obvious? Honestly, none of them would have noticed if Kara hadn't pointed out that one slice of cake was not the same flavor to her senses, and that the ingredients were different. It should just have a bit more icing on top. But now that it had been openly announced, everyone in the room was discreetly taking notice. Everyone, that was, except the kids at the table, who hadn't realized that it was a poisoning attempt, and not the princess getting a special cake. Secret special cake, at that. Princess, would you like to switch? I've got an extra big slice. One of the boys suggested. Rue stared at him suspiciously. Kara had said that it was a new flavor of cake, which meant it might be better. But he had more cake. Halfsies, she suggested. The boy nodded eagerly, and waved over a maid to cut each slice in half to share them. The look on the queen's face nearly made Kara laugh out loud, and ruin the whole game. But the princes who had actually done the poisoning were stone-faced, as if completely unconcerned about the fallout, or exceptionally skilled at hiding their emotions. One moment, please, princess. We will send for a knife. The maid agreed. Kara gave her a twisted smirk, as her scars caused her face to curl up on that side naturally, and the maid knew that she was done for. Forgive me, Highness. We will take them to the kitchen to split them evenly and put them on fresh plates. Please wait. Karl laughed quietly as the maid left the room, and he heard the sound of dishes clattering into a garbage can, followed by running feet. Not as confident as she seemed at the start, but the real chaos is about to start. If those cakes aren't replaced. He joked. Kara was thinking the same thing, and held off on starting her own dessert. If there was no more cake coming, she would share. But she was interested to see if someone would try the same stunt twice in one meal. The first thing that Kara noticed when the cake came back was that while there were 2 narrow slices on each of the plates as expected, they were not from the same cake as the first ones. They were the same flavor, but the pattern on the edge was different. They had attempted to make every cake served at dinner the same, but no two cakes were identical. It was a shame that Hawk wasn't here to see it. He had become quite the foodie since he got the skill to enhance his meat roasting skills. The new maid looked relieved when Kara sniffed delicately, but didn't object to the new cake. That was the first test that they had to pass, and the senses of a mythic beast were too keen to get much of anything past them. Why the queen had forgotten that, they didn't know. Or she might not have cared. She was used to getting away with anything that she did, and acting with impunity because she had married into the throne. There were rumors about what she had done to get to the top of the contender list, but the fact remained that she had given the king 4 healthy clutches, and she held immense political power. Power that was making her look increasingly unhinged. If the king didn't act soon, someone else would certainly use it against him. Once dinner was finished, the kids all ran off to another room to socialize, while Karl remained with the more powerful elder dragons. They all had questions for him, and Karl knew that he had no answers for most of them. So, emissary, tell us more about your home. Crown Prince Lucas suggested as the dragons gathered around Karl. I'm afraid that it isn't all that interesting. I don't spend much time in the outside world. I either spend time in a separate space researching or I vacation near the shores of Lake Naraletum to enjoy the dungeons. Karl replied with a casual shrug. The Crown Prince frowned. You vacation in a war zone? It's not as bad as all that. You just need to prove that you have the power to back up your words, and they will back off. I'm not one to brag, but I do have a rather impressive dueling record. Karl agreed. Really? Do you have any merits? One of the nobles asked. Karl equipped his guild tabard, and the dragon gave an approving rumble. 3 over-rank guild challenge victories, including one when you were at totem rank. I understand now why you don't fear the Great Lakes War. The Crown Prince pinched the cloth in his fingers and nodded. It's not fake. That's a system-generated guild tabard. My class is particularly well suited to combat, though I share the blue dragon's affinity for discovering new magic. There is nothing quite like finding a fun new spell to test out. But really, after I gained an epic constitution and limited invulnerability, fighting at my own rank became much less fun. Research and crafting is the far superior way to acquire knowledge of the fundamental rules. Karl agreed. Now he had everyone's full attention. Improving their understanding of the fundamental rules was the primary goal of every mythic ranked dragon. It was their only shot at true immortality. The oldest among them, those who were already showing gray in their hair, had been alive for millennia, born before the resurgence, and they were becoming desperate for that last missing link that would allow them to ascend. The Crown Prince smiled at Karl. You know, my grandfather said the same thing. Except, he took up painting to help him understand. He said that the fundamental rules related to combat would never be fully comprehended here, as there were no battles challenging enough to reveal the missing portions. Oh, he sounds wise. Is he still around? I wouldn't mind a long chat if he has some leisure time. Karl requested. The prince shook his head. No, he was successful, and left for the immortal realms to continue building his power. While it is possible to become an immortal here, that is the limit, as there is no suitable mana to continue growing. Instead of crippling his progress, he decided to move on and spend eternity learning what comes after. Understandable. It's difficult to blame a man for prioritizing his search for knowledge when he has such capable heirs to take over from him. Behind the Crown Prince, a young woman giggled. He's smooth. Tell me, is the art of flattery a Tengu specialty? Karl bowed elaborately. Princess, I assure you that my flattery is a natural art, not a species gift. But I am not actually a Tengu. If anything, you could blame it on the world dragon. A natural-born heartbreaker. The princess joked. Karl held up his hand with the soul bonding ring on it. There will be no heartbreaking on this journey, you have my word. It would be entirely too difficult to explain to my wife, and she's not a forgiving sort when it comes to infidelity. The Crown Prince laughed. The Supreme Lady thought of everything when she sent you here, did she not? Married, impressive in physique, a rare dragon species, and you brought a beast girl to keep an eye on your young charge while you were busy. Karl smiled. She even picked the beast companion from among my friends who was the least likely to go on a murderous rampage. The Crown Prince drummed his fingers on the table. You have an affinity for beasts, then? Karl nodded. My class started from the Beast Ranger type template. I am bonded with a number of divine beasts, but only Kara came with me on this trip. If it had been any of the others, I might be driven to day drink. That bad? The princess asked. The other options would be a divine fox puppy, a lovesick behemoth, or a blood-destruction demonic spider. The dragons paused. You managed to bond with a blood-destruction spider? She's really quite sweet. Her taste in art isn't for everyone, but there is no more reliable friend to have your back in a fight. Karl agreed. The dragons disagreed. The children of the spider goddess were universally terrifying in personality. The very concepts of morality, mercy, and civility tended to be vague at best when they were involved. Librarian Barry, you missed dinner again. Did you know that the new emissary was a skilled researcher? You two might get along well. Crown Prince Lucas called. The blue dragon gave him a long-suffering look. Yes, I am intimately familiar with his particular version of research theory. Are they still serving refreshments? Prince Lucas gave the dragon a confused look. What had happened with the librarian? He was normally extremely excitable when anything related to research was mentioned. Hopefully, the two hadn't argued when they met. Earlier, if Karl was as devoted to research as he claimed, they would need the librarian to distract him. The servers brought him a drink, and the librarian took the entire tray from them, emptying drinks with one hand and placing them back on the tray. You might want to bring the whole bottle. Librarian Barry has worn himself out studying a new skill. Perhaps some cake as well. A bit of sugar never did anyone wrong, Karl suggested. That explained the issue, in the opinion of everyone else. The librarian must just be surly and haggard from being presented a new skill to research and not enough time to finish. Saiho Seisa surely had many rare skills that nobody else had access to, so it wouldn't surprise them if Karl had introduced one to the librarian here in an AR palace. Karl's attempts to ingratiate himself with the elders were not going nearly as well as Kara's attempts to make friends among the children. After this suspended atomic wedgie incident, as the kids were calling it, she had many admirers, and even Rue was getting more respect among her peers for being the new cool kid's friend. If she was good enough for Kara now that she had a class, then she wasn't all bad, no matter what her bully brothers said. She wasn't the only one that they picked on, just the easiest target. But they couldn't do anything with Kara here. She might be their size in humanoid form, but the power differential was immense. Did you come with Karl as an assistant? One of the girls, a sand dragon, asked. Kara shrugged. Yes, but also no. I help Karl, but that's not the reason that I got to come along on this trip. I have an affinity for void magic, as does Princess Rue. So, I can help teach her. I was actually born a winged void badger, and evolved into a chaos badger as my understanding improved. So I've got many skills that can help her in the early stages of her training. That's too cool. Everyone wants void magic, but almost nobody has an affinity for it. The girl sighed. Kara nodded. You are an earth and fire element mage, right? The girl shook her head. No, wind and fire. Oh, that is interesting. I totally thought that you would be earth element, as a sand dragon. The boy who had been sitting beside Kara at dinner gave her a look that had the girl immediately on the defensive. Why are you looking at me like that? Kara said that different magic tastes different. He explained, put your filthy face near me, and I will claw it off. Princess Rue laughed. She's onto your tricks. You'll never steal a kiss with that level of skill. Hey, how did I become the one under attack here? I wasn't trying to kiss anyone. The children were all laughing, while the staff supervising them watched quietly from along the walls. For once, the kids were not fighting, not playing power games relying on their family status, and not making ridiculous demands. It was almost relaxing. Once the after-dinner socialization was finished and all the other kids were taken away by their parents, Kara brought Princess Rue back to their room with a promise that she would come to see some of the noble dragon's kids the next day. The mission to make Rue well-respected was off to a good start, Karl thought. One day with a bit of power, and already there were a few who were treating her like she wasn't a pariah. At the very least, they were likely setting her up on the path where she didn't become an immortal rank nightmare for the whole nation. But then, you never really knew. Perhaps making her a small group of friends and giving her some power was what caused her to rampage, not the awakening from rage that she was about to do when they arrived. Fortunately, he didn't know anything about history or whether the nation actually deserved a good scourging, so Karl wasn't too concerned about failure. The pressure to win just wasn't there. Mr. Karl, can we train skills now? You're not tired, are you? Rue pleaded. Karl winked at the sugar-fueled dragonkin. Fear not. There is plenty of training coming tonight. First, you don't know anything about combat or efficient mana use, so we're starting from the basics. Then he activated Illusionary Domain and turned the spare bedroom into a large combat training facility with targets along one wall and training dummies moving back and forth. Now, have you found a sneaky chance to cast the spell yet? He asked. Rue shook her head. I don't know how dangerous it is, so I didn't try. In that case, go ahead and cast it on the dummies. Focus the energy in your body as you think of the skill and where you want it to target. Kara demonstrated with an ascended rank Void Blast, the same spell that Rue was going to be using. Oh, that's what it does. That's pretty awesome. A second later, a rather weak version exploded at the training dummy, but missed to the left as the dummy moved. Perhaps moving targets is too high of difficulty at the start. You can go for the stationary targets. The little dragonkin growled in frustration, and Kara quietly laughed. That was what she needed. A bit of motivation. The next Void Blast exploded over the training dummy, and then two more. The targeting wasn't perfect, but she was at least hitting them, which was better than most beginner mages managed for weeks. She was a natural talent at this, and her power level was starting to come up as she practiced. But she was still using too much energy, and Karl could see that she was starting to get tired after only a few minutes of constant casting. Take a seat, relax, and drink this. The body only holds so much mana, and you need to know what it feels like to deplete it. If you go too far, you'll make yourself pass out. Karl explained. Is that how mages fight? They just throw a couple spells then take a break? Rue asked. Karl shook his head. Magical stamina is the weak point of mages. It takes time to learn, and until they do, warriors can defend until they're tired then beat them up. So, we're going to work on your targeting, your spell power, and your stamina all at once. Once you have mastered hitting moving targets, I will create smarter targets for you to fight. Then, once you have mastered that, I will have you do it while flying. Why while flying? She asked. It simulates defensive spell use, a constant draw on your mana and focus while you fight. You need to stay mobile and keep your defensive abilities up while in combat. Then, once you can do all those things, we will see about teaching you some new spells or even a skill to help you. Do you have a goal? Something you want to do in life? Karl suggested. Princess Rue nodded eagerly, then frowned. Is it bad if I say that I want vengeance? I want to end their arrogant bullying culture. Plenty of young dragons leave the city to live in the smaller towns simply because they were a bit slow growing up. It's not just dragonkin like me. Even the real dragons get the same horrible treatment if they're like me. Kara wrapped an arm around her shoulders. I think that we might be able to help you with that. All you need is the right support and enough power to make all the changes you could want. Karl sighed. They were definitely on the path of chaos. That night, they practiced until not even a mana pylon could bring enough energy back to Princess Rue to get her up off the ground. All right, Kara will tuck you into bed. This lovely maid will wake everyone up in the morning for breakfast, and then we will spend the day working on your stamina. Now sleep well, Karl announced. Rue nearly cried in relief. He looked so friendly, but the Karl was an evil taskmaster. But the one who was the most shocked was the maid on duty. She had just watched a girl who had awakened her system for the first time be drilled into a trainee battle mage who could hit randomly moving targets with Void Blast. But Princess Rue's power had grown from low ascended to the bottleneck before commander rank. Locally, it was known as servant rank, as that was the standard to even apply as a palace servant. But progressing through most of a rank by brute force and mana overload was an insane training technique that not even their military leaders would consider. The fact that it had been used on a princess was difficult to accept. More importantly, it had worked, and the princess didn't seem any worse for wear because of it. Dawn came far too early, and Rue rolled over in bed to find that she was wrapped around something large and furry. Kara had transformed back to sleep, but hadn't been willing to go back to her space when there was a perfectly good living pillow available. Rue tried to get up, but the badger shifted, and a contented rumbling vibrated her chest as Kara's dream was interrupted. "Excuse me, can I get up?" she whispered. Kara opened one eye, then harumphed and lay back down. "Please? I have to pee." Those were magic words, and Kara reluctantly got up, but grabbed Rue in her claws to fly her over to the bathroom. The maid dodged as she was almost run down by a badger carrying a small dragonkin. "This job is going to need a drink." she muttered to herself. Karl came out in a simple black silk housecoat with sleep pants. Oh, I see that the little one is up already. Good, that saves time. Please call for breakfast to be brought to the suite. Or are we expected in the dining room? All royals and emissaries are expected at breakfast and dinner services, unless traveling with a spouse. The maid replied. Karl sighed. I should have brought my Dana mage. The maid frowned. What is a Dana mage? From the bathroom, Karl laughed. It's his wife. It's better that she's not here. She's too adorable, and it always causes trouble. The maid gave Karl a confused look, and he shrugged. She's not wrong. I married a divine fox beastkin. Fox charm is insanely overpowered at mythic rank, and the totem-ranked guild challenge on my tabard is directly because another guild wanted to recruit her by force. The maid bowed, and finally realized what Karl was wearing. Sir, would you like for us to prepare suitable clothing for breakfast? Karl shook his head and changed into a black suit that matched the wings of his Tengu form. This should be suitable for breakfast. It's a good thing that the transformation spell works with bonded clothing, as I don't normally have wings in humanoid form. The style of the suit was strange, far different from the layered robes that Karl was wearing yesterday. Is that something from home, or from a distant land? I have not seen a suit like it before. The maid asked, so different that she wasn't even sure how to decide if it met dress code. It had 3 layers, but did they count? And what was around his neck? Karl sighed, and changed into layered robes again. The maid smiled. Yes, that is perfect, if a bit dated. Most in NAR Palace wear black as the outer layer, with gray underneath to honor the shadow dragons, but it does go quite well with the red base. Karl smiled at her. I thought about using Chaos Realm Silver as the color of choice for the underlayers, but I have been told that others cannot see it. Wouldn't that be awkward? Showing up in my most beautiful robes, only to have everyone think I was naked. The maid looked scandalized, then began to laugh as she realized that Karl was serious. Wait, there are colors that not even dragons can see? She asked. Only certain dragons. You need to have an affinity to the chaos plane to be able to see it. I can, and Kara can, but most of my mythic-ranked guild members and friends cannot. It's a bit of a pain, as the Supreme Lady wanted to use it as a wedding dress for my bride, but most of the guests would not be able to see the fabric. Karl announced with a dramatic sigh. The maid blinked slowly as the implications of that sunk into her mind. Oh my, I have had nightmares about that exact thing. I had the most fantastic and impossibly beautiful wedding dress. Then halfway down the aisle, I realized I was naked. She whispered. Karl laughed from the shower. See, your mind knows something that you do. Not. I told the Dana mage that all she really needed to do to get her man was just show up naked and wait for his will to break. But she informed me that was not how things worked. I even asked Sister Opal, and she agreed. Is Sister Opal a green dragon cleric? The maid asked. Good guess, but no. She's a butterfly, Kara called through the closed door. Karl smiled at the flustered worker. I don't think that any of the nature clerics would have argued with her, though. They're quite pragmatic about such things, and entirely too fond of fox-type beastkin. It's the tail fluff, you see. The maid smiled. It's a common weakness of the green dragons and those like them. The trip down to breakfast was a shorter one than yesterday's flight to dinner. Only 2 staircases and a hallway brought them directly to one of the doors. The moment that they entered, Kara and Rue were surrounded by young dragons who had questions for them, and had very clearly been directed by their parents to make friends with the princess now that she was showing promise. Soon, Karl would have to teach the young princess about politics, or at least find out how much she understood. Letting Kara teach her how to deal with annoying people was funny, but probably not the wisest of ideas. It would almost always end in some level of violence, and until Rue was more powerful than her opponents, that should be the last resort. You have ideas that are better than violence? Kara asked. I'm working on it. The girls were dragged to a large table full of kids, and Karl found himself cornered by Librarian Barry and Crown Prince Lucas. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to see you this morning. Will you be joining me for breakfast? He asked. I do believe that we will. The librarian tells me that you have a most curious ability. Prince Lucas agreed. Karl laughed. Yes, you could call it that. Though, it's more of a prank skill than anything. You see, it has rather extreme limitations. If this place wasn't full of dragons, it would be nearly useless. The librarian looked like he wanted to take actual notes as Karl was speaking, but the prince led them to a small table for 4 people in the corner of the room. Then he called over an ancient dragon whose scent seemed entirely too familiar to Karl, but who he couldn't quite place. It was very close to being someone that he should identify immediately, but it was just slightly different in a way that was confusing his senses. His nameplate said that his name was Decarion, but Karl didn't recall seeing or hearing that one before. Mythic Lord Karl, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am the current avatar of the Black Dragon in this world. It's a rare occasion to meet another avatar, but I am told that the young Princess Rue has become the Void Avatar candidate for this generation. That's 2 in one day, a new record in my 5 millennia holding this title. He explained. So, it is more than just a class title? My understanding was that the class was more shamanistic in nature, but focused on the void element. Karl asked. The avatar of the Black Dragon smiled. You could call it shamanistic. Or perhaps we are a form of cleric. Certainly, we can use the magic that is holy to our patron. If my guess is right, you have an affinity for living things and creation magic? Karl nodded. Good guess. My affinity for creating and summoning grows with every advancement, but my class started out focused on magical beasts. Like a ranger, but far more versatile. Better than the bronze avatar. He started with an inscription class, and then spent centuries as a lawyer before he was chosen. That sounds very bronze dragon of him. Karl agreed. The crown prince chuckled. That it was. However, I'm more interested in your skills. Do you really think that you can get Rue up to a standard that will make her a respectable royal? I really don't see that being an issue. Give me a couple of weeks, and I will make a royal rank mage out of her and max out her mana affinity growth rate. I won't stick around forever, but I might stay until her class advances, just to see what happens if I teach her some interesting new skills. Karl suggested. Prince Lucas sighed. That is what I was afraid you'd say. Karl turned to Decarion. That's why you're here, isn't it? Every time that I have a fun idea, black dragons start appearing like dungeon mobs spawning on a wave timer. The crown prince frowned. What sort of shenanigans do you get up to that attract multiple black dragons? The black dragon avatar smiled. It's inevitable. World dragons are innately attuned to life and chaos, while we are attuned to death and order. Where they are, we must be. Karl nodded. He has a point. Even though this trip isn't intended to cause a single casualty, there is still a rather significant chance that someone will start doing dumb stuff nearby. I'm practically a magnet for it. The crown prince looked toward the door that the king had come through last night. It's best we don't speak of that. Someone might take it the wrong way. But that might change soon. I hear that father is not happy with the queen today. He whispered. Karl shrugged. I would be annoyed, but it's all in the past. I will just keep the protective spells on my young charge, and it's unlikely that anyone will manage to harm her. Is that why the princess has an eternal lightning barrier? Just to see if anyone tries to break it? Decarion asked. I thought about using disintegrate, but it doesn't differentiate between hostile and friendly contact. Karl joked. I know that you didn't actually plan to do that. I would have seen that level of death toll. The black dragon avatar reminded him. You're supposed to play along. Look how horrified the next table looks. The thought of an angry ball of mythic ranked disintegrate loose in the castle on a mission to hug everyone who had ever wronged her was enough to give most of them the cold sweats. Librarian Barry cleared his throat. If I might interject, where did you learn the skill that you taught me yesterday? It seems tailor-made for blue dragons, but I've never heard of it before. Karl frowned. How can you not have heard of it? It's the base racial skill of lightning serum. The librarian stared back, too confused to speak. That makes no sense. You can't learn other species' innate skills, unless you're an avatar of the world dragon. Decarion corrected. Karl smiled. That was the perfect excuse. It covered anything and everything that he did, but also what he didn't do. What sort of future should I be preparing the princess for? I mean, now that you know I can help her advance her rank to her potential in a reasonable time frame. Karl asked, diverting the conversation again. What sort of potential will she even have? Perhaps she can be a palace officer by the time that she's 100. That would be fairly decent, but at best, she might get a handful of marriage offers from rural nobles. The crown prince noted. Karl shook his head. No, she should be able to reach mythic or at least totem in the next century. She's half-elf. She's not stuck on a dragon's slow growth rate. Elves mature slowly, but their power levels grow pretty smoothly. You know, that matches father's theory. You see, Dragons reach puberty relatively quickly. Elves reach puberty slowly. But elves' power grows faster in the years during and immediately after puberty, while a dragon's rate of growth increases with time. He insists that once she starts to grow, she should grow quickly, and then keep growing at an increasing rate until she reaches her peak. Prince Lucas explained, "Not a bad theory. I honestly don't remember how it works out. Usually, it's the orcs and the beastkin who want to do lewd things with cute elf girls." A woman at the next table choked on her drink at Karl's comment, while the rest of her table did their best to pretend that they weren't eavesdropping. Not that any conversation was private in a room full of dragons with sensitive hearing. Behind Karl, the king mentally smirked. The strange emissary had a point. Elf girls did have a thing for guys a meter taller than them, with arms the size of their torso. But that was a good description of his humanoid form. How such a preference had emerged in a species where the men were only marginally less effeminate than the women, he had no idea. But he was deeply thankful for it, even if it had caused him years of headaches with the queen. Why she had so vehemently opposed adding the elf to the harem when she hadn't objected to any of the 10 other dragons was a mystery not made for a man's comprehension. However, he didn't show any outward sign that he could hear the quiet conversation between his eldest son and the others. But back to your initial question. If she really can reach totem rank before adulthood, her status will be much higher than expected, and she will likely end up with a royal marriage. Lucas explained, "Oh, married off to one of the other nations is a decent option." Librarian Barry laughed, while Prince Lucas looked a bit embarrassed. "Well, that is a possibility. However, if she has that sort of power as a dragonkin, it will more likely be a dragon from one of the branch families, a distant cousin." He explained, keeping the shadow dragon bloodline strong. "Well, as long as it's not one of her own siblings, I suppose that tradition is tradition," Karl replied. The 3 men at the table all gave Karl confused looks. "You know that sort of genetic issue doesn't happen to dragons, right?" Dakarian asked curiously. "Well, yeah, but still. There are entire novels written about why you shouldn't love your sister that much," Karl countered. "You've definitely been hanging out with the green dragon clerics," Librarian Barry noted. "But on our initial point, I don't think that it will be an issue for me to get her to totem rank before adulthood. Depending on how slowly she matures, it might be well in advance of adulthood, and then it will all be down to her comprehension rates." Karl explained. The blue dragon nodded. "With good tutors, that shouldn't be an issue. After all, dragons have a natural advantage over most species when it comes to comprehending the fundamental rules." Karl nodded. "Beasts are the same way. They instinctively understand the elements that they are aligned to, and the issue is getting their body ready for the advancement." "Are you good with younglings, then?" Crown Prince Lucas asked. Karl smiled, while Karl laughed. "Say yes, we might get a baby dragon. I can't deny it. My class gives me a rather strong affinity for hatchlings of all sorts. I've had Kara with me since she was just a young girl, wandering the world hungry and harassed by orcs." Karl replied. "But how is your hatchling doing? I believe that you were planning to give the gift I presented to your youngest." Karl asked. "My first and youngest, as it was. Her egg looks ready to crack, but she's not hatched yet. However, soaking the shell in the potion you provided was exactly what she needed. The innate power level advanced to commander rank without any issues." Lucas explained. "That is wonderful news. If I'm still here when she hatches, let me know, and I will help her get started," Karl suggested. Dakarian got a confused look on his face, then frowned. "I have a message from my god for you, I think," he began. Everyone, even the tables around them and the king himself, turned to stare in rapt attention as the god of death conveyed a message to someone through their avatar. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The black dragon cleared his throat, then shook his head before speaking. "You cannot have a baby dragon." Karl smirked, while Kara howled with laughter, then thumped the table before holding her middle and tilting out of her chair, still laughing as she hit the floor. "You know, I seem to recall that I have been told that before. But I'm not trying to steal your baby dragon. I will just pet her and cuddle her and teach her wonderful new skills," Karl announced. Crown Prince Lucas slowly began to smile as the shock wore off. "You know, I never thought that I would say this, but the death god makes an excellent point. You should not be allowed to have a baby dragon." Karl sighed dramatically. "Think of all the spectacular things I could teach if I started from scratch. Without wasting all those years on basic schooling, We could get right into trade skills, system activations, flying lessons. Dakarian glanced at Kara, then smiled. Yes, I understand many things with greater clarity now. Did you know that the gods also demanded that Supreme Lady Matilda gave up all her clutches to the red dragons to raise, though she fully intended to raise most of them herself? Kara laughed even harder at the thought of what a baby dragon would turn out like if Karl or Matilda were actually allowed to raise them unsupervised. With the wise guidance of Sister Ray and the Dana mage, surely it wouldn't end too badly. But the Supreme Lady or Karl alone, that was a disaster waiting to happen. From the back of the room, small wings fluttered, and a red dragon flew over to inspect Karl after escaping from her nanny. He doesn't look scary. There's no sense of violent intentions from him at all. She insisted, landing on his shoulder. Karl stroked the little dragon's head and took a bit of roasted frog from Hawk's space to feed her. The hatchling tore into it with savage eagerness, and then hiccuped and passed out as the flood of mana filled her body. See? Aren't they adorable? She just advanced from awakened to ascended. Librarian Barry noted. She was already at the bottleneck, but I've got more frog legs if we need them. They are part of the plan to get Princess Rue back on schedule. Karl agreed. Dakarian sighed and took the sleeping dragon off Karl's shoulder. I get it now. The whole balance of the world will be overturned if you get to have baby dragons. 30 seconds, and they're starting to advance. 30 minutes, and they'll likely be awakening system interfaces before they can even fly straight or understand cause and effect relationships. Then what? A whole army of loyal whelplings that will follow the avatar of the world dragon instead of their own gods. That's what. Karl waved his hand, trying to dismiss the other avatar's words. But Kara's laughter was infectious, and the rest of the dragons in the room were beginning to laugh along with her. The god of death is a god of order, everything in its time and place. The only thing that is more likely to upset them than a chaos dragon is a time dragon. Librarian Barry noted. Karl cleared his throat nervously. Right? Can't let them know that you've been sent here from the future. No matter how funny it is to play with the baby dragons. I promised that I would behave and not turn this whole mission into one huge mess. But as my mission is to help Princess Rue catch up to her potential and get the respect she deserves, there will likely be some surprise advancements. He informed the others. Too late. I pumped her full of mana all night, and she's going to advance before lunch. Kara added, as long as it's not here in the breakfast hall, we should be fine. The nanny came over with an indulgent smile on her face while she began to gently disentangle the sleeping dragon from Dakarian's robes. She was an expert and knew not to let the sleeping hatchling grab hold of him again after she got one paw free. So the process was completed in seconds, and the sleepy little red dragon was relocated. Avatar, thank you for putting the little one down for her nap. Sorry for the intrusion, she muttered. The woman was into her later middle years and still a monarch-ranked red dragon, so her status was presumably low compared to the mythic-ranked men at the table. But she was one of the palace's best nannies, trusted enough to work directly with the children of the senior staff members. No need to apologize. The World Dragon Avatar provoked this incident. Karl nodded. This one is definitely on me. I didn't realize that there were curious young ears around when I was making jokes. Kara returned to her seat and noticed that the way the other children looked at Rue was different. Gone was the old disdain for her status, and it was replaced with a mix of mild envy and anticipation. Why don't we all get together for some group training on the weekend? I know that nobody wants to be training on their day off, but if we do it as a group, it could be fun. Kara suggested. The kids looked to each other for confirmation. They loved to challenge each other to games and trials. It was the unofficial method for determining the hierarchy of the young dragons within the palace. Even if Rue wasn't there, they wouldn't object. That sounds wonderful. What time do you think? Princess Rue, could we do it in the morning, so we can go until lunch? One of the girls asked. Rue beamed with excitement at being asked her opinion. First thing after breakfast sounds really good. Then we have time for multiple contests before lunch. Everyone gets pulled away to do things in the afternoon, so morning is definitely best. With their plans made, all the children began to go their separate ways, and Karl took that as his cue to return to their quarters so that he could start Princess Rue on a proper training regimen. There was so much that she had never learned, and that the nation didn't seem to be teaching any of their young royals. Perhaps it was intended to be reserved for those who were going into military service, as they were 1,000 years into the resurgence, and things were relatively stable. But if Karl was going to teach Rue to be all that she could be, and a serious contender for the throne, she would need to know it all. Once they were back in their room, Karl created a new illusionary domain for Rue to train in. Alright, first I need to know if you've been taking all the lessons on etiquette, laws, history, and geography that a princess and future ruler should have. If you want to get vengeance and be above all the people who bullied you, you will have to know those things. Karl began. Rue nodded. Librarian Barry is quite helpful when you ask him to learn a new thing. I might not have gotten all the specialty tutors that most of my siblings did, but I did get free access to the library, and I did my basic schooling with the Red Dragon matron like everyone else. Karl smiled. Wonderful. Then we don't need to go over the basics so early in the day. The most important part of gaining support is proving to others that you have the power to back up your words. Or, in this case, the potential. Nobody expects you to make it to mythic rank right away. What they will want to see is that you have the potential to make it there when you are grown, and the wisdom to manage situations so that they work in your favor. Those are skills that it would be better if someone local taught you, as I know very little about the situation within the palace. So, what I will teach you is how to use your magic in both the subtle and flashy ways. One, to get things done. The other, to show off for a crowd and remind them that you are not weak, even if you have been lenient. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.